live feed is ready when you guys are.
Welcome to the 2024 Nautique WWA Wake Park World Championships presented by GM Marine. This is day 3 of a 4-day competition format. Yesterday, we had pro finals. Today, we are hopping right into the amateurs off the top of the board. We're going to be watching the girls under 10 division and a girls power hour here in the booth. Kristen Beat alongside Corey Wilson. Corey, big happenings yesterday. Such a fun competition and event.
Yeah. Good morning. Excited to be here with you to kick things off for day 3 of Wake Park Worlds here at Gold Coast Wake Park.
And there's been so much preparation leading into this, not only by Daniel and the Gold Coast Wake Park crew getting this event ready, but from your side as well, everyone kind of coming together, getting everything in line. But yesterday, I mean, big takeaways for me in the men's pro division, being able to watch the Stuckey brothers compete, not only against each other, but to see, I think it was Gavin who took the win with Gavin who took the win, or was it Trent?
So Gavin took the win in Park and then Trent in Features. So I think they actually switched from their previous titles that they held.
So changing up the titles there, but to watch those brothers kind of go back to back and then compete in so many different disciplines. And today, it's all about our amateurs and our kids out there and some of our 40-plus events. Is there one class maybe today that sparks your interest that you're really excited about?
Always excited to watch the Groms. We've got from all over the world Groms to watch, but I am personally really excited to see Dean Smith make a comeback in the men's 30-plus. He's riding in both the Features and the men's Park, and you know, I've watched him send it for his entire career, and he's taken a handful of years off. I'm not sure how long exactly, but he's making a comeback, and I can't wait to see how that goes down. He's got some great riders in that division, but I just can't wait to see the comeback and see what he does.
It seems as though this community, you can't get away from it. People keep coming back, and even some of the rippers out there yesterday, some of the kids in the Groms, their parents were wakeboarders, their parents competed. So,
family affair.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got a bit of that today. We also have the whole Watkins family competing. So Daniel Watkins, owner of Gold Coast Wake Park. We've got
Maddie Watkins,
his wife Kim, and the 2 kids. So that's going to be really cool to see them compete.
100%. It's nice too because you see the fans coming out and the families. And yesterday, I mean, the entire sideline area was just packed with families and fans, and you could definitely hear the hometown crowd get loud for the guys from the Gold Coast and from Australia. There were even some fan fest going on. They had their posters and their signs and cheering for everybody. Brad Smalo making his way into the booth right now. As you guys can see, that is a shot of the dock down there. All the girls getting ready for their semi-final. There will be 2 heats, each heat featuring 4 young ladies. In the first heat, we'll be seeing Sky Bugasian. I'm very sorry if I mispronounce these names. We don't have a pronunciation sheet, so best of luck to her. Sissy Travers, Ava Hutton, Mia Marks in the first heat, and these ladies just getting ready to get out there and rip. And it's so cool because yesterday they were able to watch the pro women's division and watch, riders like Claudia and Rivers be able to go out there and contest and then go out there and do their own thing on the same exact park.
Yeah, same exact park. They'll have 10 minutes on the clock for these semifinal heats. Actually 7. So 10 minutes, they'll have 3 minutes to get ready on the dock and then 7 minutes on the clock to compete.
And it's so rare in sports that they get to utilize the same compound. So if you're playing professional soccer, you're not playing on the same field as a girl who's 10 at her local division, but these girls get to compete in the same kind of arena as the pros and their heroes. And and look, her bib's so long, she's scuffing her up. They're so little. Corey, when did you start riding?
I started at 12 years old, so these girls are much younger, but really cool to see. We'll see what lines they take through the park.
I love the fits too, because at this age it's about having fun and expressing yourself, and being a moto girl, like I loved being able to choose your different gear and your graphics kits, and that makes it fun. And I was actually talking to some of the girls yesterday about their helmet designs and their board designs, and the younger generations really kind of lean into that expression of creativity as well, that just compounds and complements what they do out on the water so well. Let's go ahead and get a look at the layout, the course layout for this weekend. So let's take a look at that.
Hey guys, I'm here at Gold Coast Wake Park, the host of the Nautique WWA Wake Park World Championships presented by GM Marine. Let's go check out the layout. All right, let's go. On the back straight, on the left, the OG unit step down with a transfer, and on the right, the new rooftop step down with a transfer as well. Then after that on the left, a little incline box, and then on the right, the new Stucky feature by unit. So many lines, so much fun. Onto the home straight, on the left side, we got the unit wave kicker. And then on the right side, we got the Gold Coast XL kicker. Now, after the motor tower, on the right, we got my custom feature that I designed for Gold Coast Wake Park. On the left side, we have the unit banana incline rail. On the right, we got the bump to kink pipe transfer. And then coming over to the left side, we got the curb to fun box transfer. There you have it, that's the setup for Worlds. Hope you guys enjoy it.
What an awesome course we have out there today for all of these kids to work through and adults. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a rundown of what we're looking at here today. We're going to have the girls under 10, the boys under 10, the girls 11 to 13, boys 11 to 13, boys 14 to 15, the 30-plus men, the 40-plus men, and then we will have our finals for the girls and boys under 10, girls and boys 11 to 13, the 14 to 17 girls, 14 to 15 boys, 30-plus women, 30-plus men. We are going to work right through those age groups, and then we will conclude the day with the under 10 girls. We're seeing them at the top of the day. We will see them at the conclusion of the day as well. And yeah, just a lot on top here as Brad Smela gets in position. But I just can't imagine the nerves that these girls are experiencing right now. You know, you get to be first ones out on the water. They're doing a spray lab, kind of figuring out what run you're going to throw down. I'm sure there's a lot of conversation with your parents or your coaches as to what you want to lay down there. And I think it's number 2, Sissy Travers. Her helmet is rhinestone, and she might be my new favorite because of that. Let's go, girl. Just a really fun event out here this weekend. And if you're following from home in the States, or if you're watching online on YouTube, don't forget to download the Rideline app, the WWA Rideline app, as Miss Sky Bugasia gets out on the water for the first time here today. We are going to kick things
off today with our features competition, so it is a features only.
Now this is a features only competition, so these girls are
features only morning.
Watching Sky kind of get comfortable with the course, get a feel for everything.
Let's go!
You can kind of hear the crowd down there cheer for her, her family and friends here watching.
I love seeing those absolute glassy conditions out there. I'm so jealous. That first rider that gets to go out there, Sky, just lapping up the best conditions of the day.
And that is Brad Smela joining me here in the broadcast booth for a fun-filled, fun-packed day of competition. Brad, this is going to be an incredible day. Yesterday, all the amateurs able to witness and watch the pros, their heroes, kind of conquer some of these obstacles, and now they get their go at it.
Yeah, we just saw Sky getting the full pull across that Busty Dunn feature signature rail.
7-minute heats here. All 4 girls will be on the water.
Also got a nice bit of air time off the kicker to start off her run.
Hitting whatever they can to tie up as many points as they can in the 7-minute period. We've got Ava coming in.
As Sky kind of makes her way around that corner and sets up for what could be a run at the Stucky feature. We'll see. She's kind of getting herself dialed in, and I mean, at this age, it's all about having fun. But you want a trophy. You don't want to come home empty-handed.
No, exactly. They're here at the WWA Wake Park Worlds for a reason, and that's to try and get right up on that podium. Yeah, nice little backside board slide up that skate box.
All the way along that wedge on the inside of the cable.
And here she goes. Let's see where she's cutting to. Is she going to go off the inside or the axle?
Sissy down the end, going 180 off the kicker.
Deciding to pass up the kickers there.
I don't blame her.
No, I mean, she got a solid hit to start off on the wave kicker on the left.
Good morning.
Yeah, hitting the little safety bump on the front of that double banana rail.
Oh, just a little over-rotating just a little bit on that scarecrow.
Brad, were you wakeboarding at 10 years old?
I was not. I started at about 12 years old, I think it was.
That was the same for Corey Wilson as well. She started around 12.
Yeah, the front roll. Like that was a replay of our second rider there.
Over that wedge there. She's got a full 540 over the top of that wedge. Just goes down over
Going frontside 540 over the wedge.
The top of that wedge is higher than you'd expect it to be.
And unfortunately going down, so he's going to be swimming back to try and get another ride there. Now, in terms of format, just catching up here, looks like a jam format. Although there's only 7 minutes on the clock, I believe, for these young ladies.
I would like to say that this is similar to what we did yesterday in the run jam, where one is out and the other is kind of doing their lap around the park, but do not quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. I will say the run jam format was loved by all the athletes who competed in it yesterday, and that's the same kind of format that they use in slopestyle for X Games and various winter sports, and a lot of positive feedback on that new format that they debuted yesterday. So while this is a semifinal, it looks like a jam. I don't think this is the traditional jam where they have the 17,000 kids out there at one time.
Yeah, the all-out jam format, when they're all out there at once, is
like
just
a
chaos.
beehive.
It is absolute chaos. It's so hard to keep track. Must be hard for the judges.
This looks way more mellow. This looks like, I think we're looking at what might be a slope-style jam format here.
Come on, girls, run, run.
Yeah, nice hit there. Almost looked like she was going for a little indie grab off the end of that wedge. Coming around.
And that would be Sky Bugasia, 9 years old, from Australia. All the women actually in this heat are from Australia. All these young ladies.
Forward slide up, 360. Sissy.
They were running to get back onto the dock. That would be Mia Marks, who just finished her run. So if you go down, you got to make the most, because it is a jam, you've got to get jamming back there to the dock.
They've got to carry their own boards. It's the World Championship. Just got confirmation from the Chief Judge. So carry your own boards. You got this. Get back to the dock. You can do it, girls.
And right up there, Sissy Travers hitting her feature.
No.
If you guys hear some of those ambient noises, that is family and friends standing by and cheering their favorite riders on. Oh, that was sick. Way to go, Sissy Travers. 10 years old here from Australia as well. As she's kind of setting up on some of these.
Oh, that was a really nice hit.
This has been a very clean run so far.
Yeah. That was a little replay seeing there.
And she's looking really stylish with it. Like, everything she's doing seems pretty effortless. She's not exhausting herself with the rope at all, or, you know, having to take any sorts of breaks. There we go, a shot on Sissy Travers again.
This has gone from the kicker transfer across and then a full 360 rotation
All right, I've got myself set up now. I've got all my information in front of me. Just, yeah, getting kicked off this morning.
We're just getting dialed this morning.
I
If you guys
don't
are in
know
the
about
States,
you.
you're just getting ready to go to bed. But
I don't know about you, but I was wrecked after yesterday. Just so much action going on in the water. And like even after I left the booth, the commentary booth, and just went out there and got amongst the action. Oh, yeah, nice little transfer. Looked like there onto that step down flat bar, frontside 270 out. Is that Sissy Travers?
that is Sissy Travers.
Oh, actually.
Mia Marks in the blue.
Yes. Scarecrow off the kicker. So getting inverted. And that's going to...
Right there, we've got Ava Hutton for the first time on camera here. She's in that red bib.
Nice work, Ava.
out wide, finishing it off. Coming back into the fans, getting a round of applause. Looked like that might be the end of the jam format for these under 10 girls.
We will have heat 2, I believe. Well, if that's not Sissy Travers, let's see here. That might be Sissy Travers rounding it out here. Yep, that would be Sissy. She is pulling in, and that will conclude the jam.
So cool to see these young ladies, these girls out here absolutely shredding. And, you know, seeing scarecrows, 360s, you know, the rail riding, these are under 10.
Under 10.
Blows my mind just how deep the talent pool is here in Australia. And it's all because of places like this here at Gold Coast Wake Park.
That inspire the creativity and the love for the sport.
I know Daniel really puts on, he puts a lot of effort into growing the grassroots of the sport. He puts on, learn to ride days. I was reading yesterday with the adaptive divisions. He puts on, free days where people can come along and learn to ride an adaptive wakeboard. So it's just amazing, giving back like that and getting people stoked on the sport. I know it's a sport that I loved and but loved getting into, and it's just there's nothing like it, honestly. We've got heat number 2 getting out there right now. Looks like
The under 10 girls features. Again, semifinals, 2 heats. Of those 2, 4 will advance to a final. Or sorry, 2 in this heat and 2 in the previous heat will advance to a final. Out on the water right now, we have got Ivy Homer kicking things off here.
nice kicker hit there. I'm sorry, just getting a little bit of coffee in me to get the gears turning.
I'm right behind you. I've been sneaking bites of my burrito over here. I like the black and the white boots.
Yeah, that's cool. We've seen couple of riders rocking the
Kind of do that theme.
Yeah.
Yeah, good on them. Make it your own. Own it, girl.
Yeah, and Ivy getting a nice little air off the safety. Just a little bump on the front of the kicker transfer. Frontside 180 there off that wave kicker. Just having a look who we've got out there. That's rider number 2, I believe, Lola Homer. So they're sisters. I'm just going to throw it out there. Ivy and Lola.
I would venture to say, I bet you it is very similar to the Stuckey brothers.
Yeah. 7 and 10 years old. So youngest rider in the competition, Ivy Homer. They're the rider in red. That's Jasmine Lang. Now, I don't know about you. After yesterday, I just went straight back to the hotel, got into bed, watched the Supercross.
Watch Super Motocross. Good on Jet, though. If you're watching here from Australia, your hometown boys, not necessarily hometown from Gold Coast, but home country Australia, Jet Lawrence taking the championship in the 450 division for the Super Motocross
And
world
his
title.
brother Hunter getting second right there. That was so cool.
And in triumphant fashion, no less. But yeah, I went as soon as the event was over. I went back and I picked up some sushi, which I have learned is so good out here.
Oh yeah.
You're a little closer than Charlotte, North Carolina with the sushi. So there's a spot really close to our hotel. I was able to pick up a little sushi, enjoy myself, and go straight to bed. And then this morning I actually went surfing with a friend of mine. So
Right.
that's the wet hair.
How are the waves?
They're really good. We went down to Burleigh. I don't know if I'm saying that right. So
Burleigh Heads?
Burleigh Heads, and it was pretty fun. It was early, and it was a little chilly for my taste, but I was okay in the water, which was nice. I had actually asked if I needed a wetty, like a wetsuit, and they said no. They were like, you won't need one, so I just popped in the water, and they were right. Like, once you're kind of, moving around, it warms up a bit.
Yeah.
But, yeah, really nice waves this morning, and did my makeup in the car here, grabbed a burrito, and here we go for day 3.
That was so cool there, the transfer for Mary Jones, 11-year-old from Great Britain.
Our only non-Australian in the World Championships right now.
And while this is the 10 and under division, you will notice there are a few of these girls who are 11 years old, so they must have turned 11 this year. I believe it's a cutoff at the start of the year. So yeah, it's cool to see this jam format going on. We've got our production crew bringing us all
the action. So if you are watching and you've got your favorite kiddo that you're cheering on out there, let us know in the YouTube comments, and we'll try to go grab an interview with them a little later. I'm going to try to get down there and pull people in, so that'll be fun.
toe side 360 off that XL kicker. Now with that wide angle, I couldn't quite see who that was. It must be potentially that rider there in red, Jasmine Lang. I'll confirm that. Oh, yeah, going up onto the pipe, that kinked pipe rail, just getting the first chunk of it. And these drone views that we're getting, brought to you by Mr. Greg Weatherall, Platinum Drones. Looks like we got an angle here for a transfer up onto that step-down rail, just
Lola Homer.
slipping off the inside there, Lola.
These drone shots are so great, though. Like, they look so good, and Dave does a great job with his on the WWA Instagram, if you guys follow that, and you can see all the cool tricks that these guys land, and the drone shots are just unreal. You see these guys flying these drones right behind these athletes, and it gets you so, up close. You were telling me yesterday, Brad, that a long time ago you guys needed helicopters to get those shots.
Yeah, and that's expensive. So it's very rare that you'd actually get that happening. Otherwise, it would be like someone on the back of a jet ski holding a camera, and then you've got wakes and rollers going everywhere. So the drones, and you even saw it last night in the Super Motocross. They got the drones.
They've got the drones. They used to have these things called spider cams, and they'd string these super heavy bike cams across the stadiums, and they were hundreds of thousands of dollars to travel and to put up for each stadium. And now they just use drones. It's so cool.
Yeah.
Get you closer to the action than ever before.
Oh, and that must be incredibly talented drone flyers.
Pilots.
Yeah, the pilots.
Well, now they have drone pilot races, and they hire a lot of the guys for that who will now do a lot of the Formula One shots, which I thought was really interesting. Someone told me that the fastest drone pilot in the world now does full-time drone footage for Formula One.
Yeah, that's insane. Who would have thought playing with a little remote control toy would be leading to a career working in the Formula One?
A very lucrative career. We have eyes right now on Ivy Homer. Again, this is Heat 2 of the girls under 10 division.
Yeah, getting a good piece of that up rail on the double rail there.
Little athletes. They are so strong. Good on them.
And obviously just having a lot of fun out there. You can't ask for much better conditions than this. Beautiful morning here on the Gold Coast.
For some of these girls, the board is bigger than they are. They're running around with their board coming back on the slope, and it was fun watching them.
Frontside 540 takes her down.
Brave. Good job, Jasmine Lang. Going for it.
And you see immediately just swimming back to the shore. She's like, if I can get just one more lap out there, if I can get back just in time. I mean, the clock is ticking. It's winding down, so unsure if she will get another crack at that one, but she is swimming.
She went for it, though.
It is like the triathlon, except swapping biking for wakeboarding.
Right.
And then you got to swim and run, get back out there.
And then do your thing. Pulling up the Ride Line app right now.
As am I. It's great to get the live scoring and
So cool.
timing, all
Instantaneous.
that sort of stuff.
Look at her hopping away happy.
So it looks like that's going to be the end of this jam for these young ladies.
That will conclude that portion of the jam. Now next up we have the 10 and under boys, which will be a fun competition to follow. Jack Farley, who I believe competed yesterday as well. Marie, Manny, Onate, McGee, Joshua Taylor, and Hudson Burrs in Heat 1 for the 10 and under boys. And again, this will be another jam session. But we've still got one lady out on the water, Mary Jones, taking her final lap. Looks like she's had a good time out there. It is really just a beautiful day walking in. It's like perfect temperature outside, water's glass. It's a good day to be in the Gold Coast.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see this next division go out there. The under 10 boys. We've got some heavy hitters out there, like
Jack Farley.
Yeah, some of these young riders. You know, one in particular who I follow on Instagram, who we'll see in heat number 2, Mr. Cruzy Boy.
Okay, so I've heard a lot. I've heard about Cruise E-Boy. Give me the lowdown on Cruise E-Boy.
He is by far one of the biggest frothers on wakeboarding that I've ever seen. Like, he is just...
You know, I'm going to leave here saying frothers and feel really cool about myself. Like, I digressed in aging by at least 10 years when I say that.
But no, he just is absolutely pumped up on wakeboarding all the time. You'll see it after every trick, he's throwing up the shaka. He's, you know, just having so much fun on the water. And not only that, but he absolutely rips, along with a lot of these young boys. So it looks like we're getting just a bit of a spray down from our first rider out there while they get ready to start the clock.
And that will be Mr. Jack Farley. You mentioned social media. That has begun to play such a big role in the sport. And in sports in general, how much do you see it now kind of affecting wakeboarding and wake sports?
Oh, I mean, in terms of, you know, getting sponsorship and things like that, it is huge. You'll have some riders, obviously, that if they're only focusing on competitions, the Roller Revert taking them down there. But yeah, a lot of, you know, some are more just competitive. Some of, you know, your free riders are kind of where in the past they would be working on like video sections all the time. But now you're getting into that content creator sort of crossing over into wakeboarding, where the likes of Thomas Herman, for example, you know, and you'll see Corey Tunison as well. A bunch of them all pumping out content. And, you know, getting millions of views on some of their videos.
Eyes on the sport, not just for the sport, but for who they are as athletes, too. I find that kind of parallel really interesting as well.
Yeah, you get to see a lot of personality coming through. And sponsors will be looking at that. If you can get millions of views on a video where you're riding a certain board or wearing certain product, that's where the sponsors are really keeping an eye on that. And yeah, Cruzy Boy is very present on social media, but right now that's Jack Farley going for a scarecrow off the wave kicker.
Kind of enjoying himself out there.
Yeah, on the toes with the the transfer front lip slide 270 out.
We're bringing John into the booth as well. John, can you kind of explain to us the format that we're looking at today in the semifinals for the under 10 boys and the 11 to 13 girls. Are you guys working off the same jam format that we are accustomed to seeing, or is this the slope style that we saw yesterday?
This is the traditional jam format that we've been accustomed to seeing. So for the amateurs, the whole way through, we'll keep it at this jam format. So there's multiple riders on the water at the same time. Currently, there's 4 riders, and each set of features, meaning the features that are next to each other on the course, are a section. So there's 5 sets of features on the course, so there's 5 sections. Each group has a different percentage. Right now, we're seeing the kickers. Those kickers are 20%, for example, and this feature right here is 21%. So each has a slightly different percentage, from ranging from 24 to 16%, and riders earn points for just a single best trick. So as you see this rider coming into the feature, it's a pretty solid hit right there. So he's got a good amount of points on the board already with that hit, and he's probably going to look to improve on it in the future. But you'll see some riders skipping features, and that's because if they have solid hits like that they're happy with and they think it's maybe the best they're going to do, they might take a break, catch their breath, because there's 7 minutes for the whole heat. So it can be pretty exhausting hitting 5 features every single lap for 7 minutes. And just 7 minutes equates to about 5 laps, just over. So they get about 5 attempts if they don't fall. But if they do fall, they have to swim back to the shore, run back to the dock, and get on any open carrier on the cable, and then they can continue. And so you see this rider coming right here under this feature on the left, and just getting a nice solid hit right there. So, you know, there's a few in a row now. That means they start off with gaps, but then they fall, they get on, they might be in front or behind a rider. There's a lot of strategy to this format. A lot of, you know, deciding, are you going to go really hard early on and maybe fall but have time to get back on the water, or are you going to save those tricks that you might fall on for the end of the heat? You know, do you go all out at the beginning? Do you kind of work your way up from easier hits to harder hits? So you'll see a lot of different strategies out there.
Yeah, and we saw a half cab roll there from Manny. And look, he's going from on that bump to the second part of that elbow pipe rail. But yeah, as you're saying, it's very, very much a lot of tactics out there where, you know, it's a single best score on each section, right, John? So, you know, if you've had a really good hit on one of the sections, there's not much point in risking it anymore, and you can just focus on the other ones.
Yeah, and of course some features like kickers are more risky to fall on, and some of the rails are less risky. So, you know, that kind of plays into strategy. But we saw, for example, Gunther Oka in the first round of Pro Men, they did this format, and Gunther had an early fall in the very farthest feature on the course.
I know.
On the first lap. He swam, ran all the way back. There were 5 people in the heat. He got on the water with just enough time for 1 lap, and he put down a hit on every single feature in 1 lap, and it was enough to get through. So
did he win the heat, or he got second in the heat?
He got second, but he made it through. Only 2 out of 5 made it through, and that heat was pretty heavy. A lot of good riders, so he got second.
Every heat, I feel like, has had a lot of good riders in it in the pro class.
Oh, we just saw Hudson going for a tantrum off the flat bar. Now that is challenging because you're not getting any kick upwards. It's literally like doing a standing backflip on the ground, and he almost got around and landed it.
Yeah, so it's definitely a really challenging trick right there. And there's about a minute left on the clock for these riders. So a lap is a minute 20. So a lot of these riders, well, all of these riders, if you see them hit a feature, that'll be their last chance at that feature. So it's kind of getting into crunch time right now in the heat.
So just Jack and Manny out on the water at the moment.
We've got eyes currently on Jack Farley.
These boys with the opportunity.
Oh, sorry, Jack Farley? Jack Farley. Max Lilly, actually. No, we're right. We're on Jack Farley. We're on
Yeah.
Jack Farley still.
About to get started. Now, if you are following along on the Ride Line app, I'm just having a look at mine here. It looks like we may be a little bit behind in terms of the heat that's showing underneath. I keep hitting refresh and hoping it pulls up to the riders we're looking for. It's Mr. Cruisy Boy.
That's your boy. That's your boy.
I mean, there's so many good riders out here, but, you know, definitely one that's through social media put himself out there and got himself known. But here off the toe side, toe side back roll.
held
sticks
on.
it.
He held on. Look at him. Look at him do the fist bump.
Manny absolutely pumped up there.
I'm not going anywhere. Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah, so time is officially up now, so you can see those riders letting go. We're going to get all 4 of those riders off the water, and of course get the next heat on. So it goes pretty quick.
Now, with the next heat only featuring 3 athletes, will 2 still advance out of that group of 3?
Yes, so I think most of the day, I'd have to look at the sheet, I think most of the day 2 advance through. And, you know, these are our semifinals right now, so that'll put 4 people in that finals, which is a really nice number because there's 8 carriers, so everyone gets a space, which makes it a little less chaotic out there for the riding. You know, you can definitely feel the riders pulling and moving around in front and behind you. So, yeah, it looks like we're getting this next heat on the dock, getting ready to go.
I actually just noticed there one of our riders in that last heat must be the younger brother of Casey Taylor, who we saw riding yesterday, Joshua Taylor, a young rider from New Zealand who their dad built a cable system, a homemade cable system up in Ruakaka, which is a couple of hours from where I live. I actually used to ride there. It was a really, really fun park, but they moved over here at the beginning of this year to ride full size because there are none in New Zealand. So, I mean, if the family as a whole moved to Australia purely so that the kids
chase the sport,
could chase the sport, that is pretty incredible.
It is, but it's becoming so much more common in sports. You know, you'll see it with the Lawrence brothers. You'll see it, especially with skateboarding. A lot of riders like moving to the U.S. because of the training facilities. With soccer, you want to be in Europe. I think now the world, with how small it almost feels because of the ease of travel, you know, moving doesn't seem so daunting as it might have been 10 years ago. But a lot of families now kind of relocating, giving their kids the best shot they can have at a sport that they love.
And with wakeboarding, it used to pretty much only be Orlando that you would have to move to. Whereas now with cable, you know, the Gold Coast or Queensland in general is another place that you could move to, you know, in terms of the weather, in terms of the facilities that are around. And there are other places around the world that have become these sort of hubs for cable and wake park riding. So it's not just Orlando, although Orlando is still a pretty epic place to go and wakeboard. But yeah, we saw, was that Nate Hooper?
That would have been Nate Hooper.
Going for the big old back roll off of that XL kicker. Looks like Cruisy Boy coming down that back line into the Stucky feature. Oh, transfer to front lip slide. Pretzel 270 off. Now, when are we going to see him go for the double? He might have a couple of warm-up hits. There you go. There's the cab roll, grabbing at Indy. Or I guess mute. A little warm-up there, you know, just feeling it out. Getting a few hits in, making sure he gets a score on each section before he takes that risk of going for the double.
What do you like about Cruz E-Boy's riding style?
I mean, he's just pumped on wakeboarding the whole time, you know, and you can see it kind of translate through into his riding. He's really good behind the boat as well as on the cable. Seeing Nate going pretty much a full pull across that flat step down rail there. But yeah, no, just love seeing people who are out there loving wakeboarding and they're just passionate about it and pushing themselves and charging hard and, you know, not afraid to crash and get up, shake it off and go for another one. Yeah, that's a kind of an elephant style front roll there for Nate. He's, you know, the elephant is basically where you go for a scarecrow, so it's a front roll with a 180, but right as you're going for that 180, you kind of rewind it back and bring it back to what would have been just a front roll.
Now, John, when we do get into those finals formats, it looks as though most finals are going to be 2 runs. Is that correct? Or
Cruisy Boy going for the double cab roll. Oh, and he bailed out halfway through from someone who has unfortunately bailed out halfway through a double flip and suffered the consequences myself. You know, that is not really something you want to do. You know, it's either commit or not, but unfortunately there, Cruisy Boy getting opened out a little bit, you know, and you got to stay tucked to do a double flip, you know, whether you can grab your board or some people wrap their arm around their knee a little bit. just to stay tucked up. But, you know, Cruisy Boy might have a bit more time to get back there. We saw Max going, kind of slipping off and catching that double rail, taking a spill. So we got 2 riders down. We still got 1 more on the water, or we got all three riders down taking a swim now? Oh no, we still got our number 1 rider there, Max Lilly. He's still on the water. Oh no, that's sorry, a little replay that I was just seeing on the Rideline app. So just a little bit of a delay on the app, so keep my eyes on the main screen here to keep up with things.
We've got Nate Hooper, a good shot of him as he's still on the course right now.
Yeah, so to answer your question from earlier, in the features today and tomorrow, it'll all be this format.
It will all be a jam format.
In the park divisions, it's a traditional format as you see in many other sports where it's 2 runs, best run counts. It's your entire park that you're using, so you're doing flat water tricks, you're hitting every single feature. And it's not a jam like this. It's you know, classic. Start at point A and at point B. Everything kind of counts along the way.
What was the thought process behind that format for features and then the unique format for park, or the traditional format for park and then the jam for features?
So it's something we've done for a long time, but essentially, you know, with jam only can work in features, for example, because to do air tricks, the flat water tricks, there's a lot of tension on the cable, a lot of shake, and it if someone's doing an air trick on one spot and someone's hitting a feature right in front of them, it can throw them off on the feature and things. So, you know, there's a lot less crazy shake and tension on just features. However, that's still a factor at play. And then, you know, with air trick runs, that's kind of the traditional way, but adding this features thing, you know, honestly, people just love it. They love riding in it. It's super fun to ride with your friends. You know, you can kind of feed off the energy. It's a really cool show for people that are here in person because you can watch all this action.
Sorry to interrupt. We got eyes on Cruisy Boy going for the double. Oh, not able to come all the way around. Full commitment, and he wants
He's
another
swimming.
crack.
He wants another. He is getting to the shore as quickly as possible.
And I think to what you're talking about there, John, the jam format really gives the riders the most opportunity to have time on the water, to, you know, the most hits of each of the features. When you've got a bunch of riders out there, you know, if you're going one at a time, it's soaking up a lot more time than if you've got a handful of riders out there at once.
And it gives you the opportunity, what Cruisy Boy just did, which is, you know, try a double flip, because only your best trick counts. So falls don't hurt you at all in this format. You know, you lose
Except
time.
the time you have to get back.
Yeah, you lose time, but point-wise, you don't lose points. Whereas in a traditional format, you definitely lose points on those runs. Of course, you get 2 tries, but, you know, once you fall, it's over. And so, you know, I think there's a little bit more risk that can be played here, because you could already have a super solid score and have a few more attempts at the rails or at the kickers and stuff. So you see Cruisy Boy already getting strapped in, hoping to get a 3rd attempt at that. So
yeah, not sure exactly where we are on the clock, but if he can get onto the water before the clock expires, then if the clock expires, does he get to finish his lap, or does it end the moment the time runs out?
When the time runs out, if they're on the feature, so if they've touched the plastic already, then that's it. But I believe that was the horn we heard through the microphones of the live stream.
So
he was on the water before the horn.
But he has to be on the feature. So
he has to be on the feature. Got it.
He probably will do it for the fans, I think.
Oh,
He's going to try it for the crowd, and hopefully we get to see a shot of that. But if I'm correct that was the horn, then these are actually not counting right now. That time is up. So time starts when everyone's on the water, and time stops immediately at those 7 minutes. So, you know, there's going to be riders in different places. So it's kind of how that works. And, again, if he lets go here, that tells us that the time is up. It looks like it is, but hopefully we get to see Cruisy Boy try that.
As he's making the turn around the back, guys in the director's chair, if you want to move to the XL kicker and give us a shot of that, we'd like to see if Cruisy Boy makes this attempt, if you guys are listening. We can see. Oh, he's cutting through the course. Do you think he's going to do it for the fans? We've got a shot of him.
100%. Look at that.
Look at him. He's going for it. Oh, what an entertainer. What a little entertainer.
He really is an entertainer. I watched the little clip of him where they interviewed him for the news, and he is like made to be in front of the camera.
I mean, look, John's got his camera out.
Double cabby, it's looking good. Oh, sticks it clean. That was unbelievable.
After the buzzer, however, it will not count towards the competition. But you know what? That's honor points
to me.
That's honor points.
He's the youngest rider to ever land a double flip. He landed it at 9 years old a couple of years ago over in the UK for the first time. And look at that, just big double flip. I mean, it's insane that someone at that age are doing tricks like that. I mean, it took me until my 20s to be able to start throwing that sort of a trick.
He was the 2022 WWA U9 cable champion. He was the 2023 WWA Under 9 boat champion. Now he is 11 years old, from Australia. Just getting the crowd amped this morning.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I'm pretty sure in 2022, when he won the World Championships, he had done that double flip after time, just like this. So the time he tried it, he fell, he came back, got on the water, buzzer went off, still did the double flip, and he landed the first ever, or the youngest double flip, in the world. And he did that in the same fashion we just saw. So super cool. That's, as I said, what's really cool about this format. You get to see some pretty crazy tricks go down.
And Cruisy Boy, if you're down there watching, you don't need the coffee to wake you up this morning. You just need Cruisy Boy doing double flips to get you pumped up.
I might still need the coffee.
I mean, I've still got my coffee here, let's be honest.
But that was pretty darn cool. Out on the water now, Maddie Watkins. Her dad, Daniel Watkins, actually the owner here at Gold Coast Wake Park. So he's having a busy weekend as well. His daughter's competing for a world championship. He owns the park. They've got this huge event going on, but right now he's wearing his dad hat.
Yeah, nice transfer there to backside board slide. Maddie, obviously getting every opportunity to ride. If your dad owns a park like this.
Pretty cool childhood. Imagine growing up, being able to just say, hey, after school I'm going to go hit the cable park.
Yeah, my dad's one of the legends of wakeboarding. We got our own cable park. You cannot ask for much more than that.
No. Obviously from Australia, so she is hometown as you can get.
Yep.
Speaking of growing up here, this park has such a good variety of features that really, I think, is key to see these riders progress. You have that incline box we saw earlier under 10's hit. You have all these, flat rails here next to it. There's a banana piped rail. So
look at the little guys on the dock. They're
rides.
so stoked. Look at that. They're so stoked.
That's what the sport's all about.
Yeah.
Gotta love it. So we got Maddie Watkins out there in the yellow. In the green we got Lexi Pascoe. And in the red, we have Alessandra Howe.
3 girls in each heat. Now, and these will, 1 transfer will 2 transfer from each heat.
It's still 2. So
Still
the
2.
finals will be 4-person finals.
So just 1 girl will go home from each heat in this 11 to 13 girls division.
Cutthroat out here.
Man, there is no participation trophy, no added girl, but I mean, I think they like it that way. They come here for the competition. They want to be competitive. Now, John, you were out there on the dock yesterday. What were the vibes like following the land of the double KGB? I was up by, obviously, we were in the booth and by the cameras, but you were actually on the dock when when Mr. Stuckey landed his double KGB.
Well, what's really cool about the sport at the moment is that everyone in the sport just wants to see it grow, wants to see it progress, So you would think normally people would be bummed because Trent just pretty much sealed the deal with that trick, to win the contest. But everyone on the dock was just so excited to see it go down, see something that's never been done in a contest. To be honest, I don't think anyone's ever seen it go down on a full-size cable park until this week. And so to see that level of progression happening, and honestly, it's kind of throughout the whole year, it's been over and over. The sport's just growing so quickly and being pushed so hard by all these riders that, it's kind of this team feeling on the dock where everyone just has that same goal in mind, and they're really excited and cheering them on. So it was a lot more excitement than you would think coming from competitors.
Well, I feel like they thrive off it as well. Like, you see something like that go down, and it just gets you pumped to go out and go for something yourself. I was actually out there as well as a spectator, sitting with a handful of the...
Being admired by so many people, like everywhere you went. I'm standing by this camera and I hear people go, Brad, Brad. And I'm thinking like, what is going on here? You were like literally a walking legend and celebrity. Everyone wanting photos with you, everyone wanting to say hi, just admiration all around. So yeah, you were out there and you were admired.
Minus the walking part, but...
Yeah. You were rolling. You were rolling.
A rolling legend. I had a great time yesterday. And I even made the joke about it that it's like, oh, I'll make it 3 meters and then I get stopped again. And
you really did. You only made it a couple of inches
like
every single time. I felt bad even flagging you down by the camera. So I was like, you're on a roll.
It was so cool though. It's great to meet everyone. And people that I haven't seen in a long time. There's that big tantrum from Maddie Watkins. I saw Alessandra did a frontside 360 off one of the kickers earlier, off that this kicker that we're about to see here on the left side.
Great shot of her. What a beautiful shot right there.
Yeah, it really shows how beautiful this whole cable park is. You can see the foothills in the back,
awesome.
And the weather's all time right now, and we're really lucky to be out here at the Gold Coast, enjoying this beautiful weather and beautiful park.
Oh, frontside. I'm going to call that a frontside 450 off the kicker.
Pasco.
She might have been going for a frontside 5 because that's how she kind of pulled it around afterwards, but not quite getting that full 540 rotation, but landing in like a board slide and still riding away. So really cool. There's Alessandra hitting that Stucky feature.
One thing that's interesting about this too is that feature reminded me, these features got here 3 weeks ago. So, it's a pretty even playing field for everyone because,
even if it is your home park, you only have had a limited amount of time on these features. It's not like these are the same features you worked on a year ago.
Yeah, and the park made a big update for this event, and then the riders are loving it, and it's super awesome to have all those new features.
And for those of you who don't know, this park's been around for, I believe, about 8 years, and they've been hit by flood after flood. They got hit with some sort of, I think, typhoon or cyclone that came through and picked up the aqua park, sent it into the cables. It ripped the whole cable park down. I think even pulled one of the towers down. And
I heard that some of the features went down the river, that they had to dredge them back up and into the park.
Yeah,
and a lot of them got damaged because they went down the river and ran into something, and they were not repairable.
There's the 540.
Hence all the new features coming in.
Yeah, and so that was cool. Lexi Pasco landing that 540. The transfer there for Alessandra, going frontside 270 out from that backside board slide. And and so, there was a question there as to whether these World Championships were even going to be able to go down here after they'd been pretty much locked in. And then that happened. So good hustle from the team here to pull things back together. Alessandra getting that frontside 540, hopping it back around off the landing, and I believe the time is ticking down, so they're probably toward the end of this jam. These young ladies, Maddie, Lexi, and Alessandra.
Yeah, and that sounds like the horn right there, so that will do it for that heat. But looks like we have another 11 to 13 girls features heat coming right up.
Now I'm going to need some help trying to pronounce this last name on the list there.
I'm going to leave that to you, Brad.
You would.
I would.
Also taking it to the water.
Corey, we're looking to you, girlfriend.
Brahim? Is it a soft B, that second one?
Brahim?
Brahim?
That's funny.
Heat number 1 have done everything that they can to make themselves known to the
Brahim
judges.
Piptaswati. Yes. And if you just say it real fast with confidence. Yeah. Apologies if we are butchering your name there a little bit.
Respect only, my girl.
Yeah.
However, this will be... we were having this conversation yesterday. Well, Christian is a good friend of mine, and she is a former wakeboarder. She's very much a part of this community, and even to this day on TV, people say, well, Christian. And this is
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's Christian.
Christian. Yeah, we saw her there last night or yesterday.
On Supercross, she crushed it, my girl.
She does so well.
She does such a good job.
Yeah.
One of the best field reporters in the biz. She's awesome.
But yeah, Braham is a young Thai rider. So it's cool to have a little bit of an international field out here. We also got Aurelia Jones and Caitlin Bean.
I do like these jams. They're not as chaotic as maybe I thought they would be, but maybe it's because these only have 3 versus 6.
Yeah.
When it's 6, it gets a little wild.
Yeah, 3, 4, pretty ideal number for
manageable
jams.
Manageable. John, what are the parents like down there? Because I know, and I'm sure you know in your experience too, Brad. Like, what are they soccer parents? Are we talking about moto dads and moto moms? What is the vibe with the wake community?
You do get some of them, the wake dads out there, and it's one of those things. Like, I'm sure every dynamic's different with each family. Some of them are really out there pushing the rider and. Hopefully not like on their case if they crash or too hard on them. But at the end of the day, it's the families, the parents that are giving the opportunities to these young riders and getting them out there. They'll be picking them up from school.
And it's not the easiest sport. Like if you're involved in wakeboarding or wake sports of any sort, you're either behind a boat or you're at a cable park, and they're generally not close. It's not like a soccer field where every high school you go to on a Saturday there's going to be a game. You really have to be all in and dedicated to pursue this sport at any level.
Well, I remember when I was 15, 16, kind of training for my first World Championships, which was 2003 here in Australia, down there in Sydney. And I remember my dad would come pick me up from high school, take us down to the river. We had just an old bayliner with a tower on it, and we'd go out and ride until it got dark all the way through winter because I think the Worlds was about this time of year, so coming off the back of the Southern Hemisphere winter. And so, obviously a lot of these riders really will appreciate, hopefully, the effort that the parents put in to help them. And wake park riding's really, really cool because it's a lot more affordable than
the boat and the tow and
the boats are getting pretty pricey these days, especially if you're wanting a boat that pumps out a wake that allows you to be competitive with the best in the world.
Tell me about it. I did boat show this past year on Fox, and I dare ask the price tag on some of these boats, especially.
Beautiful boats, though.
Yeah.
And
granted, some of them were yachts. But
the Nautique G23. I mean, it's been out for about 12, 13 years now, but it absolutely changed the game in wakeboarding. The wake is absolutely perfect on it.
We do a lot of surfing on, I think it's the Paragon on Lake Norman, and we've got a few friends that have those boats. We don't have the Paragon, but a couple of our friends do, and the wake that it puts out is so awesome. It's such a nice wave. Like even today going, surfing in Burleigh, it's weird because you get out on the water and the wake that the Paragon is putting out feels like a natural wake. It feels like a natural wave. It's so cool.
Yeah, that Paragon is like the creme de la creme of the boats out there. It's a boat like you see people with super yachts. They'll have a Paragon just on the back
on the
that
side.
Gets hoisted off.
We did a walkthrough of a super yacht 2 years ago, and he had 2 Paragons, and they were both blacked out. Like it had like the black body wraps on it. And I guess during COVID, like he was a scientist or something like that. Of course, he was his biological scientist. And he and his family went out on the water, and his kids were really into wake surfing. And they would have 2 going at the same time, and like that was part of the story. And he was actually selling the boat too. And
I was like, "What is one going to be? One the surf boat, one's the wakeboarding boat."
I wonder if they do something where you ride the boats super close together. And
I think that's what they were doing,
and you kind of have like a V shape, and you.
That's a lot of fun riding like that.
If you ever get the opportunity, it's pretty crazy experience to have both those waves, one on each side of you, can kind of cut across to, and riding any board or foil or anything back there is really, really fun and exciting, and those waves are massive.
Now, the wake surfing is relatively new. When you guys were coming up, I think, at least at my time, 2012-ish, wake skating was just becoming a thing, becoming bigger. And I know that it's been around for a long time, but it was getting really hot. And then now wake surfing is kind of like that third I think, push for wake sports, but wake surfing has really grown exponentially in the past 5 years.
Oh, it's insane. And then you add foiling as well, which kind of fits into that category. You're surfing, on the wave as well behind the boat, and you get the likes of people like Noah Flegel who just
do everything and anything.
You're like sitting there with might as well be sitting there with a PlayStation controller in the boat, just like pressing up, down, left, right, little cheat codes, and he's out there doing mobs and like 360 backflips, and he's even doing, I saw recently, he did a 360 shove on a foil, which is just ridiculous. And we might be seeing some of that stuff later this week. We do have foil division in the Wakeboard World Championships, which will be going on from Thursday through Sunday this week down at the Marine Stadium down by SeaWorld. So if you are in the area, come along, join us there. We're going to be down there. Yeah.
It's by SeaWorld? Yeah. Well, I grew up in San Diego, so we went to SeaWorld a bit, but it's been a while. I might have to go and see my friends over there. Go do a swim with the dolphins, pet a koala.
Awesome.
I'm so excited. Well, not that I'm very excited for the off day as well, because the koala experience I'm planning for myself. Sorry, Aussie folks that are out here watching. Just standard American.
I mean, it's kangaroos and koalas, right? That's why you come.
That's why I came here. And for great wakeboarding here on the Gold Coast as we watch Miss Aurelia Joan take on that XL kicker.
So it looks like that was pretty much the start of the heat right there. So we're just putting 7 minutes on the clock, and these girls are out on the water ripping right now. Nice little transfer over there. And this box to rail is it's really cool the way it's kind of a rooftop box to rail. It's something unique in wakeboarding, but it seems like a good opportunity for a lot of these people to learn some tricks on. And there you saw a nice little box to rail front lip and an Andy grab off the kicker.
That's Caitlin Bean.
So now coming in, this is a rail just panned away from that Busty, one of the local guys here, designed, and they're
wow, that's a solid
impressive.
hit from Brabham. She, hitting that stucky feature. These girls are 11 to 13 years old.
I may be wrong, but I think she might have won the Worlds last year in England. She lives in England right now, and with that grab scarecrow, she's off to a great start.
Looking really solid out there, and that's how you want to do it. If you can tick off those tricks, get a scoring trick in each section on your first lap, then you're already off to a great start. It means you've got a solid base, solid score there, and that means you can start stepping up your tricks, taking a little bit more risk. And we see, just at 270. Man, a little bit of back and forth. So it was that 270 to switch back lip, back around to board slide, 270 out. They're coming from the outside into board slide down. That stucky feature.
Yeah, there's a nice little flat at the end, which is a blessing and a curse sometimes, because with that flat, you can spin off like you saw her do the 270 off. They are linking up with the 5. She's stoked out there. That's Caitlin Bean. But with that flat, sometimes if you're not properly locked in the rail, it'll buck you off to the left or right side. So it can help you, it can hurt you. But they're linking up, getting a lot of points on the board. We just saw three solid hits right there. She might have wanted to spin out of that one, but they got pretty much 5 attempts at each of these, so tons of time on the clock.
Yeah, and a board slide, dropping the fakie out on that one. There's a backside 360 off the wave kicker. That is our... Is that the... my eyes with colors are terrible, especially from a distance.
That would be Aurelia Joan.
This is now, the back 3 was
Brahim?
Brahim, yeah. I was like, I'm not sure exactly how you say that.
Yeah, I've just decided that the second B is silent because it makes it easier to say.
Works for me.
Apologies, I'm just taking full license on your name, but on how to say it. But we will.
And here, this is Aurelia Jones transferring off that bump onto the pipe. Has a pretty aggressive change in direction on that pipe. So when she's hitting that, she's hitting it going from the outside straight towards the cable. And it's very unique in wakeboarding. Most rails you can see are parallel to the cable, so having that inward angle just changes the tension up a bit.
Yeah, that would mean you get a bit more slack in the line as you're heading back in.
Yeah, and solid 270 transfer right there from Brahim. I'm not.
I'm trying to get that. I'm trying to get the second B in there as well. All right, she's got an approach here on the heel side. Big tantrum, and she is riding solid.
Oh, wow. That was really impressive. Transfer front lip, which means you got to get the tail up and over. It's technically the harder way to do that. And then bringing it back to a front board, 270 out on that transfer box.
Really easy to catch your toe side edge as you're coming up and over the rail there.
Yeah, as you leave a transfer, your tail is lower than your nose. So to get the tail across, more technical. So those are things the judges are definitely going to take note of.
Yeah, so we got the 3 riders out there. Aurelia, she's usually rides down there at Cable's Wake Park in Penrith. That is a beautiful cable down there as well. They got 2 side by side, similar setup to this, but yeah, so many cool features. She's been doing it for about 2.5 years, and all of her family wakeboard. So you know, it's all about just the love for wakeboarding with these young ladies.
On and off that step down rail, very cool. She goes
50-50, little transfer through the alley in the middle on the Stucky feature, back across to the outside, 50-50 down there as well. Locked in solid. And backside, 540. Are you kidding me? Brahim pulling out the backside 5 off the kicker. Yes, this is 11 to 13-year-old girls.
Semifinals.
That's a pretty standard pro women's trick right there. I mean, we saw Courtney do 2 back 5s in her run in pro women's and get on the podium with it. So really impressive. She has a bright future ahead of her.
It really does.
Absolutely. Now, note as we're looking at Brahim, she's from Thailand. She's probably one of the only athletes representing Thailand out in the girls division, at least. I know there's a few in the men's, but from Thailand.
I imagine she spends quite a lot of time out there at Thai Wake Park. I know they've got a couple of wake parks out there, but you know, the legend Daniel Grant spends a lot of time out there and has a lot of influence on Thai wakeboarding, and you know, would probably be pretty responsible for a lot of these young riders coming through and the influence that he's had on them. He is seriously one of the most fun riders to watch on a wakeboard, on a wake skate, even on a trick ski. He'll go out and be doing air tricks and hitting rails, and he is one of the gnarliest trick ski riders I have ever seen. Toe side here for Brahim. Toe side, going for the Pete Rose.
Wow.
Really nice. And we saw a few of those in the pro women's division as well.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm speechless. Back 5, Pete Rose, 11 to 13-year-old girls. Transfer from one rail to the other on that double up rail, the banana rail. Wow. And I believe that is possibly the end of the
that will be the
jam
end
here.
of the jam there.
Unbelievable. You could see
Caitlin running back. They're not sure. They're not sure if it's the end yet, but that will, I think, mark the end of that run.
And when you got two riders running back side by side like that, do you get a little elbowy in there? You kind of nudge them out of the way so you're first off the dock.
Who gets in there first? And of course, those boards are way heavier when you're running.
Yeah.
That's a big race right there to see who can get their board strapped on the quickest, because you know you can't go off the dock at the same exact time. So
no, but if the competition has already ended, if the clock's run out,
yeah, they're done.
They're done. They won't be able to get back on the water.
Yeah.
Correct.
Correct.
And Brahim just coming back around with a few more tricks on her way back. She may have one more hit at the kicker here just to give us a little something. Switch front side 720. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, so she let go because she knew the time ended right there, but that was
for fun. That was style
really
points.
impressive. 3 kicker hits right there from her.
Not that she's going to need that frontside 7 with the back 5 and a Pete Rose here in the 11 to 13-year-old girls division. But I would say the rest of the girls are going to be keeping a close eye on her, knowing that she is the main competition for the finals.
Brad, we may not have known her name going into this, but we certainly will keep an eye on her. And
I'm not going to forget it.
we're not going to forget it. What a dominant run. Dominant run. Next up, we'll be watching the 11 to 13-year-old boys semi-final with a stacked first heat of 5 young men: Reed Radick, Max Stedman, Jaeger O'Donnell, Gus Gannon, Luca Adib Sami will round out the 5 young men competing in that first heat in the 11 to 13 boys semi-final.
I'd be interested to know if he goes for Jaeger or Jagger. Jaeger,
Well,
or yeah.
apparently my brain goes straight to Jaeger, but I wish it didn't do those things. But that's what we trend towards. But it might be Jagger. It might be Jagger, and I might have just shown my age as well. John, are you having fun in here? Yeah, John's having.
Yeah, I love being on the live stream. I just
You've got
just
another
trying to
job.
make sure, yeah, everything else is going smoothly. But no, I love it. I started, my first thing doing events was hopping on live streams in 2017 for Plastic Playgrounds. And worked my way up through, judging and chief judging and kind of organizing a few events. So I love to get back in where I started in the booth.
Well, you do a great job. It's nice to have you in here, not only to explain the formats, which have been so cool to kind of see the different formats and how riders respond to them and the different asks that each format has for the athletes.
Yeah, well, there's definitely a lot going on at the World Championships. Most contests would have one format, but at the World Championships, we bring all the aspects of wakeboarding together for one
to
World
create the best
Championship.
competition.
It's
Sure.
really exciting, too, of course, over 4 days on just the park side, another 4 days on the boat side. So super exciting. And it looks like we are getting this next heat started. I think the timer just went off to start the heat. So,
And in the red, Jagger O'Donnell out there on the water right now. In the first heat of the 11 to 13 boys. And this is for World Championship. So for these boys, especially 11 to 13, one of the more competitive classes, you have representation from the USA. There's also 4 Australian athletes in this. And these are the best in the world. These are really guys that are coming here to claim that title and represent their country.
yeah, that was a super solid hit right there with the 180 on, stepping up, getting a full pole locked into that rail, and then doing a frontside 360 off. And now coming in and board slide pretzel 450, which means the opposite way. It's a kind of slang and board sports for spinning the opposite way because you get pretty twisted up. It's a pretty technical thing to do.
Now, at that time, that was Gus Gannon, I believe, in the blue bib. Gus is only 3 years into wakeboarding. He learned 3 years ago how to park, and he had said that he's just looking forward to kind of meeting and riding with new shredders within the wakeboard community. He's from Victoria, Australia.
And there's a solid scarecrow from Max Stedman. And here is that Gus again in the blue and following Max back into here. Oh my goodness, getting taken down, clipping that transfer from that angle. It's really hard to tell. That's way skinnier than a normal transfer is, so you have to be pretty precise on that line. If you come in too fast, you do what he did, which means you kind of just bump into the wall and you can get tripped over it. If you come in too slow, you're just not going to get on the feature. So you have a pretty small window there. It's almost half as wide as most transfer boxes. So it's definitely a very technical rail out here. It's long, and here we see coming into that, I believe that's Gus again. And coming off a little bit off the outside, so it just shows how hard that rail can be, and a little hard to understand from the video just how technical some of the stuff is out there.
Now you were talking about Max just before. Now he'd been wakeboarding behind their family boat since a young age, and they went on a little family holiday to England, and he found a cable park over there. It might have been Liquid Leisure. There's a few cables around there in the UK. And fell in love with it, and so when they got back to Australia, he's been riding at Cables Wake Park in Penrith, ever since. And yeah, that's really cool seeing. He didn't even find it in his own country. He just was out over there. Maybe it might have even been at Thorpe. They might have gone to the amusement park as a family and seen the cable park there. So it's really cool to see and to hear how some of these young riders find wakeboarding.
And it is, I think the cable parks have done such a great job of that with the simple tourism. You know, there's a couple of cable parks in Florida, and I know going down there, when you visit the tourism boards or you have all of the pamphlets in the hotels when you check in, they're now advertising these cable parks. So wakeboarding traditionally hasn't been as accessible for someone who has never wakeboarded before, because you do have to rent the boat all day and it could take a lot of time. But this is a great place for young boarders to learn. You know, at a cable park, it's not as exhaustive for everyone in the boat. I remember learning how to wakeboard, and we were, 7, 8 years old. And every time they would have to turn around to pick you up, you just felt bad. You were, oh man, the whole boat has to turn around. Whereas here, it's like you're kind of on your own. It's just such a great.
Looking at this rusty rail, even though the cable's a little bit shaky.
So yeah, just super accessible.
I love how also the fact that it's right here in the Gold Coast. The surf can be very weather dependent, right? And so the cable is always spinning and pulling as long as there's no lightning. And so if there's not happens to be waves that season or that day, it's another way for people that are surfers to get on a board in a different way and just experience time out on the water. So it's really cool to have come up here in the last 8 years and have another opportunity for people to enjoy the sun and the water when there's maybe not so many waves that day.
Off the XL kicker.
Pete Rose for Gus Gannon. Unfortunately, he went down on that one. He's been wakeboarding for 3 years now, and one of the big things he's mentioned about coming along to these worlds is just being so excited to meet other riders and, riding in this division as well. He'll be meeting riders of the same age, so making friends, people to go and ride with, push himself. They can push each other. I know that's a huge part of progression in wakeboarding, is riding with other people that are either at a similar level or better than you. I know when I was young and coming up, a couple of my best friends were 5, 6 years older than me and a lot better than me when we started, and that's just a really good way to get that influence from other riders and really push yourself as a wakeboarder. So that's really cool to see from Gus, just pumped to come out, make some new friends in the sport that he's fallen in love with.
And we kind of saw that relationship exemplified yesterday with Courtney Angus and Eve Skews. She's living with Courtney. Courtney's a little bit older than her. They're housemates, and they train together and ride together. And even though Courtney doesn't really own the title of coach, she's certainly a mentor, I think, to Eve, and has kind of helped her and allowed Eve to learn from her, which is nice.
And not many better riders in women's cable wakeboarding to be mentored by than Courtney Angus.
Makes that look really, really cool. Toe side transfer there from the man Luca, spinning out the top.
Max Steedman coming down that back line, a toe side approach into that Stucky feature, coming to the outside, looking to transfer on, but just not quite getting the right angle there. Going to keep the camera locked on him as he comes around to these kickers. Looks like he might even pass them up. He might have even already got a scoring trick on there, or actually sounded like we heard the horn just there. So
I do think that was the horn.
The end of this heat number 1.
If you're following on Ride Line, we're running a little behind, but just stay with us there.
Backside 540 for Jagger, and unfortunately going down there, but that wasn't going to count anyway. That was just for the fun, for the crowd, and for you out there tuning in on the live feed, whether it's through the WWA Rideline app or tuning in on YouTube. If you are watching on YouTube, drop a comment in there or jump across onto the Rideline app, download it. It gives you all of the riders, the timings, the scores.
Unfortunately, that was sick, but unfortunately it won't count because the horn has been sounded. But
So that will conclude the first heat of the boys 11 to 13. We're going to take a quick little break here, kind of resituate, and then we will jump back in for heat 2. We'll see you guys shortly.
Alrighty. So we got Louis, Cruz, Harley, and Petey, and off through the water momentarily.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill, since even a century of experience is only a start. Our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology, to imagine and try and test until we build something worthy of adventure, so that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Cruz on the putt
Welcome back to the WWA Wake Park World Championships presented by Nautique Boats. Let's give a little love to our sponsors, GM Marine, the event exclusively PCM Marine engines featuring GM Marine engine technology. Also Roswell designs and manufactures industry-leading marine audio towers. So if you want a little boom in your boat, GM Marine. Let's get to the action, Brad, with Cruz Barnett on camera in that green vest. Go ahead and break down what we're seeing out here.
Yeah, he had the toe side back roll there to start it off. Backside board slide, hopping up over the step up, going for that switch front board. A little bit of frustration there. He really wanted to lock in on that one. Passing up the feature here, looks like we've actually got a rider down as well. That looks like maybe Lewis.
That might have been Lewis Cannon, who would have been our first on the water. This is again Heat 2, the boys 11 to 13. It's a semi-final jam format. Myself and Brad Smela hanging out in the booth here. John Drayling working through some paperwork because he has 500 different jobs here this weekend.
Yeah, that was a cool melon toe side 180 there from our fourth rider, Pitty. Pitty is another Thai rider. And he had a shoulder injury that he had to go through surgery on and just came back riding in the last couple of months. So, you know, whether he's up to full speed, he may still be, you know, just coming back, getting all of his tricks dialed back in. I know Having gone through a shoulder reconstruction myself during my years wakeboarding.
Extensive rehab.
Yeah, it does take a long time to come back, not just to get the shoulder strong again, but then once you're back on the water, to get all your tricks back, to get back into the groove of things, it does take a little bit of time. So really cool to see him out here.
2 Thai riders, both the first seed in each of their features between Petit and Brabim, who we saw earlier in the girls 11 to 13. So Thai riders taking over here in Australia, doing a good job representing for their country. We are looking right now at Petit out on course.
Yeah, nice little transfer on the Stucky feature, a little backboard slide across and out, and toe side approach here into the kicker. Let us see what he's got off the XL. Toe side, front side, 900. Oh, so close. But hey, if you're going to fall anywhere, that's where you want to fall.
The last one.
Yeah, he's going to be able to pop that board off and get back to the dock within maybe about a minute.
That's Harley Egan out on the water right now. Now Harley is making his way around the backside of the course right now. Of course, the 11 to 13 boys. Can you imagine? I mean, barely a teenager. Barely. Harley Egan out here competing for a world championship. It's wild.
I was around this age when I found wakeboarding, and it
when
was
you
one of
found
the,
it.
When I first found it, when I first had a friend bring along a wakeboard, or a family friend bring a wakeboard along. I was, you know, my family and I were into water skiing, and honestly, from the first time I ever stood up on a wakeboard, I never water skied again. Not once.
Not one time it sounded fun.
Not one time.
You never reached for the skis.
Frontside 720 for Harley Egan. Sticking that one inward wrapped, which is very challenging. You got that handle all the way wrapped around your back. And the reason that's challenging is because you've got that tension on the line, and what it does, it wants to pull you back around out of that wrap position. So it takes a lot of control. Nice 270 transfer there, 270 out. He's pumped. He's got a couple of really good hits there, locking in some good scores. We're crossing over to
Lewis Cannon.
270 on the rooftop. Oh, a little tap to the nose. And back around off that step down on the rooftop. Here into the Stucky feature, 180, 50-50. Not quite able to get hopping off that corridor to the outside rail, but still a fairly decent hit there. That'll score reasonably well. I know he'll probably be wanting to step up that one. There's a big frontside 540 from Lewis Cannon.
Very, very nice. Iron up this.
See if he's got anything off this busty done signature rail, going toe side transfer, frontside board slide, and 180 to lip slide, dropping back to regular out. Toe side approach for Pitti with that toe side backside 360. Now we just saw him going for the 900 earlier, so I think that 3 was just to get a score down on those kickers. Maybe on the next lap we'll see him go for that 9 again, depending on if he's locked in scores on the other sections of the course. That's where the tactics come into play.
Where they start to kind of play chess and they get used to thinking in that way. Because despite having coaches or moms and dads on the shore, once you're in it, you're in it. And the adjustments you make within a run or within a course are up to you. So they can kind of explore different options and things that feel right. And
do you play chess?
I don't, but I always use the euphemism in sports to refer to higher thinking, because that is, I think, the highest of thinking from what I've been told, which is obviously why I don't play.
Oh no, it sounds like the horn has gone off and that's the end of the run. Now, I would imagine we're still going to see Pitti go for that toe side. Oh, sorry, that was Harley that we're looking at before.
And then
with
Lewis
the toe
Cannon
side
pulling
3.
in now.
Apologies for calling that one incorrectly.
These heats are pretty stacked also. So we've got.
Well, I play chess. I enjoy playing chess.
Are you good at it?
Are
you getting better at it?
I'm okay at it. I've got my one standard opening move that I'll go for.
Yeah.
And kind of know where to play it depending on how the opposition plays it. I play on the chess app. It was just something, you know, I played a little bit before my accident, but it was something that I kind of got into Even in the early days when I was in hospital after my accident, just had my phone there and took a whack at chess, get the mind going, and
started playing chess.
Yeah.
They do say that it trains the brain to think strategically, which...
Yeah, you're kind of thinking a few moves ahead, you know, trying to...
set yourself up for what's next, yeah.
But we're here to talk about wakeboarding.
And out on the water, we have Heat 2 just finishing up. These are a couple replays here of the boys 11 to 13. Next up, we'll have the boys 14 to 15 out on the water, if that's not already them. Hayden Bates-Reed, I believe that might be.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to run. I'm going to have to hop in the judging booth and give some people a break over there.
There you go.
I've definitely had fun hopping on the mic and hopefully helping you guys break down the format. And
thank you.
Appreciate both you guys on the mic. You guys are doing an amazing job. And yeah, it's so awesome to see everyone out here and Brad coming all this way. Definitely an honor to have you out here.
Yeah, thank you. And appreciate your help up here and breaking things down for us. But we'll catch you a bit later.
Yeah, enjoy the show, guys.
Thank you, John. Go enjoy judging. That's a tough job. That's a far more difficult job than what we are doing up here. I couldn't imagine being a judge throughout the weekend, especially in those pro divisions we watched yesterday, just splitting hairs at that point, splitting greatness hairs.
I love it. We got eyes on Hayden Bates-Reed there, and we saw a toe-side backside 270 transfer and a solid hit there on the Stucky feature. So a good line down that back line, a couple of good hits. We got a kicker hit off the XL coming up.
Oh, that was big.
Back mob, and it was really late on that. You know, he went back roll, brought it around to revert. I honestly didn't think he was going to bring it around to mob, but he landed it inward wrap, and look at that hit there on this.
Cruz Barnett, he's popping off.
Yeah, sorry, that's Hayden Bates-Reed here in the.
Sorry, you're right.
14 to 15 boys.
Crossing these off.
He is got to be stoked. You know, like this is the first lap, and he's already locked in some really, really good scores. So the good thing with that is you'll just see him step things up more and more as he goes. The rider in blue there with a big chromo, no, just getting pulled over the heels. That's Jackson Brown. And unfortunate early fall, but there's plenty of time on the clock, and he has fallen in the best place that he can, so he'll have a quick swim and a little bit of a jog back to the dock. Toe side, backside, 450, 90 out. That is back to Hayden Bates-Reed. Looking for the transfer there on the Stucky feature, not quite able to hop up onto that outside rail.
Still on Hayden Bates-Reed as he approaches the XL kicker. What's he got for us?
Big 540.
Nicely done too. As you say, stomp the landing. He stomped that one.
Oh yeah, you're getting it. You know, and that's something that I just love, and you know, it's part of the style, really stomping that landing. Little transfer from rail to rail there on that incline double rail. Keeping it locked in here on Hayden Bates-Reed. Transfer backside lip slide and a backside 270 out. Really cool, and we'll switch across now. We're keeping it locked in on these riders as they come around for a little bit longer so that we can call a few of their tricks here. Looks like Riley Egan with a backside lip slide on the way down off that step down rail there, 50-50. Oh, getting a piece of the up and then down of that outside rail on the Stucky feature.
And these are the 14 to 15-year-old boys just knocking on the door, some with the ambition to be pros in the near future.
You'll be keeping an eye. I'm sure we'll see these names plenty as the years progress. Heel side approach here into the busty signature feature. Oh, transferring all the way up. No. Slipping out, and you could see he was hanging on for dear life and kind of slingshotting that handle. And, oh, yeah, Hayden going for that creative Tootsie roll. That's a front roll. He looked like a seatbelt grab on it, and then he pulled it around really late for the backside 180. A very creative style. In fact, I believe it was Masi Pifaretti, a good friend of mine, who sort of was one of the first to do that type of Tootsie roll. In fact, I'm going to correct myself immediately. Jeff Weatherall was the original guy to do a Tootsie Roll in that way, where it was sort of late 180 landing and wrapped. A good friend of mine, Jeff, we're actually going to be catching up this afternoon and getting ready for the Australian Wake Awards, Australian New Zealand Wake Awards that'll be going on tonight.
That's right.
I'm really looking forward to that one.
That's right. Big party. Break out our dresses.
So forgive us if tomorrow morning we're sounding a little bit worse for wear. It is going to be a good night tonight. For those of you joining us there at the casino for the awards, really look forward to catching up with you there.
Out on the water, we've got Hayden Bates-Reed in that green bib.
Heel side, backside, 540 for Hayden. And we will see what he's got for us, if he's going to go for another one on this signature Busty Dunn feature. Yeah, hopping
really nice
up, using that little safety at the beginning. So the safety is the little steep part you'll see at the beginning of the rail. So, you know, in the past we used to build rails, and a lot of the time there'd be an ollie on where there'd either be a gap or there'd be like a vertical bit there where if you caught it, it would end your day, basically. And so what they do is they put a nice little steep section there, and it was, as they call it, it was for safety to start off with, but then put something in front of a wakeboarder and they will figure out how to make it something they can do a trick off.
I was surprised with how quickly these athletes were kind of figuring out how to work the Stucky feature, because it's the first time they've ever explored that feature in a pro competition at a pro park. Nonetheless, it's the only place you'll find it in the world here, and we saw a lot of variation there, kind of how they were choosing their lines on it, and it was really a fun feature to sort of follow throughout the day.
Like right there, going all the way to the outside on it, and it looks like there's a bit of a creeper ledge on the outside. There you can ride up and then transfer back in. Heel side, front side, 720 with that inward wrapped landing.
Big ups for Hayden Bates-Reed.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Hayden's runs out here, and looks like we've switched across to
Riley Egan.
Yeah, Riley coming in on that XL. Nice hard edge. No, he's going to pass it up. He may have already got what he wanted on the kicker section and wants to lock in some more hits. It looked like he was asking for a time check on the way past, which is a good tactical move.
Yeah.
You know, he's keeping track of everything. Big transfer back, board slide, and then a backside 450 out. So he's going to be stoked to get a good score, a good hit on that one. There's frontside 180, 50-50, frontside 360 out.
Now we are moving in on what will be the closing moments. Actually, that was just the horn right now as the Rideline app is updating.
Oh, and that was a good hit there. Unfortunately, that's not going to count.
After the buzzer for Hayden Bates-Reed.
But he has had a lot of really good hits. We've seen a lot of his runs, so apologies if we missed a few of the other riders and what they were getting up to out there. We're doing our best to
follow the craziness of a jam.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up with, and you know, you're trying to keep your eye on the best action going out there on the water, and really cool to see that 14, 15-year-old boys, heat 1 going down there. We got heat number 2 coming up with 5 riders that'll be battling out for just 2 spots.
This was a stacked class, and as far as the features go, we have 30-plus men, after that 40-plus men, and then after that we're straight into features finals. So we're just trucking right along here and moving into some of the finals for feature, and then we'll pop back into semifinals for park once that concludes.
I'm actually really stoked with where we're at on the schedule, because I was looking at the timing on what I've got in front of me here, and I thought I might have actually was going to miss it, because I am going to bail a little bit early to go and get ready for tonight, the Wake Awards, which I'll be hosting alongside Tony France. So I'm keeping myself busy over here this week. I've got 4 days of this event. We got the Wake Awards, and then we got another 4 days with the Boat Worlds. So
Corey and I got our outfits dialed, so we're ready to go for tonight. A glamorous kind of change of pace for some of us who have been in beachwear the last few days. And I haven't been to the casino yet, so I'm excited. I'm not like a big I don't gamble, but I am excited to kind of visit an Australian casino.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. I think trying to remember in the past when the Australian Pro Tour used to come through here, I think we used to have some of the after parties were there at the casino. And
did you guys used to party already? Was that a thing? Because I remember like the golden age of wakeboarding. Shannon has told me quite a few stories.
It wasn't quite so serious and locked in as
it used to be. It was a little looser.
It really was a little bit. Well, a little is an understatement. If anyone from overseas is tuning in, if you know any Aussies, you'll know that loose is.
That is a way of life here.
It really is, and we definitely had a good time. Anyone who's actually read my book will have read about those good times. We certainly. I think it was the way that it was all set out as well. It was 1 month. We had a contest every weekend, so 4 stops, and we all travelled together. So it sort of started down in Melbourne. You come up to Sydney, and then come through, I believe, Port Macquarie, and then the final stop was usually up here in the Gold Coast. And so we'd all travel together. We'd all, crash on people's couches and hang out and ride together and also party together. So it was really cool. So it's going to be a bit of a reunion, a little bit of a throwback to those days tonight. And right now we got heat number 2 out there on the water with 5 riders. The rider in yellow, Ashton Davis, or Davies? Davis?
Ashton Davis.
In green, Will Schiller. The rider in red, Bentley Bland. In blue, Ashton Hopkinson. And the rider in grey, Caden Porter.
A full heat here.
There we see Caden looking for a little hit there on the Busty Dunn feature, slipping off the rail a little bit early, so he's going to be looking for another hit on that one. Right here it looks like we are with Will Schiller.
Back roll onto the down pipe.
There's that, we'll call it an elephant, where you go for that scarecrow, then you kind of rewind it back to regular. Coming into the double rail there. Yeah, nice, I liked that. Going board slide across both, then coming into a 50-50 into the channel gap in the middle, and then hopping up a little tap on the end.
Is there anything this weekend that you've seen that you really liked out of any specific athlete that you just thought, wow, like they really just...
Like that right there, like the toe side double back roll. And he managed to pull it out, and he's pumped. I mean,
he is pumped. Look at him. He's celebrating.
It wasn't the cleanest of landings, but he's still riding. He's going to get a score for it. He might even go for it again if he's happy with the rest of his run. We're going to get an instant replay. Look at that double toe side back roll. And that is a trick of my own heart. I believe I was one of the first in the world to actually land that trick, or at least when I did it, I hadn't really seen many other people do it. I'm talking more on the cable. Chad Sharp was the first in the world to do it behind the boat off a double up. So I used to love doing double flips, and I just remember being out there at OWC, and I was like, I'm going to try this. And it actually turned out really well. So anyone that goes for a toe side double back roll is a fan, and I'm a fan of. We're going to get another replay of it. Look at that.
Look at that.
Up and over.
You know what, though? He held on.
Yeah, and that looks like how I landed my first one. Yeah, we're getting instant replay after instant replay. Look at that.
I mean, we could hear from inside the booth.
And he was pumped. He was like pumping his fist before he stood back up. He was like still standing back up out of that, and he's already claiming it, already stoked.
The Busty rail, then he transfers across 270 hard way. From the to the pipe, nicely done.
We've got Brett. Oh, sorry. See, we've got Will Schiller on the cam right now, and hanging out, getting set up for his line. Starting to think things through out here. Again at the Gold Coast Wake Park. Will Schiller getting his moves on out there.
Yeah, nice hit there on the step down rail. Looks like a nice hit there, 50-50, going through the corridor, looking for that front side board slide on the way down slightly. We'll call it 80% of that rail there. And just a little spray wetting down the kicker. That's actually very nice of him because he's wetting it down for the riders behind him, the riders that will be following on through. We see there the rider in blue, Ashton Hopkinson, running back.
Trying to get back on the cable as soon as possible because, again, this is a timed session.
I actually really appreciate that they put numbers on the back of the bibs there because
it's making it.
For me, I'm quite bad with colors. They call it color confused, and it's especially the only ones really here that I would get mixed up would be the yellow and the green from a distance. But you know, look for the number 1 or the number 2, clears it right up for me. Thank you, appreciate that. And I love that they got the graphic across the top there, which looks like a sort of an indigenous design that they're sort of embracing. And I love that they had that at the opening ceremony as well. I wasn't here, I was flying over from New Zealand at the time, but I got to catch a little bit of a glimpse of that when I was looking on social media. And I love how they have that, you know, just respecting the people of the land and you know, paying homage to them in our opening ceremonies.
On screen right now, we've got Caden Porter. Caden Porter, we've also got a little glimpse of Ashton Davis there on the back end of that as these guys are trying to make the most of the remaining 5 minutes.
Yeah, they get a bit of a breather around that back side of the lake, so there might be a bit of other action going on around as that's happening. So we'll see Caden now coming in for the rooftop rail, going backside board slide, back lip slide, 90 out. That is a solid hit that will get him a decent score on that one. Into the Stucky feature, and a 270 out and landing down the lander.
And again, this is boys 14 to 15. This is their semi-final, and right after this, we'll roll into 30-plus men and 40-plus men, then into the finals for the features divisions. Then we'll start focusing on park. So quite a bit on tap still, a lot of excitement to be had, and I'm really looking forward to this 30-plus men's and 40-plus men's group as well. This will be fun to see some of the guys get back out there who've been away from the water for a hot minute.
Me too. Yeah, my good friend Dean Smith out there, my countryman. Logan Collier, and there's Dean, all smiles.
They're already
there's
dancing
Logan.
on the dock, ready to go.
Yeah, they are ready, and they're pumped up for it. Dino is, he is.
Is that Dino?
Personifies wakeboarding. The Stoke, he's got his kids into it now. He and his wife Amber are basically the power couple of wakeboarding here in Australia. Both world champions, so good genes. As I've just got Amber walking in to join us in the booth here. Morning, Amber. How you doing?
Morning. We are going to close out this this session here, the 14 to 15-year-old boys semi-final.
Did we just hear the horn?
I think I did hear a horn, but I think we've got a couple guys.
I really hope we see is it Ashton going for that double torso double back
He
roll
might
again?
set himself up for it. We'll see what he's got in store for us. And then we're going to take a break after this, and you guys can listen to the live event call of the next 2 sessions as we're going to be busy in the booth here for a moment. So for everyone at home, you'll hear the great live event team here, and we're going to close this out from the WWA Wakeboard Wake Park World Championships from Gold Coast Wake Park. So we will see you guys shortly.
Moving on to our heavy class and men's category. We've got 5 riders.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we build something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future
Alrighty,
for
here we go. The
everyone
horn
we
has
empower.
been sounded.
G
Take
in
off
Marine.
on that busty rail, big old backside.
Keep
just
thunder
off the top
at the
that
heart
rail.
of
Off
all
the
you
dock
do.
as well. Easy. Matt Burton. Onto that slide. I'm not sure the operator will be too happy about that, but it's good, but he's still up and he's knocking about. If you don't hear him on the mic, you see him on the water. Can't get enough, he loves it. Good on him. He went absolutely huge here, I don't know if you saw that. He was up at the good on him. He's bouncing anything though. Wants to win. Pushing down into the corridor. Still 50-50 on the down fight. Michael Gowan out towards the rooftop here. Absolutely love it. And it's all about the journey to live out the dream with the world champion. And he is in the water.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we build something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. G in Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
All right, welcome back. You've got Corey Wilson and Amber Wing here, gonna jump on to call the men's 30-plus features. Heat 1 is actually already on the water, and this one's extra special, right, Amber?
Yeah, my husband's on the water, Dean Smith. So it's good to see all these guys getting out there. You know, some of them are dads, some of them don't get to ride that much, but they're here having fun on the Gold Coast and boosting off some kickers.
Yeah, let's get into it. So
Hillside 5, Anthony Wright. Who have we got coming, boosting off there? Whoa, that was huge. Red.
that would be Dean.
Dean Smith. There you go.
All right. Yeah, a couple replays right there that we're running through, and then we'll get back to the live action. There's Dean.
Yeah, there's Dean cruising around. He's had a bit of a knee injury lately, but he's been taking it easy, getting ready for this World's Week to ride cable and boat. He's going to ride
It's a big
park,
week.
rail, park, jam, and boat.
He's got a knee injury, but any chance we'll still see him sending it off the kickers. I think that's what the people are waiting for.
Absolutely. Spinning to win on that rail on the step down, spinning at 540. I don't even know if he's had a ride here today. Oh no, over this week. Getting a switch.
He's looking comfortable.
Switch nose press. Coming round. What's he feeling on this kicker? Oh, going for the XL on his toes. Huge
There
nose
it
grab
is.
chromo.
Oh, no.
The signature Dean Smith.
Going down.
Chromo going down.
We've had a couple go down, so it looks like we
Yeah,
have
everyone's on
3
the
of the
dock.
riders back at the dock getting strapped in. First to send is going to be Matt Burton to get back on the water after a fall.
So let's have a look where these guys. Matt Burton. Anything is possible when you know knowing it's impossible. Someone must have told him that I couldn't do what I'm doing today, and well, I'm here. Oh, this one's for you, Mum.
All right, now
Matt
we're following
Burton.
Logan Collier. Logan is from New Zealand. And actually, from his bio, it says he had a brain tumor when he was 13 and was told to take it easy. But he hasn't, because he's had 9 knee operations, or 5 throughout his career. So not taking it easy.
That's so awesome. It's so awesome seeing all these guys out here today in 30-plus men's and the 40-plus, which we're going to see in a bit later.
Yeah, Logan actually says that he's not competed at this level in over 9 years. So he's had some time away from competition, but says he's excited to be back at it, and just that competitive feeling.
It's
Nothing
so
like
good.
it.
It's so fun. It's so warm out there. Such great conditions. Going for that hillside 5 off the kicker. I'm sure Logan will improve on that on his next round. They're just feeling it out.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of this format, is you can fill it out. They take the best hit in each section. So it only takes one. You can kind of level up each lap, or you can one and done. So
Yeah, it's sweet. So there's 5 sections around the wake park, and they've got 7 minutes to get as many laps in as they possibly can. Generally, if you don't fall off, you get about 5 laps. That was the horn just then, so that means that time is up for that heat.
yeah, we'll wait for some scores to come in. While we get Heat 2 teed up on the dock, we'll have Jake Fowler, Daniel Hopkins, Thomas Nautique in red, Matt Larson in blue, and Anthony Wright in the gray bib.
So the scores take a little bit longer in this format. Because of the jam format, we can't do the live scoring, so it takes a couple of minutes. Once the heat is over, the judges put their scores in, and then it'll be added to the live feed. I actually think both heats need to be finished.
They might.
Because then they put all the scores in together, and then that punches out who's making finals.
Yes, I do know it is top 2 in each heat that'll advance to the 4-man final that I believe has happened a bit later on today. Yeah, 12:50 we'll see these 30-plus back out after we round out the 2 heats.
So we couldn't have asked for better conditions for the Cable World Championships. The Gold Coast has really turned on the heat, turned down the wind, and everyone is having such a great time hanging out at the wake park, cheering each other on, and having their turn to get out there and shred the park. So when Jake Fowler, we've got Jake Fowler, when Jake Fowler started riding, there was no obstacles in the parks, which actually, when I started riding and we'd go ride the cable parks, there was no obstacles in the park.
Just taking laps, getting creative, buttering around.
We would have Wakeboard New South Wales ride days at the cable park, and we built our own rails. A couple of people in the wakeboard club, and put the rails. We'd tow them all on trailers, put them in,
Just for
the
that day?
session, for the
Wow.
day, and then we'd all get to all the boat riders. We'd all go and hit rails for the day. And if you're a cable rider, all you did was all the air tricks and rode
cool.
traditional cables. So that's Jake Fowler. This is his second world title event. He competed in under 13s world titles at Bayside Wake Park in 2003.
Another rider making his competitive comeback. That's what's so cool about this division is we have quite a bit of that where they have experience in their younger years and they're making the decision to come back and still get out there and get competitive in the 30-plus division.
And most of these guys have kids that have ridden in
some
the
of them that
earlier
have kids
divisions.
competing this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the boys are off to the races.
See. In the red there we have Thomas Nautique. He's from the U.S., 38 years old.
We just boost a big hillside 5 off that kicker.
Yeah, looking comfortable. That's a solid hit this early in the jam session. Check that off.
Thomas coming up to the Stucky rail. Switch 50-50, bit of a tail press, back for 50 out.
All right, so Matt coming in here on his heels. He gets that big front side 540 spin off this big kicker in front of us. Very, very nice. Anthony Wright.
Nice, he's looking comfortable.
180 on
Putting solid hits on the first, on 3 of the 5 sections, so that he's looking really good out there. That first rail set is worth 19%, and second rail set is worth 21%, so that's a pretty significant piece of his score that he's ticking the boxes, getting a solid hit under his belt, and continuing to work his way around the park.
This is good information for me to know, Corey, because I'm going to be riding a little bit later.
Yeah, and features is such a numbers game. If you leave out one section, it makes such a difference in your overall score. It can make it break it.
I didn't even know that different areas had different percentages.
And so actually right now the section that he's coming up on is worth the highest, 24%. And each section has 2 features in it. You can choose either one, create your own line still through the park.
Coming in on his toes for an elephant, I'd call that.
I think so.
Bit of an opened out front roll.
We've got Jake out there at the moment. Daniel, Thomas.
Coming into the Gavin Stucky rail, switch 50-50,
Daniel just coming off the top of that front box.
spinning
Box down
to a
there.
back lip,
Big old roll to Reva.
and coming off the rail, ollie toe side, transfer. Loving that transfer, spinning up onto the rail and getting the 180 off.
Now we're following Matt Larson. He's actually from Berlin, Wisconsin. I'm not sure if there's a wake park up there. Let's see what he says. Yeah.
He's a research scientist in drones and getting a PhD in aerospace science.
Very cool. Started cable wakeboarding in Wisconsin on a snowmaking pond. In the winter, it was used for making snow, and in the summer, it was used for wakeboarding. Pond was 400 feet long, so not a lot of room for lines in there.
How fun.
Really cool to see him start in a snowmaking pond and end up here, Gold Coast Wake Park for the Wake Park
this
World
is a lot
Championships.
warmer than the snowmaking pond.
Yeah.
But water sports there's a lot of water sports up in Wisconsin.
There is, and they're so passionate about it. Their summer's short,
Absolutely.
and they absolutely make the most of it.
Yeah, they do show skiing and 3 events, wakeboarding. There's so many people from Wisconsin that I know that get out on the water. Oh.
Back to Thomas Nautique there on the screen.
You got switch 50-50, back to regular 50-50, and then 180 off.
Anthony Wright from the inside pipe into the corridor to the outside pipe. Back to 180 off the end. Now he's
We had
got
such a busy weekend with all the pros and elite juniors hitting the park, and
going down on that one.
it was such a great weekend.
What a
The
weekend.
banks were packed, and yeah, everyone had such a great
We've
time.
set the bar high for the rest of the week, but I'm excited to
Absolutely.
hopefully live up to it with the rest of the week.
Yeah, it's nice today, all the age divisions getting out there, chilled atmosphere, people coming out. There's a couple of people taking, today off work to come and support their husbands, kids. I think he's coming in for a switch ollie.
Yeah, Jake Fowler, hang
50
on.
and a 360 off.
Back to Thomas on the kicker. Oh,
That
another heel
was a
five.
smooth hillside 5. Taking a little bit off axis.
Doesn't look happy with it though. Do you think he wanted the 7?
Maybe. Maybe he wanted that 7. The dual pipe transfer.
Nice grab on
that
it. I
was
like that.
Easy 3 off the second pipe.
That goes to hillside frontside 5. He's looking, thinking about 720.
Getting technical. I love when they spin their board one way, spin it back the other way.
There he goes from it. Outside pipe to the inside pipe, and then looking at rewinding backside 360 on the way out of there, but just getting a little bit hung up, probably getting his tail caught.
Jake Fowler
Inside
coming
pipe
around the
there.
corner,
Free rotation.
eyeing up the kicker.
Jake Fowler going for that nice big
Nice melon glide, 180.
snowboard vibes.
Love it. Lots of snowboard vibes on that one. 270.
Busty rail, there's that transfer. Very
Yeah,
nice.
Thomas just collecting hits. I don't think he's had a fall yet.
Nice. I like that pipe to corridor to transfer to the outside rail.
Nicely done.
Another kicker hit. Gonna come in heel side.
All right, Thomas goes for.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, for the peak.
That was an awesome Innie Pete there.
Sneaking that last 180 around, didn't expect to
Coming
see
in,
that.
board slide on the Stucky rail.
Oh, that board slide all the way
I don't
on
think
the-
quite getting, he wanted to get all the way to the end on that rail. That's the goal. Get to the end of the rail.
Definitely.
in
Stay
these
locked
moves.
in.
Absolutely.
Get to the end.
Yeah.
Lands a little tail
All
tap
right,
on the
Anthony
end,
Wright
little
back on the water.
rail on that thumb box transfer, kicking down the end. I don't even know what you call it.
Lining up for the kickers. Let's see what he's gonna
Anthony
do.
Wright, You'll be looking at getting this 7 toe side, backside.
Toe
720
side,
there.
backside, 720.
There we go.
Oh,
Bit
hanging
of a
on.
butt check, but
He's happy.
hey, he's still riding.
Making amends for his previous run.
It'll count to some point for him.
Yeah, it
There
counts.
goes the horn.
Anthony Wright.
So
after
heat
seeing
2 of the 30-plus
started
men.
wakeboarding just before he turned 30, so he was age 29 when he did so.
If
and
I've
he
got
went to
any
Worlds
results.
for cheerleading
Yeah, let's check in and see if we do.
So hopefully we'll see a few leg kicks, some high kicks from him when he's not attached to his board. Couple toe touches.
So there's we've got the replay of all the action that's just happened.
Alrighty, so the horn has been sounded. That brings our 30-plus men to a close. Put your hands together for these two, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic stuff. So that is a
That's
stat sheet, actually.
Anthony.
I didn't see those.
Having fun.
30-plus men.
So we've got an exciting one coming up next heat with the men's 40-plus features. Daniel Watkins, owner of Gold Coast Wake Park. How long do you think it's been since he's competed? It's got to have been quite a while.
So next up, that is going to bring us
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him make his comeback.
I'm trying to think of what year that Daniel retired. And, you know, he was a boat rider. He's not a cable rider. So, but us boat riders, we do love getting out there, going to the cable park. Daniel, first off the dock,
Yeah.
all the cheers.
In the yellow bib, followed by Brett Burrows in green, Josh Egan in red.
2 heats here. Slightly less in the way of numbers in this heat.
I think Daniel might have retired in about 2009.
Heat number 1 and 2, we've got Daniel Watkins.
Quite some time. Not quite 20 years, but we're coming up on it.
Yeah, very close. Very close. Well, his son Taylor just got his license. He's 17. So Taylor was a baby in Florida when Daniel was still
When he
competing.
was he really? I didn't know
Yeah.
that, Taylor.
So maybe, yeah, for a year. So probably 16 years ago.
Get the ball rolling.
I think Daniel might have come home to Australia and pursued all different things, starting a shop, starting Pro Wake.
Always involved though, which is so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, yeah, having this opportunity to open a cable park and Aqua Fun Park.
Running as
And rider number 3 in the heat is on the water, which means that horn just started. We have 7 minutes on the clock.
So we've got Daniel Watkins and we've got Brett Burrows. He competed at the WWA Triple Crown at the start of this year at Melbourne Cable Park against the Queensland crew. He had a blast and he's really looking forward to competing against these guys again. So yeah, it's a great opportunity when all the guys can come together from different states and compete.
And that was the cool thing about the...
Daniel's lost the handle on the first hit.
No, that's not the worst section to fall in. It's still a bit back to the dock, but he definitely has time to get on and get a few laps in.
Switch 50-50 board slide
for Josh Egan.
Daniel's going to have to swim across to that white thing that you're looking at and run along there. Run along the white floaties. Just an ollie on and an air off. This is the 40-plus men. And we've got a big scarecrow from Josh Egan. So good to see these guys out here shredding, having fun.
And cool to see they got involved in the Triple Crown. That was a new series we started first time ever. We had stops, let's see, we kicked things off at Melbourne Wake Park in March. We had 3 back-to-back weekends. It went to Wake House in Mackay and then wrapped up at Bly Bly. So Josh, was it Josh? And Brett, they've joined for some of those stops and cool to, round it out here at the Wake Park World Championships.
Yeah. Got a solid board slide with a little tweak off the end. Brett Burrows coming in on his toe side to the XL kicker, boosting a scarecrow. Love seeing these guys still going upside down.
Comes Daniel on his way back to the dock as well. Be back on soon.
Josh ollieing on to that pipe. Getting a nice board slide. I like how he gets a little poke off the end. Gonna ollie on. Oh, transferring up. You got this.
Josh gonna pass the kickers up this lap. Take a breather. He must be happy with that scarecrow.
Yeah. He's like, I'm gonna save my knees now. Just do some rail hits.
And here it is. Goes from the inside pipe this time. Maybe looking for...
It's fun to see the strategy, though. I think you see a bit of everything from, okay, I'm going to get the kicker hit under my belt and then spend the rest of the jam session on the rails and just better them each lap. Or sometimes people want to do that first, the rail hits, and then come back to the kickers. So I always think that's so interesting.
Yeah. My strategy is get a hit on every single rail.
Yeah.
Get a basic kicker hit and then step it up from there. Get some points on the board because you never know what can happen.
Exactly. You need a good base to fall back on and then try to level up.
Absolutely. So Brett Burrows, nice hillside 360 off that kicker. They're going to be pretty puffed out after this.
I think so. We're yet to see Watkins back on, but he should be joining soon. Oh, there he is on the carrier ahead. Oh, no.
He was heavy on his toes on that board slide on that rail, for sure. Is he going to go for this transfer? Nailed it.
Nice.
Yeah, Brett. Having so much fun out there. All right, Daniel is on. Coming around that back corner. 270 on. Back 270 off. Coming up to the money section. Ooh, trying to go gapping that rail.
Kickers next up. He's got to be pretty winded just booking it back to the dock and
absolutely.
now to the kickers.
He's jamming into this kicker, going for that signature Daniel Watkins method.
Beautiful. A good first hit to get under his belt.
Yep. He's getting some scores on the board. Coming in. That was a nice going from pipe, shimmying across hitting the double putt.
Oh no, another fall. Again, lucky he's not too far from the dock. He can
Kinked
make it
barrel,
back.
yeah, that kinked
It got
barrel
him.
isn't as easy as it looks. Oh, Daniel, taking some spills. I think he needed to get a bit more practice in.
I think so. He's been too busy coordinating. Oh no.
That kinked reel isn't it? Yeah, it's not as easy as it looks. Going for that transfer, nice and clean from Brett Burrows. I don't think there's much time left. Waiting to hear that horn.
Yeah, I do think we're coming in close on time. With that 7 minutes, there's time for about 5 laps per rider. I think we're about there.
Yeah, I don't think Daniel's going to get another pull.
And so we have this heat of 3. Top 2 will
his
advance to
daughter's
finals.
Maddie. She's running along to
Come
her
on,
dad.
You know, that's the interesting thing about features, though, with this jam session is you can have a fall. We saw it with Gunther, I think, where he had a very early one, but still had time to get a solid hit on each one.
Yeah, absolutely. Brett Burrows making a nice clean line down that back section. Come around the corner in for his kicker hit. I love how they come in one-handed for the kicker.
I know. It's not an approach that I've ever taken, but we're
No.
seeing it a lot. It's very Trent Stuckey of him.
Yes. Is he the only rider out there? We've seen that a couple of times today.
Yeah, I
Putt
believe
rail.
Brett has the
Just a nice
park all to
board slide.
himself to finish things out.
And up onto that kinked pipe rail, getting all the way, board sliding all the way along, getting the 90 out. Boys, having fun out there. Josh Egan coming into that Stuckey rail.
And there's the horn. That's a wrap for heat 1 of 2 in the men's 40-plus features-only division.
40-plus men.
So we have one more heat.
Yeah, and then we're going to head into the finals. We've got the under 10 girls finals, under 10 boys finals, 11 to 13 girls and boys coming up. But before that, we have heat 2 of the 40-plus men. We've got Adam Bailey, Jason He, and Greg Falzon. Greg Falzon, another legend
I was
of the
about
sport.
to say,
Absolutely.
a familiar name.
He's late 90s Aussie pro wakeboarder, and he resides on the Gold Coast. Both his kids have been riding in the Worlds this weekend.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's a family affair this
It's
weekend for the
absolutely a
Falzons.
family affair for the Falzons. His daughter's going to be riding today. His son Zach rode over the weekend in the under 17 elite men's division.
Beautifully peaceful cable momentarily before we jump straight in. Heat number 2.
No way.
So once we've hit heat number 2 is complete, we'll be then moving into our semi-finals for the rest of the morning into the afternoon.
So those were the semi-finals. The finals. So finals have in place. We will run through who got to where.
Everything they can so far, of course, this final group. To post their ticket. So we have under 10 girls final ready, under 10 boys final running to it.
From open road to open water. We're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
And welcome back, folks. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Nautique's WWA Wake Park World Championships presented by GM Marine. We are out here at Gold Coast Wake Park, and we are into the second heat of the 40-plus men's division. We are seeing some legends of the sport that have stamped their name on wakeboarding history over the years, starting in the late 90s through to the 2000s. And in this particular heat, Greg Falzon, one of those absolute legends. Excited to see how these older statesmen go on out here. I'm here with Amber Wing, another legend of Australian wakeboarding. And great to have you here, Amber.
Thanks, Brad. It's awesome to be here with you. Sitting, hanging out, watching these guys have some fun, cutting some laps around the park, trying to fight their way into the #1 spot for a World Championship title.
Looks like Greg Falzon we're focused in on here, the rider with the #2 on his back there in green.
We've got Jason in green. We've got Greg Falzon is our red bib.
Oh, sorry, I've got a different list here in front of me.
That's all right.
Apologies there.
And Adam Bailey is going to be in the yellow bib. So there's Greg right there.
There he is. Switchback lip slide across the top of that Busty Dunn signature feature. And ollieing onto that elbow pipe. Unfortunately, not quite getting all the way to the end, but rocking along through that kinked part of the pipe.
Greg Falzon spends a lot of time out here. He's got 2 kids that ride all the time. Zach was in the junior elite, under-17 elite boys. Marley's going to ride today. And so when you bring your kids out to the cable park, what are you going to do?
Oh, you're going to ride yourself. You're not going to sit there and just watch, are you? And I would imagine there might be a few sore knees and hips after this one. You know, I even remember in my 20s I would get a bit achy after a ride, so no doubt. It's just so cool to see the older riders still coming out, having a good time, pushing themselves. We saw your husband out there, Dino, in one of the earlier divisions, the 30-plus. And
yeah, they just can't help themselves.
Not
They're
at
a
all.
sucker for punishment. Greg, coming into that kicker, look, massive nose grab front to fakie. Like,
Are you kidding me?
I love it.
How did his knees not shatter on landing on that one? You see, I think he's even wearing no knee brace at all.
No.
Love that up 180 up over the step up on that rail to switch back, lip slide, 180 out. And then on the toes, transfer to lip slide. And these 40-plus riders. So we got Adam Bailey, Greg Falzon, and Jason He.
Yeah. Yeah, Greg's going to be riding. He's going to ride in jam in the obstacle only features, and then he's going to ride in park as well, so he can boost some air tricks in those back corners.
Focused in on Jason here. Looked like a cab 540 starting from the switch stance and heading on around, stomping that one. Nice frontside 5. Looks like he may be passing up these ones, possibly already getting the score he wanted on that section. And that's the beauty of this jam format. Each of these pairs of features that are side by side are split into their own section. They're scored separately. So if you get a really good hit on one of those features, then, you can turn your focus to the other ones and make sure you get a nice, well-rounded set of scores. And then once you've got a score on each one of those features, you can start to step things up, take a little bit more risk.
Yeah, and they also have the different percentages on each area. So some of the easier sections maybe only count for about 18 or 19%, and then the harder sections are going to be 24%.
There you go, backside lip slide, dropping down that step down into a backboard slide, frontside 270 out there for Jason He. Keeping it locked in on him as he comes around the corner back towards the kickers. Unsure if he's going to go for another kicker hit. Looks like he's just taking a breather.
Saving the knees.
Yeah.
You got to just, get your kicker hits in at this point.
Do you think he saw how big Greg went on that front of fake? And he's like, look, my knees can't handle that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, I've got my hit. I'm not gonna be able to, boost as big as Greg. So I'll take my second score.
Greg's always been known for going big, and 20, 30 years ago even, and even still now. Big front side 360 from Greg Falzon.
It's kind of like just for fun.
Yeah.
Because he's got that, front to fakie. That's going to be his biggest scoring trick. There goes the horn.
Yeah, so Greg asking as he went by how much time left, and they would have just given him the signal, that's it, you're done, mate. And well done to all these 40-plus riders. Adam, Greg, Jason, really cool to see you guys out there. We're going to have, I believe it's only 2 from each of those heats advancing through to a 4-man final. All right, wrapped up the 40-plus men's features division there. And it looks like we're going to be rolling into some finals now for the under 10 girls division. We saw them ride earlier today. They opened up the action this morning. They got the best conditions possible. I was a bit jealous, like watching those glassy conditions, and I can't remember exactly who it was that got the first lap. But that's nothing like first lap in the morning, glassy, calm conditions around the cable.
Absolutely. I'm jealous as well, Brad. Like, I've been out here for the last 3 days, and at the end of the event, the line to ride is ridiculous. Everyone's trying to get their last-minute practices in, and I'm just like, oh, well, it's all good.
Yeah, it's a long line to wait in to get a few laps, and you'd hate to fall first lap and have to join the back of the line. But we got the young girls out there. Jasmine Lang in the yellow bib green. We got Mia Marks in red. We got Sissy Travers. And in blue, we got Mary Jones.
So we saw these girls ride earlier. They've ridden their semi-finals. They're the top girls making finals, and now they've got a bit of a plan. They've had their, morning warm-up ride, so it's time to throw down for these girls.
So not sure if we got all of our girls out there just yet. We may. Looks like the clock is ticking. So why don't we throw it over to Kristen? She's down there in amongst the action. What's going on down there, Kristen?
Yeah, thanks so much, Brad. I had a chance to check in with Mary Jones's father. They're from the UK. I asked how and at what age did she get involved in wakeboarding or in wake sports. He said that during COVID, they were on lockdown. They were looking for something to do. So they thought, well, why not visit a cable park? She had never wakeboarded before. They had tried skiing behind a boat, but never wakeboarding. So she went to the cable park and immediately fell in love with the sensation of wakeboarding. After that, at 9, she went bungee jumping. At 10, she went skydiving. This girl is just an absolute adrenaline junkie, and she's the #1 seed going into this girls' 10 and under division.
I mean, I can certainly relate to that. First time on the water, it's just so easy to get addicted to it. I'm surprised, though, in the UK, they're on lockdown and they're allowed to go wakeboarding.
Yeah, I know. We weren't allowed to go wakeboarding at a cable park.
I suppose social distancing, that's enough distance between riders on the carriers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks for that, Kristen. Love the insight that our field announcer out there, Kristen, on the in amongst the crowd, getting down there amongst the riders, just getting that insight from the riders, the families, everyone out there, just loving the sport of wakeboarding. And we see our girls out there. There's the rider in red, that's Sissy Travers. She's going to be cruising around the back. We'll see if we can switch to some of the other action while as we zoom out. Let's see who we have coming down that back straight.
We've got Mia Marks coming into the step down rail. Just getting a board slide.
Looks like she dropped 180. Landing switch out of that one. Our #1 on the back of the bib there, Jasmine Lang. Into, a nice 50-50 all the way up, locked in on that incline rail. And a heel-side approach. Yeah, board 50-50 to 180 out on that nice tall flat bar.
Mia coming into the Stucky rail. Board sliding, getting a board slide along the whole rail and 90 out.
And now approaching here, she's going to go straight up the middle of that rail there. Board slide, getting pressed out on the nose, trying to get the full piece of that flat bar. And I love it. Sometimes people will intentionally press. Sometimes it just happens because you're just like, I got to stay on this rail.
Stay on the rail.
Stay on as long as possible.
So Mia actually lives 5 hours from a cable park. And they drive from Gladstone up to Mackay or down to Bly to ride.
That's commitment. Is that a daily commute? Because that would be a lot.
No.
And here we have Mary Jones, who we had Kristen talking about earlier out of the UK, who fell in love with wakeboarding, which I don't blame her. I fell in love with it as well. All of these riders.
Me too. Guilty.
Mm-hmm.
How can you not? It's so fun, the feeling of that board right on skimming across the water.
And I just love the freestyle element of it. It's about expressing yourself. You can put your own creativity and show your personality through your riding. You get some riders like your husband who just absolutely charge. Dean Smith, who just goes bigger than most people. And I was surprised his knees lasted as long as they did throughout his career. And he was even out there earlier charging as well.
Mia getting that backside 180 off the rail. That's her plan, transfer.
To the pipe, and love that one. We were talking about it earlier where that sort of unique line on that one where you're coming back in toward the cable. It does mean you'd probably get a little bit of potential slack, a slight little change in line tension. So, there's all these little minute details that these riders are just locked in on, and they've really got to get used to the different lines and the different ways to approach these features.
Yeah, absolutely. Mia had to time that. She edged out, keeping an eye on that little bump, timing, when to hit it, where to hit it to get that onto the second half of that rail. Nice hillside 540 from Jasmine.
Yeah, Jasmine. That's a nice 540. She's going to be stoked on that. That's a good score to get on that kicker section. As we mentioned earlier, each of these sections are separated. So, you can focus on one section at a time. Some people will get one lap and they'll just get a decent hit on almost every section. And that means you can just start increasing and pushing harder and going for more difficult hits as you go. Yeah, 50-50 up and front three off the top.
Spinning off the top of that rail. Coming in, ollieing on. Nice little stalefish grab off the top. It's great to see such a depth in these, that they had to go through a semi-finals, and then we've got 4 girls in the finals.
Mary Jones right here off the heels. Going for the back roll and sticking it nicely. I think you can hear some cheers going on from the crowd. They're stoked on that one. Switch now. Switch transfer backboard slide on 270 out right on the buzzer. We heard the horn go out there, and as long as you're on the feature already, then that hit is going to count. So that was the final hit that'll count for this under 10 girls features finals, and it's going to be interesting to see where the scores drop. Now, over the weekend, we're getting live scores, and we were able to keep you updated as you go. We'll see if we get some scores coming through, or if they're just saving it for later, keeping the suspense, keeping us guessing.
Yeah, with the jam format, they can't do the live scores straight away because, there's all the obstacles. It's just not like a full run that then the judges can post. So it takes a couple of minutes before we get our scores up.
That'll be a lot to ask of the judges as well. They got such a hard job in these jam formats. There's so much going on. Mad props to all the judges out there, and for how quickly the scores have been coming through over the weekend, whether it's
Mia getting a scarecrow off the kicker. We didn't get to see that earlier.
Yeah, I love that we get these instant replays.
Sissy spinning off there.
There's
Jasmine.
That 540.
And the back roll from Mary. Nice work, ladies. I'm going to head off. I've got a wakeboard soon.
Thanks for joining me. I look forward to seeing you out there, and
I think we're going to have Courtney Angus come.
Yeah, the pleasure of Courtney Angus coming up to join us here in the booth. But thanks, Emma, and all the best.
Brad. Thank you. I hope I can entertain you.
I will no doubt be entertained in one way or another.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together, we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together, we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Number 2. Game on.
Game on. We got Courtney Angus here in the studio with us. Welcome, Courtney. You had a pretty awesome ride yesterday over the weekend. Really cool to watch yourself and all of the other pro ladies absolutely crushing it out there.
Thanks heaps, Brad. Hey. All right, what are we up to here?
We are just getting into the under 10 boys features. Does this say semifinals? I believe this is a final.
And we've got Cruisy Boy. This is a final for sure. I watched their semifinals earlier and the boys were on fire.
Absolute fire. We saw Cruisy Boy go for the double cab roll. He landed it outside of competition time. So you know he's going to be pumped. I mean, he's always pumped up.
Oh, yeah.
But you know he's going to be pumped to try and land that in his run. But I would imagine we'll see him kind of take a good tactic of getting a few scores under his belt first. We may see him go for that cab roll. A nice hit there. What was that? Looked like...
That was from Hudson. Hudson's a little skateboarder too. You should see his Instagram. This kid rips on a skateboard. And in the semi-finals earlier today, wow, on his wakeboard, he goes bloody good. Here we go again from Hudson.
Big toe side cut, toe side backside, 720. Are you kidding me? Unfortunately, losing that handle, but look, if there's anywhere you want to fall, it's at that section there. In the background, there's Cruisy Boy going for, it looked like, was it toe side back roll over the Stucky feature, landing down the lander. He might take an edge here. Oh, no, he's going to pass it up. Maybe seeing his, the competitors behind him. He is just biding his time, you know. He's taking a good tactic here. He's going to be coming into the Busty Done feature. Frontside 270, switch back lip, hops around the backboard, 450 out.
Yeah, Cruisy.
Cruisy is just ridiculous on a wakeboard. 180 in, backboard slide, and dropping back to regular out.
I had the opportunity to go up to Cairns and do some coaching recently, and watching Cruisy ride at his home park, like, he's such a steez demon. Hey, he's so impressive.
Not only on the cable, but also on the boat. I'm sure we'll see him later on in the week in the boat contest. He does some incredible tricks. I saw him linking some incredible lines, Tantrum to Blind, Pete Rose. Ridiculous tricks for someone who's, 11 years old to be doing.
Yeah, nuts in this age group. Hey, I will talk about Jack Farley as well, a.k.a. Pudding. He actually came to a wake camp of mine just over a year ago, and we struggled to get a whole lap the full time, and he just was still stoked in the moment. And here he is, like, in this event, absolutely throwing down. You should have seen him in his semi-finals. I'm sure he's getting
Speaking of throwing down, Cruisy Boy just stuck the double cab roll in contest, and he is pumped. You see him just throwing the hand up in the air. Pumped up into transfer to lip slide, front board slide. Man, Cruisy Boy is a force to be reckoned with. And, we got an instant replay here. Look at that. Look how big he goes. 1, 2 flips. And, just pumped. That claim. I love the claim there, too.
Clean as ever as well. My goodness.
Ridiculous. So, we're back now with Jack Farley.
Yep.
Who you were just talking about.
Yep. He's my boy.
Your boy. So cool to see him here in the under 10 boys. The features final of the World Championships. Going for all the marbles. You could probably pay them in marbles too at this age.
And then probably still be just as stoked. It'd be a little collection for him. Hell yeah. No. It's so cool for these guys to come along to these events as well and see all the pros throw down, and like even the next age division up, they've got so much to aspire to here. Yeah,
so much inspiration coming from those older riders here. We got Jack coming in on the toes, going to transfer to the flat bar front lip slide. Switch fitty, 360 out.
I taught him that.
Oh, you did? Proud coach here, Courtney. As you should be.
You've probably got the wrong biased person in here with you. I'm so proud of you.
I'm just as biased of any Kiwis go out there on the water. So. Toe side, there's the Scarecrow.
Awesome. Go, boy.
Now, we've also got Nate Hooper and Hudson Burris
out there,
and looks like, was that a backside 7?
Yeah.
Or potentially a toe side 9. If we can get an instant replay on that, looks like Hudson, I believe we saw him earlier going for that trick, possibly.
Whoa!
Are you kidding me?
Jesus, that was techie, hey. You know what? Off that big kicker as well, coming into the motor tower corner, there is so much tension. For these guys to hold it together and be landing back 7s and 9, it's truly impressive.
Here we go. Yeah, backside 720. A little bit squirrely on the landing, so he is still riding though, so he's going to get another lap. He might get another chance at going for that one. Obviously, we are on time restraints here on the final. You got to get it done within the time.
Oh yeah, well, I don't think Cruzy needs to hit the kicker again.
Nah, Cruzy's got that one done.
Yeah, he knows it. He's a smart boy, Cruzy. Yeah, cool. So Nate Hooper, he's from Mackay, I believe.
And is that Nate we might have seen there? Oh, just getting in that last trick right before the horn. Yeah, that was Nate. Looked like he went for, might have been a scarecrow or an elephant off that inside wave kicker. But that's going to do it for the finals of the under 10 boys, the future of wakeboarding. Looked like a full Australian final. What do we see there, Courtney?
Oh, a big tantrum to blind.
Oh, you kidding
Just
me?
after the buzzer, unfortunately, but still sick. And then from Nate, a nice little back roll. Cool.
Yeah, I love that we get the recap. We get the replays. There's Cruzy Boy going the tantrum over top. Couple of good hits there from Cruzy Boy. No doubt we're going to see this double cab roll stomped.
So cool. It's so hard to tell unless you're in the judges booth looking after one obstacle. It's so hard to tell where everyone's sitting. Hey.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
And yeah, because of the jam format, we're only seeing little glimpses, only some parts of the runs. We're not catching everything. Cruzy Boy coming in, one for the crowd. What's he got? Double cab roll. He stalled that one out in the middle as well and still managed to land it. I don't even know how he does it without a grab, to be honest, because you got to stay tucked on it. But right there, he opened out, stalled it, and he's like, yeah, I got plenty of time.
Did he grab his knee and then let go of his knee? Jeez.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a triple out of this kid in the next few years.
Yeah, for
so much time, especially off that massive kicker. Look at that. Look, opens up. Boom.
Jeez Louise.
Cruzy Boy, stop it.
Stop it. You're making us look bad. Oh, no.
Congratulations to all of the riders there in the Under 10 Boys Features Final. Jack Farley, Nate Hooper, Hudson Burris, and Cruzy Boy.
What a final, hey?
So cool. And then up next, we got the 11 to 13 girls. We got Maddie Watkins, we got Caitlin Bean, Alessandra Howe, and Brahim from Thailand. She absolutely crushed it in the earlier rounds.
Yeah.
Now, do you have any biased favorites here in the under 11 to 13 girls? Anyone you've worked with, coaching-wise?
Yep. So I've spent a lot of time from Caitlin, with Caitlin. I've spent the last 10 years down at Cable's Wake Park where Katie was riding. During COVID, it was Katie and I, the whole time, because the park was closed and we were just doing one-on-one lessons. And then Cece, I mentioned earlier that I went up and done a clinic up in Cairns and I got to spend some time with Cece, and that girl, she is an absolute pleasure to coach. Everything I asked her to do and have a think about, yep, let's do it. Such a good attitude.
So Cece, is that Caitlin's nickname there? Or is
No,
this
sorry,
someone?
Alessandra.
Oh, Alessandra. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Cece.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Cece. Yeah. But yeah, Katie rips. She's got a 5 off the kicker, so hopefully we'll see that today. I think, Cece's got a big scarecrow. Actually, she made my heart absolutely sink in the semis because she cut so bloody hard at that kicker and over-rotated into a massive nose edge, but was able to shake it off, run back to the dock, and then stomp it. So
That's
that was
what it's
cool.
all about.
Yeah. But hopefully no heart sinking this time. She's going to get it first go. It's going to be great.
Awesome. And seeing Caitlin there. Heel side approach up with that backside board slide. Dropping to fakie out.
We've got more in the tank there.
Oh, I have no doubt. And that's the beauty of this format. You can kind of build as you go. You start a bit more simple.
Yep.
Get some scores down, and then there is the scarecrow.
Beautiful. That was from our Thai girl.
Yeah, Brayfin.
Yep, killing it.
She seriously crushed it, and look, she's going for a transfer here. Transfer to backboard slide, dropping 180 out.
She's got a back 5 under her belt as well.
Yeah, she had a back 5. She even had a Pete Rose after time, I believe,
Jeez,
that we
that's
saw
impressive.
from her.
Holy moly. Yeah, these little girls, like, coming up. I could up it.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Maddie Watkins here, the daughter of Mr. Legend Daniel Watkins. It's a home field advantage here for Maddie. Backside board slide on that transfer in that second section of features.
Maddie is so natural on the water. She looks so good, like always at ease.
It's almost as if it's in her blood.
For sure. Because on the lead up, I haven't seen her out here all that much, but obviously, like, this is a huge event. She's decided to get amongst it, and I hope over the summer I get to work with her a little bit, because I think there's a lot of potential there.
Oh, no doubt. You can already see it. She already absolutely rips.
Yeah.
But, you know, as is in wakeboarding, there is always room to grow and improve.
Absolutely.
Nice hit there on that step down rooftop rail, and you're getting almost a full pull along the outside section of that Stucky feature. I believe that's the Trent, and then the inside's the Gavin.
Yep. Here we go. Front 5. Yeah,
Maddie
She'll
Watkins.
be stoked on that. Good
So
stuff.
stoked. No doubt proud dad and probably proud mum all out there on the side.
Yeah, I know Caitlin's mum, Mel, was pretty nervous with Caitlin going out. I reckon she was more nervous than Katie.
Yeah, she is. Katie going, frontside 5. No, she popped the handle.
And we're swimming.
Oh, she is swimming, and I don't know how much time's left on the clock. Luckily, you know, it might be a 1 minute swim, 30-second run. You got to get your boots back in. She might have just enough time to get something else done there. Toe side, front side 540 for Brayham.
Oh, that was Sandy, I think. Sandy.
Oh, sorry, got my my colours mixed up here.
You're right.
CC.
I have to.
I'm not that colorblind. It's actually different on my sheet in front of me.
You're right. And it's Sandy. I looked at this one before, and Cece, and I didn't get to see her on the screen.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
the confusion.
Sandy. Sorry about that.
Sandy, Alessandra.
Yeah. Sandy's actually from Bly. I worked with her pretty recently just to help her set up her pass on this. We had the under 10 girls with Cece, and this one here, the under 13 girls. This is Sandy. So, yeah.
Yeah, we got eyes on Brayham right now. Once again, apologies if we are slightly butchering the pronunciation of your name there. I am very familiar to having my last name incorrectly pronounced.
Smelly.
Yep, we got all words. Smelly, Smeely, Smele. But no, Smela. It is a weird Dutch last name, so looks like we've got eyes here on Sandy.
Front 5. Yeah. Oh, I thought she had that. Hey.
So close.
Almost.
Transfer from the outside. Oh, backboard slide, 270 out. And are we going to get that back 5? Are we going to get the Pete Rose? Toe side approach here from the young Thai rider. There it is, the Pete Rose. Oh, and just slipping out over the heels. I doubt there will be enough time to get back to the dock. They're going to be swimming anyway.
Hurry.
I can hear John speaking over the live commentary there saying that he's obviously got a bit more eyes on the time. Maybe there's enough time to get back there, or possibly talking about the rider that we're looking at on the water here, whether she's going to get another hit of the kicker.
Miss Maddie Watkins, surely. Have we seen a flip from her? Nope.
No, we saw the 540 from her earlier, so she might be just like, yep, tick, I got that section done.
Boom.
Got a decent score there.
to move up the leaderboard. And here we got Maddie Watkins.
The slingshot rail, Busty Dunn's signature.
Frontside lip slide, 50-50 dropping off into switch, and then now she is going to approach for a transfer.
Oi.
Ollie on over the safety. Oh, just a little clip, and she saved it.
Got away with that with a full pull as well.
Oh,
that
well
was
done.
the best you could make out of that situation, I reckon. Ta-da!
We saw yesterday, I believe, or maybe the day before, we saw that same sort of situation where you clip, but then also ended up with a hip check on the end.
That was a great hit from Caitlin Bean just then with the step up with the 270 out. Perfect.
Beautiful.
Front five, she fell on it before. Oh no!
Okay, just getting hung up on that handle. The handle's really important in wakeboarding. You got to be holding on to it to continue riding.
No rope, no hope, Brad.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better.
I got a bit unstuck myself yesterday on a towback 7. Oh my gosh.
Just managed to save it. Oh, beautiful there, Maddie Watkins.
Come on, Maddie. Oh, she's pretty comfortable with her front five, hey?
Yeah, a little high five on the way by. Love that. Camaraderie.
Yeah, that's cool. Nice.
Looks.
Oh, she's asking for the time. Oh, and we're done. Alrighty.
And that'll bring us to the end of the the 11 to 13 girls final here in the features division. They got the jam format. Love seeing the jam format. And we are going to cross over live to our on-site reporter, Kristen. What do you got for us?
Hey, Brad, you know, as the scores start to drop and come in on the WWA Ride Line app, if you're wondering who is behind the curtain, well, Gavin and Trent Stuckey are two of the judges on the panel today. They said they've judged before in their career. Obviously, it's an ask sometimes of the pros throughout a competition week. And they said they love the fact that they have a day just to focus on judging and they're not having to ride or compete as well in the same day, which is sometimes asked of them. But in that moment where they're able to just focus in on judging, I asked both brothers, what do you want to see out there? And it was really interesting because both brothers gave me the same exact response. They want that X factor, where some judges really just want a clean, stomped run. They want great execution. You want the whole package, obviously, but they are leaning into the riders that are showcasing a more creative repertoire. They want to see different riders explore tricks that aren't being seen in the competition so far. So if you're wondering whether or not to take that risk, when the Stuckey brothers are in the booth, you want to go for it because they are rewarding for it.
And that is not surprising at all because that's very much in line with the riding style of those two. They don't hold back when it comes to competing. They've got their own creative lines, absolutely ridiculous tricks that they throw down, as we saw Trent Stuckey not only sticking a double back roll to blind in his run, also land, and the double back roll to blind was actually in his winning run. He also landed the double back roll to late 360, the double KGB. That one, I believe some of his other hits in that run weren't quite as good, so that wasn't the one that won it for him. But that won everyone's hearts, everyone's mind, blew everyone's minds out here. I was sitting out there with a bunch of some of the older riders, Rusty Malinowski, Brett Eisenhower, and we all just looked at each other like, are you kidding me? This is where wakeboarding's at these days.
That's very impressive, hey? Those Stuckey boys, my goodness. They go bloody cable high.
And they're so young still, too. So I think, 18 and 20 years old.
Yep.
So much more left in the tank for those guys. We're into the 11 to 13 boys division. That's the rider in blue, I believe is Luca.
Linking up with a 50-50 dropping on the box. 50-50 on that rail. Transfer front lip, 450 off from hard.
Here we go. Is Luca going to go for something here? Oh, a little nose grab roll to revert, maybe a half cab roll.
Very nice. Super clean.
So here in the 11 to 13 boys finals, we got Lewis Cannon, Jagger O'Donnell, Harley Egan, and Luca Adib Sami. Again, try my best here on the pronunciation. I hope I got that one right. There's a transfer back lip slide, pretzel 270 out.
Looks like not as quite long.
That pretzel out looks so easy for him. Hey, I reckon he's got a 450 in the tank there.
Yeah, I love
Yep.
just the casual nature of it. And sometimes, you know, if you can make a really difficult trick look easy, you know, the style factor is where it's counted there from the judges. But sometimes you don't want to make it look too easy. Otherwise, they're like, oh, yeah, he's got more.
Yep.
Front side, like 180, little hopping around 180, back and forth, all over that Busty Dunn signature feature. That was Jagger O'Donnell. Ollie up, little shifty to 50-50 backside 3 out.
I think that's the style factor that Gavin and Trent are looking for right there.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
stomping that board down. That was beautiful. Oh, nice little pop off the end there into that 452. That was beautiful.
Yeah, Harley Egan, the rider in red.
Oh,
Was
we
that-
wanted a bit more out there though.
Yeah, was that frontside 450 on?
Nah, so 180 on and then same way toe back 270 on. And
Oh,
then
there you go.
it was meant to be rewind 270 off, I reckon.
I'm glad I got you here in the booth to help me out with this one. I'm a little rusty after a few years off.
You're right. I'm sure you've been keeping up with it though.
Luca here, backside board slide, and a 450 off.
Yep.
He could have been looking for that 7, so keep your eyes
Here we
on
go.
it.
Crossing over to Jagger.
And they're going front
I wonder where
forward,
Jagger's
pretzel
from.
360 to 50,
Not too
50,
sure.
363,
I
otherwise
wonder if
one
this is a
to
full Aussie
So a lot of these
final
riders
as well.
in these,
That'd be good to know.
divisions today. We're seeing a lot of
All right, back to Mr. Egan. Nice little step up there. That was a beautiful hit.
Yeah, that front board slide on the way down, locked in on that Stucky feature. Those rails, the more rounded rails, they're really hard to lock in on, so really challenging for these riders, but it makes it so much more legit when you do lock in. There's a front side 720. Ah, so clean.
So clean. It's actually, this park is so well laid out though, with a great variety of flat rails and rounded rails, and like the Stucky set up, like Trent and Gavin's signature unit set up with the rounded rails to go rail to rail on. Oh, so much fun. Nice little toe back 270 on there after that 180 ollie onto that swoop. Cool.
Sounded like, heard in the background, maybe a back mob got landed from one of our riders. Lewis Cannon coming in, heel side, that half cab roll, looking for a mute grab on that one.
Maybe thinking, hey, I saw that back row. I wonder if I grab a back row, I could score.
Bypassing the slingshot rail. He's probably got a good hit on that he's happy with.
Yeah, Tick got the score done there. And that's where I love this format. You don't have to take the risks. If you've already got the score done, you can just go, all right, I'm going to focus in on the next hit, like that backside lip slide, backside 270 out on the transfer.
You beauty.
Harley.
So he's from the Sunshine Coast Wakeboard Club. Josh Egan manages that, his father. They're such a passionate family. Really get behind wakeboarding. It's cool.
Oh, that's awesome. It is a family sport, and you know, I know that my dad was the one taking me out there riding after school when I was young, really helping me progress my riding. Looked like he might have won preparing for an extra 180 on that one.
Yep. Yeah, my dad got me into it too. He learnt to ride behind the boat. Oh, bummer.
Well, you and, as we saw earlier, you and Maddie Watkins have a little something in common where, you know, you've got fathers who have pulled together these amazing wake parks. You're from down there at Cable's Wake Park in Penrith, right? Or that's one of the parks that you've spent a lot of time riding. And,
yeah, the last 10 years. But I'm up here now.
It's an amazing park down there too. I had a lot of fun riding there, and in my time that I got to ride there.
Yeah. I still remember you down there at those board stock events. They were good times, hey?
Really good time. Looked like a backside 360 there for Jagger. May have wanted the backside 540, or maybe looking to step up into that next time around. Yeah, 50-50, 180 up over the step up. You can see a little bit of a gesture with the hand, like maybe that wasn't quite what he wanted. Oh, a little nose tap, 50-50, 360 out.
Beautiful. Very nice. The X Factor. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, little things like that, little shifty, little tap, little just a little something, little point of difference. Those Stuckey brothers will be looking for that and loving it.
Nice little 270 on there. Unfortunately not getting the full pull on that step down section. Coming into the Stuckey rail now. Oh, going for that second step up there.
Sounds like we're coming down to the wire in terms of the time left.
Yep.
And that is the horn, so unfortunately this one's not going to count. He may do it for the crowd anyway, going for that back half gap roll. May have wanted a back mode. But well done to all of the riders in this 11 to 13 boys finals here in the features division. The Nautique's WWA Wake Park World Championships presented by GM Marine. Gonna give a good shout out to those guys: Lewis Cannon, Jagger O'Donnell, Harley Egan, and Luca Adib-Sunny.
I can't wait to see the results, hey.
And that's where I feel like yesterday we were getting like the live results, even with the finals. We knew who the world champion was right as they were getting out of the water. They're keeping us in suspense a little bit today. I kind of like that too.
So podiums for these guys are tomorrow, hey? Yeah.
Okay, that may be why they're keeping us in suspense. I don't know if they'll leave them hanging that long all the way through to tomorrow.
Nah, no
The
way.
kids won't be able to sleep at night.
Did I do enough? They'll be watching the live stream replays so much. Yeah.
Such a good time. We are here.
It's actually been pretty cool at the end of the days to go home and watch it all.
Yeah, it's been really cool to just to be a part of this whole event. But we're going to take a short ad break, and we will be back to you in just a moment with our 14 to 17 girls features finals.
We'll be talking about this in 5 or 6 years' time, and we will be going. Remember how fun that was? So remember to actually have fun while it's actually here. Anywho, eyes back on the water.
From open road to open water, we're
All right, so
inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we build something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Ready, spraying up those kickers. I assume she's going to be hitting one of those in a minute. Macy is going into that.
14 to 17 years old are the ages of the young ladies that we see here in the features 14 to 17 finals jam session. We got 3 ladies out there going to be battling it out for who's going to be where on the podium. So we got Marley Falzon, we got Isabella Tan, and we got Macy Lee. Marley's going to be in the yellow, Isabella in the green, and Macy in the red. And yeah, we were talking about earlier, we saw the legend, Greg Falzon, out there on the water in the 40-plus division. And Greg's daughter, Marley, throwing it down out here today. We got Isabella Tan on screen right now, cutting in to go 180 to a bit of a kicker hit there. Unfortunately, slipping out, and she's going to have a little bit of a swim, a little bit of a jog back. But luckily, I mean, you don't really want to fall at the start of the heat, but if you know, in the amount of time left in the heat, she's got plenty of time to get back to the dock, get strapped back in and back out there. But she's kind of left the door open for these other 2 riders, Marley and Macy. We got Marley there going for the tantrum.
That was beautiful.
Really nice, and she's going to be stoked. That's solid start to that section, locking in a score. So Marley and Macy got an open cable, just the two of them sharing it out there right now into this kinked pipe rail, getting a decent piece of that second part of that rail. That's quite a challenging rail to get to the end of. You've really got to rock to the inside or even use your line tension a little bit off the cable so that you can change direction while you're on that pipe rail.
Oh, I just seen a great hit from Macy. Looking out the window, we got a transfer with a back one off. Well, sorry, backboard and then 270 out. It's very clean though.
Yeah, we'll maybe catching up in terms of where we are on screen here, but right now Macy coming across to that XL kicker on the toe side. Up and over, there's the Scarecrow. Lands that nicely.
Very clean.
So we've got a couple of solid inverts to start off with from these young ladies.
Yeah.
Heel side approach into the banana rail, hitting that one incline rail, backside board slide.
Queensland is throwing down. So Macy's from Bly and Marley's obviously local from Gold Coast Wake Park.
We're going to be crowning some world champions over the next couple of days. We've already crowned some over the last couple of days. You yourself, previous world champion. When did you manage to lock down some world titles?
I've only ever won one.
You got the one?
And I've got second and third that many times.
was that Abu Dhabi that you managed to grab one?
Yeah, it was my first year competing professionally. It was back in 2013. You were there.
I was there.
Yeah. Those Abu Dhabi events, they were great, but boy, oh boy, has the caliber of riding upped. Yeah.
It is insane, and it's really cool to see yourself, a world champion from back then, back out here competing. We had James Windsor as well competing over the weekend. He took a couple of world titles over there in Abu Dhabi. So, 10, 11 years on, still going.
Yep.
Still hanging in there, still making finals.
Oh, it's a great community to be a part of. This is my family.
It really is, the Wake fam.
Yeah, it's cool. Oh, last night was fun. Everyone was at the Surfers Pavilion hanging out, and it was just nice to talk about the sport and where it's going and all the different ideas. It's really fun.
It's so cool. I'm looking forward to a bit of a reunion tonight at the Wake Awards.
Yeah.
That's going to be really cool. I'm going to be probably ducking away here in the next half hour or so just to go and preserve my voice, regain a bit of energy, ready for Wake Awards tonight, which I'll be hosting. But we got a little bit of info coming from around Marley Falzon, so throwing over to you, Kristen, what we got?
Yeah, I was able to check in with her mom, and not only does she have Marley competing, but her son is competing and her husband as well. I asked her, what do her weekends look like with so much of her family being in the competitive wakeboard scene? She said every Saturday and Sunday they are right here at Gold Coast Wake Park. They live about 20 minutes away. They train, they ride here, and she says when they're not here, they're competing. So this is a full-time lifestyle trend for the
Oh, and we lost Kristen. Here. Oh, there she is. Yeah, thanks, Kristen. It's so cool to get these insights on some of our riders. We appreciate you out there gathering the insights, chatting to all the people, the family, the riders themselves. It's really cool to get that insight because, as we were saying, it really is a family sport, and it's really cool to see so many members of that family, the Falzon family, out here competing and out here riding all the time. What a wake park to have just a few minutes away to come and ride every weekend.
Here we go. Marley coming into that step-up box. Yeah, it's getting the full pull there. Back in the day, my brother and I used to fight over being the rope dope whenever Greg Falzon would be on the water because he just goes so big, massive S bends and
It's what he's always been known for, and the fact that he's still doing it at 40 plus years old, it just blows my mind, and I'm surprised it doesn't blow his knees.
Yeah, seriously, God, he's a strong man.
So only Marley out on the water at the moment.
All right.
Yeah, so Marley's the only one out there. Looks like a couple of them, the other girls have taken some falls. So hopefully they're getting back to the dock and back on the water as quickly as possible as time is ticking away here in the 14 to 17 girls final.
Nice little hit there from Marley. Just riding past the Stucky feature now. Maybe we'll see a kick it to finish things off.
Yeah, and we already saw, was it the tantrum from
Yep.
Marley earlier, so whether she's going to go to step something up a bit more.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Tantrum to
Fakey! Oh, she had that.
So close.
2026, that's hers. Surely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We're on.
So I did hear that, 2026, the Worlds will be returning here to the Gold Coast. That's really cool. They've obviously locked in a couple of years, and it's. I just love that the Worlds are traveling around the world. It is a World Championships. For many years there, it was sort of somewhat locked in and around the US, but then we were talking before, going back to the days it was in Abu Dhabi. They had it in the UK last year, and then bringing it down under. This year and in 2 years' time.
I've had it in the Philippines as well, back at C-Dub back in the day. That was fun.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. That setup was pretty wild.
This event has been for the past 3 days and will continue to be tomorrow. Come grab yourself.
So it looks like that's done it. Yeah, for our final, the 14 to 17 girls, Marley Falzon, Isabella Tan, and Macy Lee. Congratulations to all of those young ladies. You're all going to end up on the podium, but in what order is what we're going to be waiting around to find out.
Let us know what brought you here.
Yeah, we're going to take just a brief break, and we'll come back to you very shortly with our next division, the next final, the 14 to 15-year-old boys here in the features division.
So they can put you in the draw. We have 4 riders on the water for our final, for our 14 to 15 boys. Here's our final. Rolling down in the lead up to this. There is Finley again with that phenomenal on the mark. Not a problem at all. Caleb going tick-tocking, jumping up and down all over that stucky rail. Into the corridor, out of the corridor. These guys really stepping up in that semi-final. Serious riding in this category alone. Big old laid out roll to revert there. It goes
from open road to
open
open
style.
water. We're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great
We've
thrill.
got Finley approaching the rooftop, but
Since even
down
a
the end he
century
goes
of
toe side.
experience is only a
270 on.
start. Our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced
Doesn't get
propulsion
quite on the full
technology.
ball on the way down.
To
270 on
imagine
into
and
the
try
corridor.
and test
Transfers
until we
up.
build something worthy of adventure. So that
92,
together we
270
can
on the back of that
empower
one.
a
Very
new
nicely
generation
done,
to
looking
push
very
higher
controlled.
and harder.
As that cadence goes 180
Because
on,
there's so much
270,
more to
90.
discover when the drive comes
To the
from within.
rooftop also very
And so
kept.
that together
Multiple
we
directions
can
of
invent a
spinning.
bigger future
Lovely
for
stuff. Goes on
everyone we
180, back
empower.
180 off into the down ramp. Now that down ramp has a
GM
gradient to it, so as you come down there,
Keep
you do have to
thunder
be
at the
careful that you
heart
don't
of
give
all you
nosedives
do.
straight off the end, because that would be easy to do. Landed wrap, staying wrap, into the corner. Goes wrap. Open base lead. I didn't exactly see what happened, but he did transfer off from the to that rooftop and spun a lot. Really goes upside down here. And that bow with that laid out. Takes his time, gets the grab on it. Squeezes it out. Very, very cool. Going over to that basket rail. Water slides on, 270. Holds the full serve. Doesn't quite get the full ball. Tosa 270 on for spin. And he goes 360. Yeah, not quite the full ball, but it's just Tosa on. Yeah, nice. Wicked. Comes into the back left on the way down on the down pipe. Back to serve on the way out. Bentley Bland making an appearance. I think he might have fallen a little bit early on, but he is very, very nice there. So he goes from the corridor, slightly different approach there, corridor to the up pipe down, transfers across to the down pipe. So instead of pipe, corridor, pipe. Huge. That was a very, very cool movement. Behind him. Super skills, actually. There's a lot going on there, so that's good. Back roll. Probably looking to get a blind, I assume. Maybe a save we do at some point.
Hayden just
struggling a little bit with the pull on that lucky rail. Get the transfer that you get. I'm sure it'll be there. There's a good 5 minutes left. Looks for the rewind back the other way. But let's stop the rotation in the air. The grab on, that's very, very cool. Goes into the basket rail. Backboard start. Goes back 270 yards. Very nice. What's he got for us? On the box. Ollie's the safety, up the rail, tail, back foot, keeping off the top of that rail, locking in. And Bentley goes broadside, 450 transfer, back 90 off, picks up the back, right foot forward, on the heels, what's he got here? There's that. Oh, there it is. Unreal. Back roll comes down, broadside, back 2-7, off on the tricep pipe. That is crazy talk, isn't it?
There goes toe side.
Back to the air, gets the grab, comes down one. Hayden, tail tap, 2-7 fold there, holds. 270 off. Down off 450 off the top. There's Hayden getting that transfer. He's been looking for. Very nice. Really happy with that. That was wicked.
Making amends,
figuring it out as he goes. Hayden going up. He goes 50-50, then back one off the top of the rail. Fingers slapped as well on the rooftop.
Then he goes 270
on, comes down. He wants to go 270 on, and he wants to go from the pipe. 270 on and then the transfer up to the pipe, which is absolutely huge, especially when you're going in reverse. That's taking you 5 this time around. Has he got it? Oh, just going down. Pulls the ball out of the barrier somehow. Just again. Bit of a scary moment for the operator there, but goodness me, just going down KGB 5, locked it in so good, almost had the handle too close to him. He couldn't even do that. Unlucky there, what a trick. Hayden, the only 2 left out on the water of the 4, so there's Hayden with a toe side, front side, 7-20, Dylan, Hayden. Love that. 100 transfer, back 2-7 out. Very cool. He's got that on lock now, hasn't he? Took him a few, but he's there. Off he goes. There's that. Blue side, front side, 7. Grab on it and everything. All of these boys throwing down. Goodness me, everybody crushing it. What a beat. Hayden goes. Back three, up the step, back 3 off. Very cool. Getting over the tail of that as well. Little presses too. Back lip, front 450 out. on that transfer. A big old cheer from Caden down the end. They are all good friends. You love to see it. How bloody exciting. Everyone's really stepping up in this final. There is the hooter, there's the horn. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. 14 of 15 boys, gentlemen. How good was that? Some full sends there, some improvements on previous. Goodness me, I don't know how to call that. We do have it in the ride line app, it will show in a second. Yeah, the boys just having fun. Prime age, this one, where they just start getting some phenomenal tricks down. Still in that age of kind of like not scared of anything. Abilities, pushing the boundaries. So we've just gone from 14 to 15 boys, moving up the ladder a little bit to 16 to 17 boys. Must be because there would be a million competitors. So we'll break them up into ages, make it a little bit more fair. And we've got AJ Whitney, Sonny Marathi, Tanner Watkins and Taylor Watkins. I don't know if they're related or not, I assume so. Cousins. There you go. Cousins.
Taylor, the son of Daniel Watkins.
Saw him ago.
We saw him ago
In the old fart
in
division.
the old fart division.
The over forts.
The over forts.
Hope his back's
Hope
alright.
his back's alright.
So just a four.
So just a four in this heat,
Straight
Straight
into the final.
So these fellas didn't need
any semi-finals.
semi-finals. We'll go straight into the finals here.
All on the line for
all
this
on the line
7
for this 7 minutes to again
battle it out
for world
glory
in
the most
prestigious category.
Looks like we're actually ready to go. Taylor Watkins is going to be the last rider up. Ronik's team rider, and we're underway.
Welcome back to the programming with the WWA Wake Park World Championships live from the Gold Coast of Australia. You'll be able to hear in the background some of our live event commentators, myself and Corey Wilson in the booth right now. I'm Kristen Beat. And we are on to the 16 to 17-year-old boys features final. A lot going down right there. This is a jam session, which means all of these guys are out there on the course at the same time. Judges focused in on their area of judging. These guys focused in on what they want to hit during their run. And only one will walk away as the 2024 world champion in this division. All four entrants hailing from Australia. Corey, in the judging booth, we have both Stuckey brothers, and they told me, they said, we want to see creativity. And that's not surprising. I heard Brad talk about it as well. Both brothers kind of allow themselves to explore the creative ends of this sport. You'll rarely see them put out a run that replicates anyone else's. And knowing that in the judging, do you think maybe some of the entrants are trying to embrace that a little bit more, even with the course allowing so much more creativity?
I would hope so, knowing that's who's in the judges booth and how much thought they put into their lines. I mean, it's definitely a thing that you want to cater to the judges. Different judges reward different things, and we have an all-star judging team this weekend. Not only do we have Gavin and Trent Stuckey in the booth over there, we have Aaron Gunn, who's I believe 2013 world champion. We have Ann Schreiber, 2012 world champion. Maddie Hassler, another world champion. Really, you couldn't ask
Some
for a better
heavy
lineup of
hitters
judges.
up in
Yeah,
the judging booth.
Incredible.
Now, in wakeboarding, is it usual to have pros judge in the amateur ranks? The Stuckey brothers told me that there are a lot of competitions in which they will sit in and judge, so it's not their first time judging.
Yeah, they stay involved, and I love that. They have always done that. Their parents as well, whether it's announcing, helping on the dock, their entire family just truly loves wakeboarding, so they stay involved however they can. It's not always that you have such an all-star team judging the amateurs, but here at the World Championships,
They're all in Australia already. They're hanging out here. No surprise. There's no place they would rather be.
The highest level event, you've got the highest level judges, and you've got an incredible crew out there.
On the water right now, we're going to get a look here at the bib. That would be Taylor Watkins. That would be Taylor Watkins.
Son of Daniel Watkins, probably feeling right at home out there as he does a beautiful chromo off the kicker.
On that XL kicker. Now that would be Tanner Watkins. So Taylor and Tanner in the same heat. Two brothers competing against each other. Looking pretty thrilled with himself.
Both doing a beautiful chromo off the kicker.
Yeah, their creativity has been kind of fun to watch, how they rotate around this park.
You can tell they feel at home. They're familiar with these features.
A lot of creative movement, as we were talking about, so I'm sure that the Gavin and Trent will reward that handsomely.
Probably keeping an eye on each other as they make laps around the park. That's another fun thing, is like you do have a little bit of time, especially on that back stretch, to watch what's going on in the line in front of you. And it's impossible to see every hit and everything that goes on out there, but you can't keep an eye on the person in front of you and know what they're doing at least and try to one-up on that.
So Corey, tell me more about this event. At what stage did you guys choose Gold Coast Wake Park? Was it years ago? Was it months ago? Like how did this all come to be at the Gold Coast?
Yeah, this is about 2 years in the making. So the local Nautique dealer, Nautique Central, come to us and really expressed a lot of interest in bringing the World Championships to Australia. And we really, when we come to a destination, like to keep both park and boat disciplines together. It's just a better impact for the city and the destination that we're going to, and they tend to embrace it a little bit more. But it's also good for the riders. There is that little bit of crossover between the two disciplines. It's cool. Like yesterday, we had Thomas Herman, Corey Tunison out here cheering on the Wake Park riders. So.
Oh, and some of the guys like Gunther Oka, we'll see in both divisions, so that makes it easier for them. We'll also see, a few other riders competing in, both these park and the boat disciplines.
Yeah. So we're following Sonny, but we're going to switch over to Tanner Watkins.
These guys are just busting out.
A good hit. And I think he's coming around to the kickers. Let's see what he's got here. Outside kicker. Another chromo, but getting the nose grab on that. He's happy. He knows that's one step better than the last one he did.
Now, is there anything to them kind of shifting their helmet? Is that for vision's sake, or is that just comfort?
Kind of adjustment. Everybody wears them a different tightness on the chin. And so as he's gone upside down, it seems like it's shifted just a little bit, shifted right back into place. AJ Whitney, also a Gold Coast local, probably just as comfortable out here. I think we have an all-Australian heat.
All 4 entrants are from Australia. Not all from the Gold Coast, but all from Australia.
Oh, AJ Whitney going for the double back roll.
Now we've got Sonny Murati back out there.
He must be happy with his hit in that third section right there as he's passing it up. See what he's going to focus on. Also must be happy with his kicker hits as he's going to pass this one.
Shifting gears, back over to Taylor Watkins. If you're Daniel and you're running this competition throughout the week and you've got 100,000 things to think about, but you've also got kids out on the water. I mean, he's wearing a lot of hats this weekend.
He is. I hope he's taking a break to watch.
And enjoy.
Yeah, we just had Maddie Watkins up before in the girls division, and now we've got the guys.
Yeah. Full family sport. Taylor Watkins back out there. We'll let you guys just kind of enjoy. Watching the athletes make their way around this beautiful course in Australia. Very nice.
Nice toe side back roll.
Just feeling it out, isn't he?
That won't one up his chromo that he's already done. So I think he's just cruising out there.
Just enjoying his time. We heard the buzzer. That means the end of the final. We will have a winner from the boys 16 to 17 division up shortly. But a competitive class between the two Watkins brothers. I think they were throwing down a lot. That's what we got to see. I think AJ was looking good out there as well as Sunny. But we saw a lot from our end. Of course, we're kind of tied into
going for a heel 7.
What we're seeing, but it definitely seemed like the Watkins brothers felt comfortable out there at least.
Yeah, and another Watkins coming up in the next heat. We've got Kim Watkins in the 18 plus for the women.
Now 2 women in this division.
So we did hear that buzzer. It looks like that is going to be it. So Tanner Watkins ripping back into the dock. That is going to do it. Tanner Watkins.
I almost feel like being in a division with just one other person would be so threatening because you're out there on the water and there's only one other person you're competing against versus 6 people where it feels more like a community. It must be isolating.
No doubt. Right? You're going to be spread out on the cable, which is good because you won't have as much cable sway or somebody's lines in front of you. So they'll have nice conditions, but there is that pressure of only one other person. So it also
constantly maybe looking over your shoulder, wondering what's going on the other side of the lake.
Keep an eye on them. Also get your hits in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also interesting with there's only 2 placements. You got to win really at least 3 of those sections. So each one is probably more important when there's only 2 people.
Right.
There's not as much spread through the points there.
A lot more focus on you for the judges though. So if you do feel really good about your run, you know they saw it, you know they were in on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Tuned in.
And a little bit later on, we're going to have the women's 30 plus features. Another heat I'm really excited about to watch. That would actually be my division, my age group, if I were to compete. We've got Amber Wing. You know, she has definitely competed in wake park events over the years. She's not known to be a cable rider. She's more of a boat rider, but the whole Wing family is competing across the board this weekend, so I'm excited to see her out there. I know she's not got a lot of practice out here, so she's still figuring out what lines. She's watched a good bit, but she's experienced enough, I think, just watching and having a good plan. She'll be all right out there. And then you have Alex Gardner, who I believe holds a couple world titles in this division. She's competed in WWA events for well over 10 years, so she'll be one to watch from the UK.
We'll also have the 30 plus men, 40 plus men, and then the 50 plus men will conclude our finals for the day. And after that, we will switch over to semifinals for park, which will kind of conclude our day with those semifinals. And those will go quick. Those are boom, boom, boom. Get out there, get yourself into a final position for tomorrow, and get a good sleep. Because I know that especially some of these kids, you know, they waited all day. They're wanting to take home a trophy. They're ready to compete throughout the weekend.
The women are out. We've got Annie Deswart.
Very nice. So
she came out swinging. She's ready to go.
Yeah, let's see what she lines up on these kickers.
Board slides and lip slides.
Taking the inside kicker
there.
there.
Heel side nose grab 180. Clean, looking comfortable. You know, Amber was in the booth with me a little bit earlier and we talked about strategy.
Yep.
And a good strategy, which looks like Annie is doing, is first lap or 2, get a good safe hit on every single section. That way you have a base. Because it hurts so much in your score to have a 0.
Right.
You need to have a score on each section. A 0 is just really hard to come back from. There's Kim Watkins. It's 180 off, that incline box.
I had the chance to meet Kim yesterday, and they were going 100 miles per hour, obviously, with the big event this weekend, but she's playing mom as well, and
she is.
but she's having such a good time. Like, she was walking around saying hi, just enjoying herself
I'm glad
this
she's
weekend.
taking it all in, yeah.
Yeah.
Looking very comfortable with a nice heel side tail grab.
Very tense.
Grabs are important, and the ladies aren't forgetting it. I'm glad to see both of them getting the grabs on their kicker hits there.
Nice wide shot of the lake here.
270 out, so front side lip slide 270 out.
And we are back to Annie.
Nice. Nice board slide there, and back around to the kickers. We're probably about halfway through. I think they've already got about 3 laps in. The 7-minute jam session allows for about 5 laps per rider if they don't fall.
And these girls have stayed upright throughout their whole time duration.
And you get winded out there. If you make all 5 laps knowing that you can't relax, you have to get your hits in, you get quite tired. It's been a while since I've done it, but I do remember that there's a lot of pressure in these jam sessions, and you're winded by the end of it. Nice up and over, 50-50 across that.
Getting a full pull on that rail, full pull all the way along.
See if Kim Watkins is going to one-up her kicker hit here.
What you want to do, that's the target.
Looks like she's going to approach the outside kicker this time.
She wants that big air. Oh, very nice, girl. Look at her.
Heel side melon 180. Might have been switch.
She felt good about that.
Yeah, that was a good one. I think she's going to do the kinked pipe this time, but we're going to switch over to Annie. Nice.
Now, in the cable park competition, is there any emphasis maybe on making sure that you time your tricks for... Oh, that was...
going for a back roll.
That you time your tricks for their spacing in the run. And I ask that because in skiing or in snowboarding, you want your biggest tricks to go towards the end, obviously. And we've talked about that throughout the weekend. But in this, when it's like more of a jam sesh, is that the same thought process? Or are they just trying to sort of check the boxes as they go?
It's all about strategy. And so I think we've seen a few different strategies over the weekend. Like I said, some people like to go out, get one hit on everything. I've seen some people who will get a kicker, save their kickers till the end. So they're waiting to do those big ones because maybe they are a little bit riskier if depending on what trick they're going to do. Sometimes, depending your rail hits and the division you're in, they might be a little bit safer. So just get your rail hit that you know you can do, and then focus on the kickers. Or if your strength is maybe these transfers, you can focus on that as well. So it's strategy, and I love to see the different bits of strategy in these jam sessions because it comes out a little bit more than just with one run.
I'm constantly in awe of these cable parks. It's just such a cool concept, and if you're a tourist, if you're considering visiting a certain area, this has to be so fun to bring a family to and teach them how to wakeboard or, you know, participate in any wake sports for that matter, because generally on a lake, it's a long process. You're getting a boat, you're turning around 500 times to get somebody out of the water. This is such an applicable this is such an approachable way to embrace wake sports.
Yeah, and I know the Watkins family here at Gold Coast Wake Park does an incredible job of learn to ride days, really just accessible entry points to the sport, and they keep it fun too. A lot of wake parks all over the world have their different versions of learn to ride, and I love the different ways they keep it fun and build community because that's such a huge part of it. See, Kim Watkins, what could be her last kicker hit, she's going to go to the inside kicker, heel side again. Oh, stalefish. One of my favorite grabs.
She's having fun. Look at that smile. She's enjoying herself.
She's got the family watching her.
But you're right, they're probably getting tired out there.
Yeah.
Neither have, really taken a major fall. They haven't had to swim or run or jump or any of the crazy things that everyone has had to do if you fall in the back quarter of the course, and they're staying dry. Good on them. Able to just kind of enjoy their time out there today.
And he just coming off the highest point of that slider up down the end. So
that would be Kim.
Yeah, Kim coming around the back.
Let's take a look at the ride lineup. As I was curious earlier about a few of the divisions to see how the results were filing in. Maybe we'll take a look at those real quick.
Yeah, let's get a score update.
Let's get a score update on what we're doing here. Look at some of the finals. Results.
Looks like the 14 to 15 boys features have come through with Hayden Bates-Reed as our new world champion there, followed by Finley Smith and Bentley Bland in third.
There's no one who's funner to watch than the kids. End of story. Like after they're done, you know, Mary Jones running up to hug all of her competitors, and they're running around playing tag in between events. They love it. It's so cool.
They keep it light. And then Cruisy Boy with a double.
That was huge.
I know.
And now, so everyone was pumping up his social media. So I went ahead, went on Instagram, checked it out. The kid's a legend.
I
the
know.
kid's a little
I know,
legend.
he really is.
Yeah.
We had him. We had the Today Show out earlier this week and had him on for a segment. And
What an
he's
entertainer.
So comfortable behind the camera too.
Yeah.
He's got a bright future ahead of him, without a doubt.
All right, this will be the replays of the 18-plus women's division.
As we get our 30-plus division on deck.
Hitting the water, Lauren Homer. Just spraying everything down there.
And we'll put 7 minutes on the clock for this one as well. As soon as last rider, Alex Gardner, of the UK, hits the water, the time will start.
A lot of great competitions out here today.
Yeah, Alex Gardner has actually been our dock hand for the weekend. She does an incredible job of keeping the show running, so I'm glad to see her get off the dock for a little bit, but I hope she got a chance to warm up.
All of the ladies on the water, ready, go.
Taking a nice wide shot of the lake. Everyone getting those obstacles ready to go. Now, if you're watching at home on YouTube, make sure you download the Rideline app. If you're on Rideline, thanks for joining us here.
Nice. Lauren going to get her kicker hit out of the way with a scarecrow on that outside kicker.
Nice, right off the top too. No fear.
And she's coming in that busty done feature. She's going to board slide. Nice. Little style in there at the end.
She seems very comfortable.
Yeah, she's got some steez on it. I love it. Let's see, and now we've got Alex Gardner.
Now, you mentioned that she's been around the wakeboard scene for a while.
Yeah, she, so my first event with the WWA, let's see what she's going to do off this kicker. Inside kicker, going for a clean toe 5. That's what she wanted. One of my first events was Abu Dhabi in 2012, I believe it was, and Alex was there. So she's been competing. That would make it 12 years.
12 years.
At least.
Yeah.
And she was, ripping then. Probably claimed a world title that weekend. Saw her last year at the World Championships at Liquid Leisure, her home park in Windsor, England. And this is her first time in Australia, I know that.
She made it all the way down here. I was really surprised at the international representation that we're seeing, not only in the pro divisions, which you might expect, but also even in these amateur divisions, with so many different countries represented.
Yeah, a little bit of everywhere. I believe Charlotte is from Germany, too. So we've got a diverse field here.
Yeah, you're right. Charlotte is from Germany, Alex, Great Britain, and the other 3 women all from Australia. Amber Wing from Sydney, so not too far away. She probably was able to drive here.
Oh, Charlotte, second guessing. She was going to cut into that outside kicker and second guessed it at the last moment.
Maybe not. Maybe not today.
Instead, going to approach this busty done feature with a transfer. Very nice. Good call. She's going to be happy with that hit.
Now, the women have said, for the most part, the elements have been awesome this weekend. Everyone has just appreciated how glassy the water is. But there are moments during these heats where the wind will pick up just a little bit. And it's so hard because one run, it could be super glassy, and the next run, there could be a little bit of wind out there. If you're an athlete and you're on the water, if you feel that, do you maybe tailor your runs a little bit? Do you maybe switch things up?
Absolutely. Wind is definitely a factor. Right now, this is just a tiny bit of texture on the water. This isn't anything too bad. But, when you're cutting in for kicker hits, spins, things like that, anything where your handle might get away from you, you might change things up a little bit at a certain point with the wind. See a nice scarecrow on the outside kicker from Lauren Homer. I think that's her second scarecrow, so I'm wondering if she's wanting something more. Maybe going to add an extra 180 on that. Be interesting to see.
She certainly nailed the scarecrow, that's for sure.
Nice board slide over the busty done feature. And Alex Gardner, clean rail hits there.
Charlotte super close in that tantrum, unbelievable the whole way around. Just landed a little bit.
We have not yet seen Amber.
We only seen one kicker hit from Amber so far.
Yeah.
She had a nice melon, which tells me she's just getting her base hit. I think we'll see something further from Amber on the kickers.
Right.
We're following Alex Gardner of the UK right now. There's Amber in the yellow. Gonna pass up the kickers this lap. She must have some more work to do on the rails as she covers each section. We have 5 sections out there.
Each being judged accordingly.
Exactly. They're not equally important. They are weighted.
Right. There are separate percentages for each of those sections if we want to get a
Yeah. So Amber just passing through what we call section 2, which is 21% of the score. And that's where you can really play to your strengths and weaknesses. We've got section, like the 16% section, that if you're not as strong in those features, it is a little bit less important, so you can focus on those sections of the course that are weighted stronger. Kickers being 20% of your score, one that you don't want to forget.
In these features divisions, they judge based on the drive format. Corey, tell me more about that.
Yeah.
Where did that come to be?
Yeah, so the drive format, we actually adapted from snowboarding. And what drive stands for is difficulty, risk, intensity, variety, and execution. Nice, Alex with a nice heel 3 off the outside kicker. And so that's really like the theory, I like to call it, that we use to break things down. We don't give individual scores for each letter of drive, but we use that to break down a trick, a run, and that's the theory that you're using when you're looking at any sport of wake sports. And I like that it applies across all of it. Anything from wake surfing, wake park riding, wakeboarding, we use that drive format across the board. And each of those is equally important, in my opinion, when you're breaking down a run or a trick.
So in the descriptions, it says judges want to see good execution on all tricks, clean, well grabbed, not zeeched, not pre-spun, but acknowledging that there is some allowance for creativity. Do you go with a run that you know you can stop that's super clean, or do you push it a little bit and potentially have a sloppy landing, trying something different? So that's always the question, right?
That is always the question, and it's situational. So what applies to one heat might not the next. And that can be hard to comprehend sometimes because it really depends on what happens in that exact heat to be able to break it down. There are no absolutes. Everything is so situational. It's different every single heat.
Now looking ahead this coming weekend, we have the boat divisions, which, very nice.
Alex with a scarecrow off the inside kicker. Interesting. She's already got 2 great hits, but she's still trying to build on that. But I think, her toe 5 is probably, which was her first hit, is the one that's probably going to stand up for her. Nice poked out board slide across that busty done feature.
We've also got Charlotte out there.
Yeah, with the tantrum chasing that grab. The judges will note that.
Now, when you say chasing the grab, that means chasing
She didn't
the board grab.
She didn't quite get her hand on it as she came off the kicker, which led her to chase it the entire way around.
Right.
So that won't count as a grab.
Mm-hmm.
And that comes into the execution. When you look at that drive format, the E standing for execution is how not only you land the trick on the water and you execute that, but also there's a chase grab, a slap will be different than a proper grab where you get your hand on it and you hold it the entire time. So, a lot of times people think of execution and they just think of the landing, but
that
the
is not the
entire
case.
trick, it's important to look at execution throughout. Back with Amber Wing on the screen.
Again, this is the
30-plus
women's division final.
Going down as she poked out 50-50 across that box, but falling on the back corner. That's not a good spot.
That's not great. You're swimming for a minute. And earlier, I was watching some of the Whittles, run with their boards back to the dock, and it was so sweet. And some of the boards are bigger than they are, and I just, props to anybody who's out there, because the athleticism required to not only compete, but just even to be on the cable park is so impressive.
To hustle back. Oh, let's see. That's Charlotte of Germany going down on a heel back 3 on that inside kicker. She did have a good kicker hit or two already, though, so she does have a kicker score on the board. I think we're coming down to the final laps as we're seeing they're going for it. Yeah.
This has to be some of their final laps. And these women keep track of the time. They know exactly where they're at in their runs. They know to some degree what everyone else is doing.
Yeah, we've got a replay going here. I think that might be time for the women's 30-plus features.
That might have been closed out. We didn't hear the horn in here.
And that was their final. So that is
a world champion is decided. If you could say early on, who do you think looked pretty solid out there?
Well, just from what we've seen, we didn't see every kicker hit, but Alex Gardner looked strong in the kickers. She got that toe 5. And I believe it was Lauren that had a scarecrow. So those two looked really strong on the kickers. We didn't see all of Amber Wing's hit. I did see a big melon who was poked out, but that's probably not going to top Alex with her toe 5 there. It's going to come down to every single section.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Tight competition here with the women's 30-plus division. Up next, we've got the men's 30-plus, which is a super competitive class with a lot of guys who could easily at one point have competed in pro or could compete in pro. A lot of really talented guys.
Yeah, absolutely. When we look at that, Dean Smith, he just had his semifinal round a little bit earlier, and he actually had a perfect 100, which means he won each category. He won every single section. If you get first place, the math comes out and you get 100. So you don't see that in the subjective sides when it's subjective scoring, but with the features only, it is a weighted table. So each section is worth a percentage, and if you do indeed win each and every section, you'll end up with a perfect 100, and Dean is one of the few to do that today.
It's a super well-rounded performance.
Yeah.
These guys enjoying their time out on the water.
It looks like we're loading up already. We've got Matt Burton in yellow, Thomas Nautique in green, Dean Smith in red, and Anthony Wright of Australia in blue.
The men's 30-plus division.
Hold that full pull on the down pipe.
In this division, one representative from the USA. That would be Thomas in green. The other 3, all representing Australia.
Warming up earlier on, wasn't he? That was a nice one. Stays on top of the board, no questions asked on that one. Itabasti, 270 on. Gets over the tail, brings it 180 round. Lovely stuff. Let's see what he's got for us on this transfer.
That was massive.
Yeah, I think we're hearing the crowd going wild for a Dean Smith kicker hit, which is completely appropriate. That was a massive heel 5 from Dean Smith. Gotta make sure he doesn't land on shore. He's sending it.
That was massive. Gosh, if you're down here at the park,
that's what people are waiting for.
That's what they're waiting for. They want to see the big jumps. They want to see the amplitude be rewarded. And that's big. That's really big.
That's, he probably doesn't need to hit the kickers anymore. He
Yeah, that was it.
But knowing Dean Smith, that's not what he's going to do.
Well, and to some degree, they love doing this. So, I'll always, in Winter X Games, some of the athletes that we'll see kind of making their way through the course, they'll go out for practices they don't need because they like being on the slope and they like the enjoyment of it, and it allows them to continue elevating their game and getting more comfortable. And even after the event's over, especially when you have half pipe, you don't always have access to a half pipe. Like, these athletes might not always have access to a cable park of this magnitude.
Right.
So you want to spend your time on it and you want to enjoy it.
Yeah. Every lap, every hit is enjoyable. All right, who do we have in red? Oh, that's Dean.
He cuts really hard to the side. That's he's creating a lot of angle.
You don't want to be behind him. Yeah, he is definitely pulling the cable. When you cut that hard, the cable does sway, and so you don't want to be behind him. Oh, with a massive melon glide.
Huge.
Classic Dean Smith.
Now, when he was competing,
he's having fun.
was he known for amplitude? Because it seems as though he's very comfortable with height. Like,
He's
not afraid of it.
He was known for going big. Absolutely. You've got wake to wake behind the boats, and then you've got going to the flats. And Dean Smith was known for going to the flats. Actually, just recently listened to his Grab Matters podcast, where he was talking about how, we used to have kicker contests behind the boat back in the day. So you'd have a kicker at the boat contest, and there'd be a prize for big air. And Dean Smith's heel backside 7 has made him probably more money than anybody's ever made off of a single trick, because he would go every weekend and very likely
and
win that kicker contest. So he's looking comfortable. We haven't seen any backside spins from him, but maybe we'll see a heel back 7.
Here he goes again. Kind of getting comfortable.
I think he's going to pass these up and take
He's like,
a
listen,
break.
I'm good. He's holding his back down there. It's funny. I was listening to the live event guys, and he said, yeah, this class might need a little WD-40.
Yeah.
And I was crying a little bit.
Only 30 plus, though.
Only 30 plus. I'm older than them. This would have been my class. But yeah, they were. When the talent level in the pro class is so young, comparatively, it must feel that way.
I know.
Oh, so
beautiful,
fun,
Dean.
And again, you've mentioned the families that come back and continue to compete. There we've got Matt Burton on the water.
Yeah, let's see what he's going to do for his kicker hits. What we might see here is a case of everyone got their kicker hits early.
Yeah.
Got them out of the way.
They came in, they did what they needed to do.
Let's focus on our rail hits.
They're checking things off, and they're not worried about it anymore. They said, no, we're good. Oh, someone came off the inside kicker. That would have been... Wasn't that either Thomas or Dean?
We've got Thomas cruising by in
or
green.
Anthony.
Might have been Anthony. We've got Dean back. Yeah, nice 180 on. 50-50 across. Looking good.
Yep, he's resting.
And I think
he said, you got what you're going to get.
Yeah.
Yep, no more.
The kicker show's over.
Yeah. Now that one took what I would think is, that's Anthony in the water there. Took him out of the board.
Back to Matt Burton coming around the back.
All the way along. Coming up a little bit early. Gets that 2 seconds on the way out. Locked in. Here he goes now.
We've got to be closing in on time for these guys. I know we've seen at least 3, maybe 4 laps. Oh, Dean losing the handle and just spinning it out. We might not see any more from Dean, as I do think we're probably closing in on time. Still have Thomas up on the water, and Matt Burton, Dean Smith, and Anthony Wright are down. To be determined if either of them make it back to the dock in time.
And there's a good shot of Thomas.
Yeah, great technical hit there from Thomas. Thomas looking like he's figuring out how much time he's got left, passing up those kickers. What's probably going to be his last lap. Let's see if he takes advantage of it on that busty done feature. Yeah, nice, switching it up there.
And that busty done feature on the back end, we've seen quite a few amateurs sort of come up short on the dismount for that feature. And when I was on the dock, that was the one that most parents and coaches and athletes were kind of talking about strategy-wise, because there are such good options and I guess lines for that feature, but just making sure that your dismount is there.
Yeah, you want to get a full pull, meaning that you slide across the entire rail. The judges will notice that and will absolutely note it if you come off early. They want to see you get the full pull. So that is important. You can, add a trick, add spins, but you want to make sure you get the full pull. And there's the buzzer for the men's 30-plus features, which means we're going to have a world champion crown for that pretty soon when we see those scores come through.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for over 30 gentlemen. Lovely stuff.
Scotty Broom rolling in. He looks like he's been working today.
Without a doubt, he has.
Someone has been working today.
Oh, timer is up, but Thomas Knotek going for the crow mode for the fans.
Just putting it down out there.
Up next, men's 40-plus features. We're going to see Daniel Watkins again. He's made finals, and Wake Park legend Greg Falzon. He's another one that's got the whole family competing this weekend. I think you caught up with them, yeah?
I did. I went over and I sat with them under the tent, and between their 2 children, Greg, and then mom, who does not wakeboard, they're having a good time, though. They're making it a weekend, right? And they're from Gold Coast. They live down the road. We're rolling in a recap right now of that division. We're going to take a short break here and come back to you with that men's 40-plus division, which should be super interesting to follow, considering the Gold Coast Wake Park's owner and director is in the division.
Looking forward to it.
Along the whole thing. Himself the booter that he needed. There for too long. So he gets the grab in. It's a quick one. There he goes. 5 to 5. Big old charge there. Backside 180 off the end. That'll be back roll. Oh, just going down a little bit bouncy on the way through. I reckon he's learned a few of those in his time. Josh, you're getting that pipe. The corridor, not quite getting the load that he needs to make it to the down mount. Not bad for Greg over there, 270 on, 180, 90 off. Nice work. Backside 360 off. Pipe to pipe. Josh goes from there. Outside pipe to the inside pipe, probably looking at some sort of rotation. Yeah, Greg. That mode in. How good. That was sick. And then he goes up onto the busty rail. Forward slide along. A little bit bumpy. Big old step up on that one. Right in it. You wanted to get in before. That was a big play. Happy with that one. His way on that toe side approach to the busty rail. There you go, goes forward side, goes 50-50. Josh, you go front forward, 180 and then 90 off on the rooftop. That's lovely. Put together a nice hit. On the stuffy rail. Transfer, nice. Back 180, very nicely done. Should be happy with that. Good job. Here he goes, coming in now. Missing out the kicker, not too bothered about those. He's got Scarecrow down. That's his potentially best trick in that section, so he's happy there.
Greg goes, fitty fitty. Into the corridor. Then transfers up into that down ramp once again at about 118. Here he goes, charging into the kicker. Oh, just losing the handle. On the mode. Unlucky. What a send. Your boys are sending. This over 40s division, absolutely rushing. I think collectively hours on the water probably not as high as the youngsters. Absolutely knackered at this point. But I'll tell you what, they'll have fun doing it. There's Dan going up onto the busty rail. Look at that 180 off, very nice. Goes back the other direction. Let's have a look at Josh here on the stacky rail. There's their transfer, get that one, come around, nicely done. Joshie looking at this inside kicker here, where he's looking at that off-axis 5, just going for the regular 5. Getting a slightly different pull than he's used to there, but goodness me, very close to that one. Would be a very interesting kicker to navigate that one. I don't see many of those knocking about. The way that it increases in size and therefore route, but then obviously the
All right, welcome back. It's Kristen Beat up here in the booth for the WWA Wake Park World Championships presented by Nautique and GM Marine. I have Scotty Broom joining me now for what is the second half of the 40-plus men's final. This is a jam format, so we've got a few minutes already down on the clock. And let's go ahead and get a look at these men on the water in green. Adam Bailey out there right now, kind of ripping things up.
Just looking for a little bit of a frontside lipside tail on that one. Got pulled a little bit early, did Adam, but yeah, great to be back in the booth with you, Kristen, for what is pretty much a bit of a lineup of legends here, these 40-plus men.
I heard something funny when I was walking down to the docks. The live event guys said we might need some WD-40 for this class. And, I mean, there are little cricks and cracks and some injuries that they're sort of nursing at this point, but all guys who have formerly competed either at the pro level or a highly competitive amateur level in this class, and some living legends in this class as well.
Some absolute legends. Couple of guys that I definitely looked up to in my early career. One of them right there is Greg Falzon, one of the original sort of dodgy Aussies was there.
Dodgy Aussies.
Yeah.
What was that like a sketchy? Is that sketchy in 2020 terms or dodgy?
Love to have a good time. Really,
Brad was telling me there was a golden era that I missed out on.
Absolutely, there certainly was, and these guys paved the way. It was sort of Daniel, Josh, and Ike and Falzon. Greg right there, look at that. Still
now,
absolutely ripping.
Not very dodgy. Now with a wife and 2 kids, family man. They had a booth, or they were under one of the tents over at the side, and they were kind of hanging out and watching all the action, competing themselves. They live 20 minutes away from Gold Coast Wake Park. I had a chance to talk with the matriarch of that family, and she was saying that every Saturday and Sunday they are either out here or at competitions or on the water behind the boat. Just a major wake sport family.
Yeah, they're here all the time. It's amazing. I mean, having such a great facility, only 20 minutes away, why wouldn't you be? And then, close family friends with the Watkins, and, having spent all those years with Daniel overseas competing on the sort of pro wakeboard tour and world tour events and that sort of stuff. So a lot of water under the bridge, and look, a lot of water under their board still happening right now. Greg Falzon coming into that transfer rail. Beautiful backside lip transfer, back 90.
It has to keep you young, too. Not that 40 is old, but it has to, I think, being near the water, at least in surfing, I'll see folks out behind the break that are 60, 70 years old. And, you can just tell they have so much spirit, so much life out there. And you can see with Greg, he's just loving it.
He's having such a good time, and he's so
massive.
He's feeling the World Championships vibe right now. Greg Falzon going double back roll off that big Gold Coast Wake Park kicker, and with a big smile on his face. That's what we want to see, because, I mean,
yeah, that was fun.
Probably hurts a little bit more when you're in the 40-plus range.
It hurts at any range. Our pros bounce back a little quicker than that, but it hurts no matter what way you cut it. That's a back belly flop regardless.
Oh, that was so cool. Absolutely sending it. He really does. I was here probably 4 or 5 weeks ago, checking out the site and just checking in with the guys to do a few things, and caught up with Falzon, and we were talking about staying young, staying fit, that sort of stuff, and he said he loves wakeboarding still, and he loves getting out on a mountain bike as well. And he was showing me some clips of him just doing some ridiculous kind of 50-foot plus gaps on his mountain bike. And he said that's what he likes to do to stay young and stay fit. He
Just
said,
adventure seekers.
I hate going into a gym. I'd rather go out here and have a great time wakeboarding and riding his mountain bike. So
Well, and now that they're busting out with all these e-bikes, they're making the mountain biking a little bit easier, and I've noticed a trend. A lot of folks who've maybe been away from the biking community for a little bit are now slowly making their entrance back with some of the e-bikes. And are we seeing the group get back into the water, or is this a new group we're seeing here?
They're in that jam format, so a couple of them taking falls, and so they're actually sort of
running back
doing
and
the
then
run
getting back on the
around.
carousel.
And so I think on one of the shots there we saw Josh running back after a fall. And then obviously Greg Falzon just going down on that double back roll there. Huge attempt at that double back roll. Big smile on his face. I think we might see that again. I like it. I love it. So, yeah.
Fun to see these guys getting out there. And that's Daniel right there. Daniel Watkins getting back and around there.
So in bib number 3, Josh Egan. Look at that one. Outside rail 50-50, rode it right to the top and then hopped across 50-50 tap. So nice locked in hit straight off the dock. Wasting no time. Olling into that transition. Little back lip transfer. Gave it a little tap with the hand as well. A little hand plant just for stability, I'm sure.
I'm sure it was for stability.
DW, Daniel Watkins there in bib number 1, the owner-director of this park.
He's been a busy man, but he always makes time to say hello. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, he does. He's definitely been busy saying hello to absolutely everyone on the park, and I think he's having a really, really good time, and as he well should be. He's put so much time into this sport and made such a name for himself and really, for the sport around the world. He's being inducted into the Hall of Fame literally this evening at the Australia New Zealand Wake Awards, which is incredibly well deserved, as everyone would agree. So a big day for him, a big week for him.
And his family too, here to support him, and everyone that has worked with him throughout this weekend.
It is a family affair, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like right as I just turned up earlier, I saw Taylor out there on the water putting in really beautiful, his son.
The two brothers competing in the same heat, and they both crushed it.
Yeah.
Let's get a look at, Daniel's still out on the water right there for us. Is he going to hit the big kicker? What are we going to do?
See if he wants to. Get a little piece of it. He's not going double back roll Greg Falzon style just yet.
He's not trying any Pete Roses. He's just sticking back. He is hanging out for a little bit. Good on him. And in the number 2 bib, that would be Mr. Adam Bailey. Hanging out here, conserving a little energy, maybe checking his boxes. He has a hit that he already likes on a Stucky feature. Still going for the kicker.
Just checking into the WWA Rideline app right now to make sure that we're across, the live scores and seeing what's going on there.
Looking at getting that 5 off the end of that busty rail.
You might, I don't know if yours is up, but mine...
Yeah, still updating, still probably getting over the fact that, Dean Smith potentially put a perfect 100 out there again.
It's breaking, he broke the internet.
It was definitely the first thing he told me about as I turned up, and I was pretty excited to hear it for him while I was, unfortunately wasn't able to
Listen,
make
I
the
got
early
100.
part of it.
I got 100.
Down there just getting our boat site prepared down at Marine Stadium, the Spit, the other part of the Gold Coast.
Near SeaWorld?
Kicking off only in 2 days' time, so making sure everything's moving along down there, and unfortunately missed the action, and including Dean's perfect 100, but
pretty epic and pretty massive.
Yeah.
The amplitude on his run, and Corey and I talked about this. Very signature for his style, but definitely surprising for everyone here. I mean, he was just full send, so high.
So I have realized, I'm just checking out now where we're up to, thanks to that Rideline app, and what we have on the water right there, this is Marcus Blanick. Marcus Blanick is a German rider, so we've moved actually onto our 50-plus men. Apologies for those at home, as I'm just jumping in the booth and not totally knowing where we're up to. So
the girl who's been in the booth the whole time still doesn't know where we're at.
It's some quick action out there. So that's Marcus Blanick in the number 1 in Dale Cartwright in the red bib right there, and the US Riders has been competing for a number of years. I've lost count the amount of World Championship events that I've seen Dale Cartwright compete in both park and boat. An absolute legend of the sport as well. So
look at him rock on to the
absolutely
crowd.
Loves it, still rides so well. And as I said, we were talking about Marcus, as we saw, there he is there, Marcus Blahnik, German rider. He's actually been out here for about a year now, living in Australia. And he's actually been operating for us most of the events. So
oh, wow.
Everyone who was out there in the pro and elite divisions yesterday, he was been operating the cable, and he actually used to be a cable owner-operator himself back in Germany. He owned a cable park for 25 years.
Oh, wow.
His son Ariano, a really incredible talent out of Germany. So, yeah, great pedigree in the family. And, yeah, he was telling me all about how he'd spent some time recovering from injury, because he actually had a really big injury, and he was showing me scars on his leg and how he'd broken it and everything. So to see Mr. Blahnik, he calls himself. He doesn't want to be called Marcus. So I mean, and he has great respect. He's in 50 plus, you know.
When you're as distinguished, I might request the same.
Yeah, exactly. So Dale Cartwright, there he is, 50-50 up, so smooth. Look at that, front board down on that rooftop rail. Little backside 90-degree turnout. Another nice little hit on that one, transferring from outside to the in, little board slide up and then getting a grab, and then taking it easy and taking in the crowd as he comes across, throwing the horns.
He said, I've got what I want off the kickers. I don't need to do that anymore.
Great way, the way this jam format works, to be able to just build on
So
each
cool.
section and whatnot. And
really perfect where you want to perfect. And
board slide, full pull on that one. So perhaps a slight improvement on what he was looking for earlier. And then going down to the bottom, late ollie onto the outside of that hack feature. That was a nice one.
that was beautiful. Well
Big
done.
transfer up, board slide out, frontside 270 spin. Mr. Blahnik, Marcus Blahnik right there. Beautiful board slide transfer. I'm actually so impressed to see how good he rides after the injuries he was talking to me about yesterday, and you know, the amount of broken bones and whatnot that he'd had from this particular injury. So impressive, and he's got such a good vibe about him. He was so smiley and so happy and just so excited to be riding today, and just really, you know, making sure that when he was coming up, and we're so happy to have him and every competitor here.
Well, you talk about some of the injuries in these sports being so horrific, but the rebounds afterwards, Claudia Pagnini yesterday taking a win in her division in the women's pro, and after a tib and fib injury, sometimes it takes people 6 months to walk again, to feel good about running. And these girls are out competing in a professional wakeboard contest 8 months after. So the resiliency that I think the passion for the sport drives them to reach is just so admirable. And you see these women like Claudia, for example, or like Marcus Blahnik, who have gone and overcome such, you know, traumatic injuries. You must really love this sport to get back out there and do it. You got to really love it.
Yeah, I had a conversation yesterday with Brad about this too, about how unique sport is in that it provides that motivation and that kind of that drive that you really want to get back out there and be better and recover from injury and recover from adversity and all those sorts of things. And there's so much that sport teaches you about life, I think, on the whole, on that front. But I mean, yeah, no better stories when you're coming back from some horrific leg breaks, as Claudia did yesterday, and has come back and done really well. So
yeah,
big shout out to all the competitors. Incredible last couple of days. Make sure you do check out the WWA YouTube channel for all the replays of the last couple of days of action, and obviously staying locked here on the WWA Ride Line and YouTube as we unfold the next 6 days, 5.5 days of competition to go.
Right. One final day of competition here at the Wake Park tomorrow, and then we will move over to the boats. And I'm very excited about the boats.
Yeah.
Very, very excited. When you talk about the depth of competition in the pro men's division, and some of the athletes like Noah, who are competing in 700 different events throughout the weekend and doing everything and anything. There's just storylines left and right, and so much to kind of explore within those couple days of competition. So
Yeah, he really is competing in like every division.
700 different
it's
and
amazing.
doing 700 different things.
And doing 700 things, yeah.
Yeah.
An incredible talent. And there is so many as well. Like we had multiple world champions crowned in different divisions yesterday. Same people crowned in multiple divisions, multiple world titles that they took down yesterday. So
Right, Gavin Stuckey, who competed in all three
so cool.
pro men's classes. Here's some replays here of that 40-plus men's
look
final.
at that one. I missed that one. Apologies. Dale Cartwright just owning that tantrum to blind on the inside kicker. That is I remember watching videos as a kid of Dale Cartwright doing that and still doing it right now at 50-plus men. So
pretty inspiring,
it's
isn't it?
so inspiring. So inspiring. Marcus Blahnik right there, coming from Germany, now has moved to the Gold Coast, loving life out here, working at the cable park, and yeah. Everyone's so inspiring, and just the melting pot of nations here brought together for the WWA Wakeboard and Wake Park World Championships.
I think yesterday in the pro class alone, 7 different countries represented. We're going to hit a short break here. We'll be back with you shortly and head into what will be the finale today. A couple features remaining and a semifinals for tomorrow, setting the girls up for tomorrow. So we'll be back.
If you land 1 foot forward, then you do your next trick, that same foot forward, so you don't have to start. So you just flow with your run. It needs to be well thought out. Rotating both ways. You're down upside down when you're down. Multiple different approaches to this play. Getting off the water without using an obstacle that is out there now.
From open
So
road
what you will see is
to
most
open
of the
water,
riders, if not all of the riders,
we're inspired to push higher with confidence.
We'll be doing
We revel in our achievements
air tricks,
and
so
then
between
seek
corner
out
one,
the next great thrill.
which if you are looking at
Since
the table
even
from
a
the
century
clubhouse,
of experience is
will
only
be
a
the
start.
first corner that they hit.
Our challenge is
Once
to
you
invent a
leave
bigger
the dock,
future for advanced propulsion
out of
technology.
corner one or into
To
corner one, you will
imagine and
potentially
try
see one air
and
trick.
test until we build
Out
something
of
worthy
corner
of
two,
adventure.
or into corner
So that
two,
together
potentially one
we
there.
can empower a new generation to push higher
Out of corner
and
three or
harder.
into corner two, you'll potentially
Because
see
there's
one
so
there.
much
Depends how
more
many
to discover
the rider
when
wants
the
to squeeze
drive
in, how many
comes from
points they're
within.
really vying.
And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower.
Those tricks themselves are
GM
extremely
Marine.
scary to do.
Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
And it's not quite as simple as, oh, I've learned one.
And we are back. We are just going to have a little changeover of host here. I'm just going to stick with you, Scotty Broom, as we rounded out the 50-plus men there. Great showing from the guys. I mean, some absolute legends, 40-plus legends, having the none other than the park owner and director Daniel Watkins out there competing in the World Championships for who knows how many times he's competed in World Championships events through his professional and and former professional career, and now having their World Championships in his own park. And now we are going to move through those divisions and move on to the under 10 girls, I believe, is our next run. 2 heats in the under 10 girls semi-final, 2 runs, best run counts. So we're just going to hang on here for a second and then get underway with the action momentarily.
We would be extremely appreciative. It does put you in the draw to win a voucher for Pro Wakeboard Shop on the site. If you do fill out the survey, please make sure you come to the info tent with proof of said survey completed, and you will go into the draw to win that voucher. We've got to tell the government how good this event has been, you know, so we can continue to put these things on. Because how's having the WWA Wake Park World Championships right here in Australia? How good.
All right, while we just wait on our riders to be ready in our under 10 girls semi-final, we are going to rip through a highlights package. Come and check out some of the action from today, day 3 of the WWA Wake Park World Championships here at Gold Coast Wake Park.
Alrighty, here we go. We are about to get things kicked off in this park format. We are under 10 girls. Chomping at the bit to get out there. Here we are. I do believe we've seen each of these young ladies already today, all of which opted to compete in both features and park. Worth it. More time on the water. That's all they ever want, to be fair. When the performance are like, it would be crazy not to. So we've got Sky to kick us off. We have a lead of 4. 4. And here she comes. Sky is going to enter the scoring zone momentarily.
All right, we are back to live action here. I am joined in the booth by John Dreiling. We are in the under 10 girls semi-final, 2 runs, best run counts, and we are opening up our account with Sky Bugeja.
Yeah, so starting off, a solid full pull across that box, coming in to this transfer hack and using that little safety, get a little pop across that. So it is 2 runs, best run counts. Your run ends when you fall. So these riders are definitely going to be trying to, 2 different strategies. Go all out both runs, or play it a little safe run 1 and step it up run 2 after you see where you're at. We are live scoring again, so these girls can see their scores after run 1 and right before run 2. So
it's such a cool way to follow it. I mean, yesterday's action, right at the end of the day, there were the pro women and pro men finals. That live scoring system is awesome. It's a great thing, and it hasn't always been in Wake Park, and it's amazing. Testament to your handling of it, John. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's super exciting, and as a rider, it makes a little more predictability of what's going well, what you can do. It takes a lot of the guessing out of it over the period of the weekend. You really get to know what the judges are looking for, and so it's takes some luck out of it. And yeah, there we go, ending with an indie grab right there. So stand up run from our first rider, Sky.
She must be stoked with that. Already pushing through to that semi-final, Sky, getting that nice indie grab off the inside of that wave kicker here at Gold Coast Wake Park. Quick replay on that one, and we see a board slide up on that drop down flat bar. Nice little board slide on that elevator ramp as well, and then we see that indie grab to finish. So nice full pull, nice and smooth the whole way through, and a nice exit.
Yeah, so we're running through this thing pretty quick. There's already another rider on the water getting ready to do her run. She's coming down the back straight, so here we go. We got the camera on her. It's CC Travers. So coming around, once she makes it through this corner, her run will officially start. And if you're in the Ride Line app, you should be able to see some scores, so make sure you have that app and you can kind of see where the riders are positioned. So
CC Travers kicking things off with the frontside 360, not holding back at all. You hear we can hear the crowd going off out there for CC, just opening up in a big way right there. Frontside lip slide up that Busty Dunn signature rail, getting a nice full pull on that one. Spinning across that top and turning it all the way around for a 360.
Yeah, so definitely taking a more risky approach on this run with the handle passes, and the more you pass the handle, the more chance there is that you could drop the handle, and that would turn into a fall. So
that would not be good.
Yeah, so there we go, going up to the top of that rail and doing some surface 360s, because flats tricks do count. So all the surface tricks, ollie tricks in the back right here, they are adding to the score. So it is smart to try to add in at least one or two of those throughout your run to differentiate you from other riders.
Yeah, it's such a technical thing, the way you have to break things down and really plan out your run. You sort of, I guess some people do really plan it probably even before they get here. Others sort of feel the park out in their practice, and we get to see that frontside 180 there from CC off that inside kicker. But you really do have to use every single part of the course, switch and regular. She came in switch there, so a nice linking of tricks there. Did that frontside 180 off the kicker, stayed same way there, rode into that switch, did a switch frontside 540 up that incline rail, and now same way again, going scarecrow to the outside. So definitely nicely planned out. Judges look for those sorts of things where you're linking maneuvers, doing handle passes.
Yeah, so having a spin here, flip we just saw earlier, judges love to see that variety out there. So really, really solid run from CC Travers. We have Sky's score is in at a 28.92, so we'll see where the judges put CC as they tabulate right now. But we have in red Jasmine Lang on the water, already making her way around to the kickers. So this thing's definitely moving quickly, but again, these girls have two runs out there, so you'll see each one of them back on the water again in just a minute. Here we go. We got Jasmine Lang with the 360, so matching what CC Travers did, and CC scored a 57, so that frontside 3 starting off was a good strategy from CC. And now Jasmine following up, hitting the banana this time, 360 off of that one, so these pipe rails are a little bit trickier to stay to the end of.
She got that lock all the way in with that 50-50 all the way up, so yeah, nice use on the inside of that banana rail. Pushing a little 50-50 board slide kind of on the upside of that transfer rail there.
Yeah, that's what, 1.5 times her height, so it's pretty crazy to see him do it. And they're doing multiple, a 360, then a 540 on the flat water, trying to get all those tricks in. And now she's coming in switch, ollie 180.
There's a lot of tension, a lot of speed around tower number 2 there. So, for these young girls to be doing that, dealing with the tension, dealing with that slack there as well, a little pressure ollie, frontside 180.
Yeah, and
they're doing a bit extra.
Adding another 360 and transferring that one, board slide 360 off. 360 across that one. So a lot of risky handle passes on these features. Similar tricks across the rails, but still solid full pulls and linking it all together. And here we go, coming into the kicker with the toe side 360.
Nice. That was a well linked together run. She was not scared to spin to win on that one. Definitely cranked it out of that last tower into that frontside spin. So started off really well and really nice pop. You saw that pushing off the top, getting that sort of 50-50 and then frontside 180. Beautiful transfer there, front 270 out. Nice board slide front 270 out on that one then, and then again using that full push and pushing right up off those legs and getting that 360. So a beautiful run.
Yeah, we've seen all three girls put down a full run right there, and really solid hits, even making it to the end of the rails on most of the attempts we've seen. So super solid riding from these girls in the under 10 division.
They definitely don't look like they're under 10. I mean, they're strong. They're pushing a lot. I've seen some incredible riding from the kids this weekend. I mean, through all the divisions yesterday, and I'm sure today as well, like the judges really have it cut out for them to be able to actually find the differences, because they're just doing some great stuff there.
And there, Ava with the toe side 180 on that kicker, coming into the slingshot rail back here, board side up, across, coming off about 90% of the way, but still on the board. Solid points right there, and taking a different approach than the other girls we've seen. She hit that bump feature. It's very steep. It's hard to tell from the camera angle, but that's very steep. Popping onto that pipe, going 180 on, getting to the end, 180 off. So taking a different approach than some of these girls. And there's some ollie 180s, switch and regular, back and forth. Showing some control, showing some consistency.
So Ava coming, she's an Australian rider. We've got 4 Australian riders in this heat. So a nice local showing at this Wake Park World Championships. Backside transfer.
Yeah, nice and solid board slide. Switching it to the other foot forward and going switch board slide up and across that one. Back to regular. And now coming in for her last and final kicker hit, we got Ava Hutton going for this XL kicker on her toe side edge with the scarecrow, and just going a little too big on that one, which turned into over flipping. Not able to slow it down enough to ride away, but as we said earlier, she's got 2 runs, so she's going to be looking to come back and land that thing in run number 2.
Yeah, plenty of time out here. It's an amazing way that, you know, the competition's put together to be able to sort of have that either safety run, or if you go all out and, you know, unfortunately have a fall, then you've got a whole nother chance to get out there and do it again. And I mean, she's definitely got that scarecrow. Just unfortunately handle getting a little bit away from her in the air and pulling her out the front, but she's going to swim in. She looks fine, and get another crack at it. So the Gold Coast really turning it on for us for this event, day 3 of this 8-day competition. 4 days here at the Wake Park, 4 days down there at Marine Stadium, the Spit, for the boat event. And it has been, yeah, incredible weather for us so far. Big thanks to Experience Gold Coast for having us here. We got Kristen down in enjoying the weather here at the Gold Coast as well. Kristen, how is it?
It's great. Thank you so much, Scotty. Now, I noticed down on the dock a pro, Courtney Angus, standing by coaching. I asked her, who are you coaching out here? And she said, all of them. I asked her what kind of advice she's giving these girls heading into these semifinals. And she said this. She said that on every run, she wants the girls to develop a routine and a consistency. So she wants them to look to the same spot on the rail every single approach. She also wants them to cut to that rail or to that feature from the same point. So they have a developed routine in their mind that they're memorizing, almost like choreography for a dance. And that's the advice she's giving some of these girls as, you know, they're approaching the semifinals here at the World Championships.
It's so awesome to have Courtney out there, just, you know, adding so much value. You know, she's such a legend of Australian wakeboarding, but also international wakeboarding. I mean, you know, her motivations, when you're talking to her, do you find those motivations, you know, coming from these girls, Kristen?
Absolutely. When I talk to Courtney, it's like she just loves being a part of the sport, and she's super outgoing when she's down on the dock. She loves being able to interact not only with the younger athletes, but also the athletes within her own division. Eve Skews, for example, is not only her housemate, but also someone that she mentors. She says, I try not to think about it as a coach because she is in my own division. And she said that, you know, where she does rails really well, Eve is really good with air tricks, and they kind of feed off each other. But for the most part, she's just so passionate about it. She loves being around the sport. coaching, mentoring young women coming up. And it's really cool to see. And I think that is unique to wake sports and action sports. You don't see that as often. And maybe soccer, they'll have a one-day event where they come out and they work with a few groms coming up. But in these wake sports, it is such a small community. You're able to really interact with the amateurs more intimately.
That's so awesome. Well, thank you so much for getting that inside info and touching with the crew out there. Thank you very much, Kristen. It's it's certainly motivating for these girls to have someone such as Courtney and all of the other incredible athletes that we've got here over these days of competition, having the World Championships in Australia, and the camaraderie, the community that happens in wake sports is second to none, and it's awesome.
Yeah, so we got the camera back on Sky right there. She finishes off her run with that indie grab. So another stand-up run from her, and she must be feeling pretty good about that. All these girls might have different skill levels or be doing different tricks out there, but their main focus is to have a run in their mind, as she was saying, working with Courtney, having a plan, and going out and executing that plan. That's really the key, especially at this age, just to keep getting that experience of having a realistic goal and accomplishing it. And we see her do that right there. A super solid run from her. So congrats to her for putting that down 2 times in a row.
Yeah, definitely making the most of that advice from Courtney, and I'm sure from all the girls, and obviously the motivation of just seeing everyone do well and riding really nice conditions. So put the plan together, and we've got Cece out there right now starting things off with at 360 from the inside kicker. So that's a hillside approach, front side spinning anti-clockwise, 360 right there in that green bib is Cece. Frontside lip slide along that busty done signature obstacle here from Gold Coast Wake Park. Now transitioning back across to the other side, going board slide, getting pulled off just a little bit early. You got to cut nice and hard for that one to make sure the tension doesn't pull you completely across. It's it's quite strong there. We saw different people taking different lines on that feature throughout today and over the weekend as well. So you got to make the most of that edge into that obstacle.
Yeah, so Cece starting off with a similar trick selection as the first time. So I'm curious where she's, if she has a plan to step something up or if she's just trying to throw it on the same run cleaner, but we'll see right here as she eyes in. I like this angle. You can really see how the transfer works, and you can see her board going up and over that rail, getting on board slide, 450 off, and coming in the other foot forward for that. Oh, just going down. It's trying to spin the other direction, so kind of a 540 total rotation to the left, back to the right. It's really challenging to handle past both directions. And a lot of sports like baseball, you only hit one stance, forward or, left foot in front or right foot in front. You're either lefty or righty in baseball, right? But here, these riders are doing tricks both directions, and that really adds points, but it adds difficulty, and you see it just taking her down on that one. But she still has a super solid run. She's actually sitting in first place right now with a 57 from run 1. So even though she went down there, she's still in a really good chance and has an opportunity to win this thing based on her first run score.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the reason she's probably sitting in that top spot right now is she did put down a solid first run and spinning both directions and being able to serve that variety of left foot, right foot like you're talking about. She's definitely not favoring one way, and even on that unfortunate way she went down, she was actually spinning the opposite direction to the obstacle she did before that one. So a great showing from her. And we've got Jasmine out on the water right now. Nice big pop on that one, using all of the legs off the top of that kicker, heel side, front side 360.
Yeah, very clean first hit, and now coming in, choosing to hit this feature. We don't see many of the girls do it. Going 50-50 up that, front side 360, so another clean hit. Now, on this first run, I think she came off a little bit early on this, and kind of similar as the first run, but yeah, still a solid run on the first run. She got a 48 on the first run, so this... still room to improve, but here the 360 across the water, 540 coming at you right there. So showing some consistency, showing some, adding some tricks in there, and kind of a loaded front side 180 ollie there, going to the inside so she can get a little more edge and add tension to that line. That just helps her get a little more lift on the water. And there, 360 again across the water, coming into this step down transfer. Just coming off a little bit early, but still up on the board, still clean riding right there. And 540 across that feature. I think she did a 360 on that earlier in the previous run, so stepping it up there, adding the 180 off of that, and coming in to this XL kicker on her toes with the 540, which first run as well was a 360. So adding a little spins at the end of that run. Came off a little early on the step down, but it could be an improvement. So we're going to have to wait and see what the judges say. She's in second place right now with a 48.33.
Awesome run right there. Definitely just, yeah, love it when a plan comes together, and it seemed like she definitely had a way that she was going to operate through these two runs. So a great first run, but then just a little bit of extra on this one. Did get pulled off slightly early on that feature, but had two great openers. Nice transfer here, using that inside kicker, so obviously, you know, being able to use both parts of that obstacle. That was awesome, the way she was able to navigate that one, and then a big pull to the inside. Frontside 540. So a great way to finish there for Jasmine. May put the pressure on the lead as we have Ava coming into the course to start things off with that heel side, frontside 180. Nice and smooth.
Yeah, now coming in to this bus here right there with the, we're getting locked in on that, full pulling it on her heels, board side up and across, and landing the other foot forward that she came in there. So now this transfer being the other direction, 180 on, 180 off. So showing a little bit of different riding stances already, hitting those features switching regular.
It's cool to see people hitting that feature. I feel like I haven't seen enough of that C-rail feature with that outside box. Like, it's a really creative way that, you know, John, you've had been able to put that together. Yeah, John being responsible for how this park and setup has been put together. And I mean, geez, we've seen some incredible stuff, and it's a testament to the vision you've had for, you know, the creativity and the lines that people can take. And I'm stoked to see someone hit that C-rail like that.
Yeah, what's really cool too when you see riders, I've seen so many riders hit things different than I expected, and man, unfortunately going down from Ava Hutton. But I want to give a shout out to you, Scotty, and the crew for organizing all this media, the live stream right now. It's so cool that these riders, their families, they get to watch them ride, but also these young riders are going to have these clips and this footage as a memory. They can look back on potentially their first world championships. Maybe they've done it before, but, you know, being at this age and seeing where they're at now, and then a year or two later, they're going to get to look back and be like, wow, look at how far I've come. Look at where I was at that world championships at that age and stuff. And I think that's a really cool thing and a great opportunity that we have this live feed for them to.
It is, yeah, it's awesome. Like, I'm super stoked to be able to create this opportunity, like you say, just getting the memories from everyone. You know, we saw some incredible performances from all the elite divisions and all the way through to pro yesterday, but then just I'm seeing some great stuff go down through sort of all of our veteran divisions and young divisions and amateur divisions and everything today. It's inspiring to have been involved in wakeboarding for so long and still love it and still be inspired by all these athletes. So it's awesome. So we got under 10 girls park heat 2 of 2 out there right now. We're going to start things off with Ivy Homer on that inside wave kicker. Nice boot to the inside there. Looked like she was getting a bit of an indie grab on there. She is tiny. She definitely actually looks like she's under 10. The rest of these girls were flying so strong. Look at that. Love that spray off the inside ledge of Busty Dunn's signature rail. And now using the safety on that one as she pops back to the inside. So love seeing that flow like John was talking about. You're going to get these memories forever and have this stuff to look back on. They can see how they rode those ollie frontside 180. Nice little flow through that one. Using that air trick section is Ivy. And now flowing back around in the corner. As I am joined by none other than Mr. Perfect Score himself, Dean Smith, has joined us in the booth. John's got to get back to chief judging opportunity as we see Ivy come down the back straight on that incline, little frontside 90 out of that board slide. So beautiful look at run number 1 of 2 right here in our under 10 girls. Ivy Homer, she started off with the inside kicker. It looks like she won a piece of the outside one. She's going to keep it at that and keep it as a nice stand-up run. And you can hear the crowd absolutely loving it and supporting these under 10 girls. Dino, how are you?
Good, man. It's good to see the support down in the bank there. She's got a good crew down from Cairns, which is awesome. So it's awesome to see the local parks all supporting each other at the World Titles. There's a crew from Perth Wake Park that are over, crew down from Cairns, Mackay's, all sorts of support crews from around Australia here for it. So it's awesome.
Yeah, it really is. It's inspiring. John and I were just talking about the kind of level and through all these divisions, from young to old, and it's definitely inspiring to see. And obviously, seeing the older guys get back out there as well, was pretty stoked to make it here in time for the 40 plus and the 50 plus divisions. Unfortunately, I just missed the 30 plus division, and I mean, how are you feeling?
My back is ruined.
Is it?
Yeah.
Get him in the ice bath.
Oh,
Stretch
man,
it out,
right
Dino.
here.
But yeah, I'm hoping to see a bit more of it coming up. But I heard it was good, so congratulations. WWA Wake Park World Championships going on right now. We've got Lola Homer out there. So the sisters competing in the under 10 girls here. We had Ivy kick things off. We've got Lola coming in, and she using that inside transition of that transfer rail. Flowing around on the flat section down the bottom there, it's an important part of the course. You got to do it. Little pressure ollie there. Actually looked like she went for a little grab on that ollie frontside 180 as well. So now coming around corner number 3, you can see the beautiful conditions there. And caught up with Daniel Watkins, the owner and director of Gold Coast Wake Park last night, and he was showing me sort of the original maps of this place and sort of the vision that he had for it. So incredible to see this world standard event site now.
Man, it's been a long time coming.
Yeah.
Long road. I think you probably know more than anyone. To get the event to this point has been, let's say, trying for a word. It's been a long road to get here, so to see it all happening, everyone out there stoked. That's a nice frontside 180 there, getting the mute grab on as well. So Lola Homer whips off. You can hear the crowd down there too. Good support crew down from Cairns. And yeah, like we said, just to try and get the event to this point has been such a mission. And to see everyone here get stoked out, good atmosphere, good weather, amazing riding. It's awesome.
I mean, it's so cool to just have the Wake Park World Championships in Australia for the first time. You know, you and I have been lucky enough to attend quite a few of them around the world and talk about them as well on the microphones and whatnot. And now we're bringing the live feed to the rest of the world here as well. So showcasing Wake Park wakeboarding across the world, but here in Australia is awesome. We have had the Wakeboard World Championships here 20 years ago in Queensland, and so good to have that back. We're going to kick that off in a couple of days, but I mean, right here at Gold Coast Wake Park, having the Wake Park Worlds, it's awesome.
Mary Jones now coming out of the UK, spent the time riding in Liquid Leisure. Toe side, front side 3. Looked like throws her head up a little bit. I reckon she might have been looking for the front side 5 on that, just trying to step things up. I have been watching her in practice, and she's been stomping that 5 nice and clean.
Nice switch board slide transfer. Maybe that's just a thing. Maybe she's just sort of looking up and being
Getting
like,
stoked.
yeah. Outside transfer into
There
that
you
C
go.
rail. Nice board slide front 270 out of that one. So nice and smooth. If I was Mary right now, I'd be pretty stoked. I'm sure she's gone out with her plan, and hence why she's maybe thinking she wanted a little bit extra. But frontside 540 across the surface around tower number 1. What's up, Mary? We can see her. She's talking. She can hear us.
It was cool talking to her earlier on. Last year, world titles in Liquid Leisure. And she competed in that. It's a home park, so she decided, you know what, it's my home park, I'm going to step up an age group. And nearly landed herself on the podium, even though it was an age group up from what she would normally be riding. So this time it is her age group this time, and she goes 270 to back lip. Oh, back lip, back 2.7, almost back tail, back 2.7.
Nice and smooth.
Yes, it was.
It looks like she's going to finish things off on that inside wave kicker, back
Nice
roll.
work. Getting the back roll done. A stand-up run for Mary Jones. All the way over from the UK. Liquid Leisure rider.
Looking so comfortable on these obstacles here. Liquid Leisure certainly, has spent a lot of time bringing a lot of cool obstacles into that park, and obviously a great practice ground for Mary there. And now feeling at home here with Gold Coast Wake Park set up, they also bringing so many new features and different obstacles. And John and I were talking earlier about the way he's sort of designed the park and those hacks to actually bring things. And Mary just feeling right at home with her training ground, and then bringing that over to Gold Coast Wake Park.
Yeah, she gets coached over there in the UK by the Peacock brothers and occasionally Nick Davies as well. So she's got an amazing coaching crew back home. But we're going to move on now. So we got Mia Marks.
There you go.
That's a pretty cool lineup of coaches back in the UK.
She's doing pretty well with the lineup of coaches. All right, Scarecrow.
Nice.
Solid way to kick things off for Mia.
Looking comfortable, looking very comfortable. I mean, after Mary just put down such a solid run, she's looking nice and smooth out there. Look at that one, full pull, like it ain't no thing.
Yeah, nice and controlled. Went over the knuckle really easily there. It's usually the bit where you can get bucked out of control. No problem. Rocks onto a nose, so a bit of a nose slide all the way along the fun box. So looking solid.
Switching regular as well, so the judges love to see mixing it up there. You don't want to favour one way, you want to ensure that you're mixing it up and doing the right things. It's also good for your body later in life, so your chiropractor doesn't say, "Why are you so twisted?" So yeah, all you up and coming wakeboarders, make sure you just start riding switch straight away, because it's going to be better for you later on in life. Heel side transfer on that step down flat bar there, using the inside kicker and then popping things up there. A nice board slide, keeping it again super smooth. Frontside 360 up that incline. Nicely transitioning across, enjoying this beautiful warm weather we've got on the Gold Coast, sort of mid to high 20 degrees Celsius here. Toe side approach on that big Gold Coast Wake Park kicker, and that is a toe side 540, making that look super smooth and easy. Run one of two and just rolling that up onto the grass there. I mean, she's going to be happy.
Yeah, Mia's definitely feeling it. She's fresh off the features event, taking that out earlier on in the same age group, so she is feeling it. She's having a massive day. Saw her getting the parents, I guess more than anyone, getting very emotional on the dock down there after seeing her take it out. It was amazing to see. So she's looking to go back-to-back today, which would be huge for her. And she's setting herself up nicely with that first run.
Just checking out the WWA Ride Line app right now, trying to get some live scores, see where we're at. We've got Lola Homer sitting at the top right now, but still waiting on scores from our last two riders there. Lola currently sitting in 42.25 in the first, and her sister Ivy in second. But I think we've got a couple of solid scores coming through after those last two runs.
No doubt.
Back on the water right now, we've got Ivy.
These girls do some serious mileage on the cable every week up at Cairns.
Definitely adding to that level of comfort, that board control that you want to do, especially when you're moving around and going place to place. Using the safety right there, nice pop off that one. It looks absolutely ginormous with her riding past it.
It doesn't look like a safety.
It looks like a mountain. Ivy, looking slowly out there. You're seeing using that flat water section, so frontside little 180 over there. Coming around tower number 2. A lot of speed through that one. Nice switch frontside 180. Yeah, the pictures that I was looking at, Daniel was showing me the park and how they had to dig it out and move all sorts of things around. Like there was whole parts of lake number 2 that didn't even exist here. It was just such an impressive way to get this facility up to scratch for a Wake Park World Championships, and a testament to the crew. So Ivy out there enjoying the conditions here. Nice board slide, transitioning across to the outside of that stocky feature rail there, using that ledge, or frontside 50-50. Is she going to finish things off this time with a kicker hit? It looks like it.
Nice work.
Awesome way to finish things off. So really stepping things up on run number 2. Ivy doing so well, our second heat in our under 10 girls, and that is going to do it for her in this semi-finals. Let's see how she stacks up after that one. But great to see her really push things, go a little bit extra in that second run. You see her come up to that safety, which actually looks about hip high.
It does.
That was cool. Little shifty kind of stiffy looking out the back of that board slide there, and then that beautiful frontside 180 finish thing. So congratulations, Ivy. We are so stoked to have all of our athletes here at the Wake Park World Championships. And this is Sister Lola now out there. She's going to whip round this corner right now and get underway with her second of 2 runs.
Lola Homer. Following her sister. Big old frontside 180.
Frontside 180 to open up right there on that outside Gold Coast Wake Park kicker. That is a massive kicker right there to start things off. And the pressure of kind of having your run start with the kicker and finish with a kicker, it means, you know, you've got to start in a big way. You've got to make it happen immediately. So transitioning back across to that banana rail, getting a bit of a board slide, almost getting through the C rail on that one, but a nice board slide.
Look like she dipped the nose trying to get in there, so she had the right idea of trying to get to the end of that rail. It is tricky. It's a lot of commitment to duck your shoulder into that into the kink and try and carry that momentum into the cable. So she's got the idea. She dipped in, didn't quite lock it in, but that's all good. As she bunny hops away around the bottom section. How much of a beautiful day is that? Gold Coast just turning it on. Butter water out there. Comes in for that transfer. Going board slide most of the way along the rail. And then into the incline. Backside lip slide and getting a bit of a pretzel out as well. Getting technical.
I like it. I like it. Pretty unique thing to the sport of wakeboarding is obviously having that tow rope to be able to sort of pull you one way and then pull you back the other way. So that pretzel rotation and then that nice frontside 180 right there for Lola to be able to finish off the run. So very unique approach to it. Good on her out there. Second of 2 runs. Lola currently sitting in 3rd position, so we'll look to see how those runs come through. We have got Kristen out there right now and having a bit of a chat with Mary and finding out some info on there. How are we doing, Kristen?
So after Mary dropped, thanks so much, Scotty. After Mary dropped out of the lead in her previous division, in the features division, she told me she really just wants to focus in on this park division. She wants to leave here with a win. She came all the way here from Great Britain. Her and her dad made the long trip out here. But again, her dad reminded me it's about the experience, right? They're having fun. They're enjoying themselves out here. And I did notice before Mary got off the dock and into the water, she was giving her friends high fives. As much as it is a community and about having fun, these girls are also here to throw down as she just did.
Oh, that's so awesome. It's great to get that insight and be so excited about being here at the Wake Park World Championships. He's put on such a good showing out there for us, for Mary, and thanks, Kristen, for getting that insight. We've got Mary out there right now.
Board slide back 270 to kick things off. Very good transfer onto the pipe there. Going board slide 270 out on that as well.
So Mary currently in the lead, so probably doing, thinking, what extra she can do, knowing these scores, knowing how we're doing these live scoring formats. She's currently sitting on 60.33, and it did certainly look like in that last run that she wanted a little bit extra. So maybe, feeling the vibe of the Worlds, talking about her preparations, and obviously her family, being prepared to bring her all the way out here to the Gold Coast, and so it's so inspiring. So happy to have her here.
Yeah, she's a lovely girl. It was awesome talking to her earlier on and just picking your brain about the last world titles. It's a nice hit on the rooftop. And then nice work. Inside out transfer on the Stucky rail going board slide. So a nice creative line. A little bit different to some of the other girls. And then hillside to the inside kicker getting the back roll and stomps it. I think that's an improvement on her first run as well. She cleaned some things up, stepped some things up as well, and she's going to be stoked.
Cool. That was so cool. She should be so stoked. Like, put on an absolute clinic out there. That toe side 540 was so big and late as well. Big board slide transfer, back 270. She got the full pull before she decided to do that back 270 out. That was so smooth as well.
Switch and regular all the way around here as well.
She looks very comfy.
I think it was pretty much half the tricks were switch, half of them were regular. So front side, back side, so good composition, good variety of tricks. Man, she crushed it.
Yeah, definitely not wasting her time out here in Australia, putting on a show and obviously being inspired by all the other girls out there. So thank you so much, Mary, for that incredible run. Mia opening up this time. She started off, I think, with a scarecrow on last run, and now she is going to go front roll. So let's see what she's got, that little bit of extra right now for us.
Mia fresh off a world title in the features event, now in the park, trying to step things up as well. 50-50 we'll say, and then went full 360 off, going the outside in transfer, getting the 360 out of that as well. So solid start. She has the benefit of being last off the dock, of course, in being able to watch what Mary Jones has done. She knows she's been in the lead. Mary likely has probably extended her lead as well based on that last run. So Mia's obviously got it in the tank after taking out the last division and getting a few spins down the bottom as well.
Don't quote me on it. Here she goes.
Yeah, as you say, the benefit of going last, being able to see what else you can do to try and push it in. She's currently sitting in second place, so she's definitely in the podium positions right now for, podium positions. This is the semi-final. She's looking good to proceed through to the finals.
Yeah.
But, going that creative line and that stucky feature as well, using that outside kind of ledge and then hopping back to the inside board slide. She's going to go with that big Gold Coast Wake Park kicker again to finish things off. Toe side, front side 540, so smooth, all the handle passes, and a nice way to whip back into the dock there. So that one is going to be tough for our judges. We saw some nice
front roll
moves from everyone there.
Very clean.
Using that feature, quite a few other people are, going across to that outside busty done signature feature, using that transfer there. Probably wanted a little bit of extra on that rooftop rail. It's funny how much that, from amateur divisions all the way through to the pro divisions, that's probably one of the simpler obstacles in the park, and that's actually been the one that's probably taken most people out.
Yeah, I rode in the over 30s not long ago, and Anthony Wright, incredible rider out of Sydney in that division, probably the favourite to take it out, to be fair. Ended up blowing it in the final, but he ended up trying to hit that feature, and the pipe rail took him down.
Oh no. It's not what you want, because you're never really thinking about the easy ones. You're like, I've got that. I'm more focused on that feature that's down the corner, or the big kicker, because you're focusing on your kicker hit or whatnot.
Yeah.
But even yesterday, it was clutch in that sort of pro men and pro women's final, and it came down to sort of half a point between most of the guys. And honestly, I reckon it was probably on that obstacle itself. So
yeah,
it was really cool. So we are going to switch things out as we have a little break here right now. Thanks so much for coming and joining me in the booth, and enjoy your ride out there. I'm stoked I'm actually going to make it for one. So can't wait to watch.
You beauty. Thanks, man.
Cheers, bro.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill, since even a century of experience is only a start. Our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we build something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower.
Yeah, guys, if you can make your way down.
GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
So we're about to kick things off with number one, 40 to 50 boys. That was only out there. Number one, coast side. 720.
All right, we are back to live action, and just had Dean Smith join me in the booth for calling that last round of under 10 girls, and now we have the 14 to 15 boys and semi-final 2 runs, best runs count out of these 2 runs, and I've got none other than Busty Dunn joining me in the booth after an incredible showing on the water yesterday. Busty, how you feeling?
Yeah, good, Scotty. How you going?
Yeah, good.
Stoked to be here.
Great to have you here. I mean, how are the conditions out there yesterday? How are you feeling about everything? And, you know, obviously getting right up there in the podium.
Yeah, super happy. I mean, just the whole weekend and today as well. The weather's been awesome. The lake conditions are great. The water's flat out there. Sunny, beautiful, warm. Can't ask for anything better for a world-class competition like this one. And yeah, to find myself on the podium was a pretty cool feeling, especially at my home park.
Ah, that's so cool. Such an inspiring thing. I mean, all of these guys are inspiring. We're seeing Zach Rizzoli right there. Looked like he was having a little play down that backside of that Stucky feature. Finishing this run right now, going chromo to the inside. So a nice way to finish off the first run. So we're going to run 2 runs, best run count, 14 to 15 boys, and that is going to finish off with that chromo. So Zach Rizzoli finishing things off, but yeah, Busty, I mean, it was inspiring. Like I've got some cool, you know, some vision actually that I want to show you later on. I've seen some pretty cool photos from yesterday that I was stoked.
Awesome.
Stoked to see, and yeah, I mean, but yeah, inspiring to have a world-class event like this. It's the first time the Wake Park Worlds have ever been in Australia. You've been lucky enough to travel to plenty of them and have been a household name in the sport for a long time, and obviously still right in there. You know, at some point, I think it was only half a point away from taking the top spot yesterday. So, I mean, again, congratulations on an incredible showing out there. And but having the Wake Park Worlds, what does it mean to you to be in Australia, in the Gold Coast?
Oh, it's just an awesome feeling. Like, yeah, as you said, I've chased this exact event around the world now for 10 plus
10
years.
years, yeah.
One of my first ever worlds was in Abu Dhabi, and competed against you. In fact, in features only. Yeah. That was the first time I competed in pro. So that was 2012, I think. So 12 years ago.
Yeah, 11 or 12. Yeah,
long time ago. So yeah, it's really cool to finally, after all these years, be able to have it on our home turf and see all the young kids like Hayden here ripping and getting involved and progressing the sport in Australia.
Oh, awesome. Hayden Bates-Reid, nice little transfer up on that one. I mean, just like all of us, you know, I was commentating on the 40 plus and 50 plus divisions, and there was guys in there that I was like, absolutely inspired by and looked up to, you know, coming through as when I was a Grom. And, you know, you see that in all of these divisions. And, you know, remember being a 14, 15-year-old boy. That was the last time we had the Boat Worlds here in Australia. Back in 2004, 2005, they were here in Queensland. And I just actually made that same transition as well at the Worlds, like gone from a junior rider up to pro, and I was about 15. And, yeah, you definitely remember those times. So Hayden making things happen out there. Beautiful toe side, backside spinning across that one. Awesome big transfer there going switchboard slide. And then pushing from that inside rail across to that outside rail. So nothing small about that one. Pushing nice and hard. And now going Gold Coast Wake Park kicker, that big Buddha to the inside. Front side 720. Inwards wrapping on the landing. Smooth as you like. Great to see out there.
Nice and clean finish to his run as well. He got completely to the end of that Trent rail after the rail to rail, which is good to see, and then really clean finish with that heel 7.
I like the way he does that back mob at the start too, sort of slob grabbing, but then kind of tweaks it up behind him for that little bit of sort of extra flair, that little bit extra something there, that back lip transfer, back 450.
Getting in those air tricks down the back as well, which is nice to see. Really clean run, full pulling all the rails, no little mess ups at all, so that should be a solid score.
That was a great transfer there. It's an, you know, that heel side 7 to finish as well. Like you said, it's an important part of your run, doing those air tricks down the bottom as well. Like, how would you, you know, what does it feel like that? You know, it looks like tower number 2. You get quite a lot of speed, a lot of tension there. How's the sort of the lines feel down there?
Yeah, the back tower is actually a little bit higher than the towers up the front here, and the straights there have a bit tighter cable tension, so I actually enjoy doing air tricks down there a lot more than up here on the front straight. So yeah, it's nice. You get a lot of lift down there and can get a lot of extra height.
Yeah, you definitely notice you know, when you're sort of loading the line there and really leaning into it, that extra bit of amplitude that's happening down there. So it's cool to see. Great facility here, Gold Coast Wake Park. Big thanks to Experience Gold Coast for having us here, and Gold Coast Wake Park for putting on this incredible event, the WWA Wake Park World Championships here in Australia. We've got Finley Smith just starting off his run with the KGB. Off the kicker, rolling through with a 50-50 through the inside, 270 up transfer. Now going toe side. Bit of a front lip kind of thing into that transition there. That was an early toe roll to revert. Coming about halfway through his run right now. We've got Kristen down on the sideline right now, just stoking out the vibes whilst we've got our runner Bentley out there. Finley, sorry.
Yeah, just a note, I went down to the dock and checked in after Zach Rizzoli's run, and some of the athletes were discussing how dry some of the obstacles might have felt despite having a spray run. As an athlete, if you do get onto an obstacle and you realize, well, guys, it's a little dry, I'm not getting the momentum I need, what adjustments do you need to make mid-run or mid-performance or mid-heat even to kind of account for that?
Yeah, I mean, that's it's certainly those little bit of extra things that you need to do in each run to make it happen. And that's why we've got, you know, Finley out there feeling the pressure and feeling the, you know, those conditions as well, and trying to find that something there. And he doesn't really, when I talk to pressure, he wasn't feeling it right there, that chrome over off that outside kicker.
Yeah, great finish there to Finley's run, starting off with that KGB and then finishing with a clean chrome over as well.
So a great couple of handle pass upside downers, couple of handle pass inverts. Look at that one, big KGB, even got the handle back to the front there. KGB again off the flat water, so you're seeing it both off the plastic and off the flat water. Nice use of that rooftop rail. All sorts of things going on. Toe 270 into that one, dropping into the hallway between the rails and then topping up a back lip, and then a big old chrome over to the outside as well. So lots going on. Love seeing the, feeling the vibes of everyone outside as well. Cheering and supporting for, you know, friends and family. Just enjoying the sport of wakeboarding here. It's a Monday. It's the school holidays as well. So everyone's sort of out and about and enjoying the vibes that the Gold Coast has got for us. The 2024 Nautique WWA Wakeboard and Wake Park World Championships presented by GM Marine. A huge thanks to Nautique and GM for making this happen. Experience Gold Coast for getting us out here. Roswell, PCM Marine Engines, Gold Coast Wake Park for hosting us here, and our local Nautique dealer, Nautique Central, also just putting together so much and making so much effort to get us out here. So huge thanks to those guys and these riders making the most of it. We've got Jackson Brown out on the water for the first of 2 runs, heel side, front side 720 on that one. Out onto Busty's signature rail from the park there, the Busty Dunn signature rail. So great to have him sitting here because I've said your name so many times this weekend talking to that particular feature. And Jackson making that one look super smooth.
Getting a nice backside 270 transfer up onto that high rail from the transition curb. Not quite getting the full pull there, but making it clean. Into the air trick section, a nice roll to blind, nice and floaty, nice and clean. Coming around tower 2. Followed up by an interleg back mob. Coming back outside for another one into the toe Rayleigh. Really linking up those air tricks there.
Yeah, he looks at home on those air tricks as well. Good to see some toe side stuff as well. We've seen a couple of toe side tricks there. We had, I think it was Finley earlier doing that toe side roll to rivet before tower number 1, and then that toe side Rayleigh there. Front board looking to link it over into a 270, just getting pulled back towards the inside there. That rail seems to just be a bit tricky for quite a few people. I was talking to Dean about this before, making that Stucky feature to feature, no problem. Talking to Dean about how it's probably the simpler feature of the whole park, but it seems to just, been kind of getting in the way of a lot of people. But nice. Was that a tail grab on that one? That was pretty unique. I like the way he went into that. Unfortunately going down on that chromo, but yeah, nice approach to it. Heel side, front side 720, kicking things off to start his run into the man sitting next to me's signature rail. 50-50, back 270, tail tap there. All sorts of stuff going on there. I was sitting next to James Windsor during the pro final yesterday, just checking up on my maths because there was sort of 270s in, 270s out, 450s back the other way. I had to maths check myself on that one, but unfortunately just going down Jackson on that last chromo to the outside. There's been some inspiring performances. Who are some of the sort of divisions, people to look out for that you've been, interested in this weekend so far? This week with our amateur division starting today.
There's a lot of divisions out there that have had a lot of riders pushing themselves and pushing each other, so it's been really cool. I'd say Mac Fort yesterday really put it down.
Yeah.
Local boy that's been ripping for the last few years and really stepped it up recently, and he showed that. He showed that over the weekend.
Had that comfort, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He really did. And that home ground advantage, you could definitely see it. I would say with Mac riding. There's a few more divisions today that I've been really interested in, like the 30 plus and 40 plus. Those boys are sending it still, which is awesome to see. There's a few locals that have been looking forward to this event for a while and really getting amongst it.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Greg Falzon out here a few weeks back training for it, and the typical sort of Falzon approach. He looked nice and relaxed and whatnot, but I tell you what, he looked pretty awesome out there in the water as well, throwing a double back roll during his run, really going for it towards the end. So yeah, inspiring performances. How would you say the park it's set up as well? Like obviously Gold Coast Wake Park bringing in new features for this particular event, for the World Championships event, and John Darling, our chief judge, sort of designing things up and using these hack features. Like it's obviously changed the park a little bit. How has everyone been adapting through those training sessions and people flying in early and whatnot?
It's changed the park a lot, honestly. It's made a big improvement to the park, and you've seen that in just the vibes around the park as well. Since all the new features came, there's been a lot of riders who haven't been riding a lot lately, been down here every day again, which is awesome to see. And honestly, a lot of people have been intimidated by some of the features as well.
Okay.
But they've had to push themselves, and they're stoked on it and learning a lot of new tricks at the same time, which is really cool to see. And everyone's stoked on the new park layout that John put together.
Ah, that's so cool. I mean, that is the thing about the World Championships event. You do have to really rise to the challenge and sort of step into features maybe you're a little less comfortable with. If you're used to riding at your local park, we saw Mary Jones in that previous heat in the under 10 girls. Like she's used to riding at Liquid Leisure and sort of having a nice time and getting comfortable with all of her different features. But then obviously coming over here, having to learn a whole new layout. And it's interesting to see how people approach that and how, you know, the comfort. And to hear that, you know, obviously there's a little bit of fear too. We are dealing with an action sport. Action sports, they hurt when they go wrong. So
yeah, exactly.
All right, we are going to go back to the top 2 runs, best run counts of our 14 to 15 boys semi-final. Pretty inspired by the riding that I just saw in those first runs. I don't really remember riding like this when I was 15, but I mean, maybe it's just I've done too much riding since then. So Zach Rizzoli back on the water right now, toe side, backside, got a little bit squirrely there. Not exactly what he was looking for. That Fuda's got a lot of kick.
It does. It's one of the bigger kickers getting around at any park you ride at, so it is easy to get hung up like that. Coming into my feature, doing the toe side backside 270 up the step up, just coming off a little short. I'm not quite sure if that's exactly what he was looking for. Swoop, transfer, board slide back 450 out. Now coming into the air trick section down the back. Going inner lake for that roll to revert. Round tower 2, going again into the lake with that big old Rayleigh.
Conserving a little bit of energy there. You see the riders kind of pull the handle in and just have a bit of a chill as they do that. Sort of takes a strain off the arms, and now they can pull themselves in here. We've got that rooftop rail, so going 270 in, 270 over the kink, holding it into front board, but holding it all the way to the water. Popping into the hallway there, 50-50 into the hallway between the 2 rails, and then hooking into a front board, and then a pretzel 270 back the other way. Nice kind of execution there to stay right foot forward so he can come in nice and hard into that one. Nice double cab roll there. Got all of the grab. Stoked to see him lay down the double flip. Unfortunately, not the landing that he's probably looking for, and not quite the landing that you know, the judges want to see. They want to see any time that you lay something down that you do actually land nice and solid over your board. But there was some stuff to be stoked about there. Nice transfer up onto his heels. Back 270. This one was awesome. 270 in, 270 over the top. And then a really beautiful hit here as well. 50-50 into the hallway, front board, 270 out the other way. And then that big double cab, which he would have hoped to have tried to clean up. But I mean, incredible to lay one down there in run 2 of 2.
Looked like that start that he had off the kicker just threw him off a little bit for the first couple features.
Yeah.
And then through the edge section down the back, he recovered well and then brought the run home strong.
Yeah.
With those last few rail hits and then the double cab at the end as well.
Yeah, it's funny how that can play into your mind. Obviously, the way that this works, you got to get that full run, that full pull. So, got to try and push it aside. We've got Hayden hit the water. He's doing that back mob. I love the way he grabs slob on that, pulls it up behind him. Coming into your signature field rail here, that Bussy Dunn rail. Got all kinds of pressing on that one, all kinds of style. Push a little front board out the end of it, and now back lip transfer, back 450. Beautifully done.
Nice and clean start to the run here for his kick and rail sections. Let's see what he's got in the air trick section down the back. Coming inside for that back roll to revert. Nice and clean, same as the last run. Let's see what else he's got to add to this run.
Railing hard on the inside, back roll to the inside this time. So a slight variety in that, landing fakie on the first one, keeping it regular and swooping that in, keeping it left foot forward. Staying that way for now. Looks like he wants to keep it left foot forward as we come in back into the rail section on the back straight here. This is that rooftop rail, but he's going to come in on the transfer, going back 450, front board, back 90 on that one. Keeping it right foot forward now, coming on his heels. Off the safety on that one. Board slide into the hallway. Little front board, but unfortunately that tension just ripping him back to the inside. Not exactly what he wants. You can see a little bit of frustration there, but he has put together a really nice run so far. Little butter in, and now a hard late heel side edge. Front side 720. Too easy for him right there. Absolutely awesome stuff from Hayden Bates-Reid. Checking back in to the WWA Ride Line app right now. See if we can get a little score update. Love the live scoring that's going on right now. So we're currently sitting with Finley Smith in first position, 60.75. Second position is Zach Rizzoli, 52.25. And then Hayden, who we just saw out in the water then, 47.92.
it'll be interesting to see if that second run will improve on his first run, because he did add that extra air trick down the back, but didn't quite get what he wanted in the on the stocky feature at the end there. So we'll see if that one improves.
There's so much going on in wake park riding. I mean, same with the boat. I think, it's really important to be able to link things to, a trick to trick to trick to trick. But I think, with the boat riding, you'll see in a couple of days, it's sort of that consistency of the boat just heading in one direction, and the wake is sort of the same every time, and you get those sort of consistent hits. The thing about the wake park here, obviously there's the variables of sort of having to go out one side, back out to the other side, those slight variables each time to get that consistency. I mean, we've seen it in every division. You got to link a lot of stuff.
You do, yeah, and especially if you say add an extra air trick into that, it affects how you'll approach the next feature, or the tension of the line as you approach the next feature as well. So there's a lot of, as you said, there's a lot of variables that go into it.
Yeah. But this is the pointy end of the sport, the Nautique WWA Wakeboard and Wake Park World Championships here. This is what they love. They love to get out there. They've been practicing. They've certainly put their 10,000 hours in to get to this point and compete at a World Championships event. And we're so stoked to have everyone here from 33 countries, 33 or 35 countries. I keep referencing that, but I always forget the amount it is. But there's a lot, and across both disciplines, we're lucky enough to have athletes that are specific to wake park and specific to wakeboard, and then obviously those crossover guys as well. So. I think that's probably more of a thing now, those sort of crossover things. I had a bit of a chat with James Windsor, who was in here yesterday afternoon. He was talking about the times that he'd ridden boat and done a bit of boat riding and whatnot. And now we have guys like Gontharoka out there, making pro finals in park events and making finals and winning in boat events as well. So it's a unique thing to see people having a crack at both disciplines of the sport.
It's really cool to see. It's not often that the two different sides of the sport, I guess, collide like they are here. So it's cool to see. We've had some boat riders out here over the weekend supporting everyone on the cable side, and I'm sure there'll be lots of cable riders going to the boat event supporting that one next weekend. So yeah, it's really cool having both World Championship events in the same place.
Yeah, it's so cool. I think that's an interesting aspect too. I think, because they are so different, like if you're not familiar with the sports, it's kind of like comparing street skateboarding to vert skateboarding or
slopestyle and the snowboarding to halfpipe.
Yeah, exactly. They're just so different, and they take such a different kind of approach, a different kind of board control, and it's cool to see, these athletes of the different disciplines getting inspired by each other, understanding how hard it really is. So big old chromo to the inside there for Finley.
So he finished up his run last time with that chromo, and this time he's decided to take a different approach and start with the chromo. So we'll see what he does here. Getting a nice back tail on that top ledge of the bussy rail, and then getting the back 270 out, coming in toe side to the transition. Once again going front lip on that transition swoop, and back three up to the top ledge.
That toe roll to revert right there, it just doesn't look like there's actually that much tension to get that one around, but he makes it look easy.
No, it's definitely a tricky spot at the cable to be doing that trick in, but getting that nice KGB out of the first corner after the second tower coming in now for the S-mobe.
Wow, definitely going a bit extra on this one for sure. He's pretty stoked.
And the bel air to blind. Stepping up.
Blind. One more to the inside. Yeah, inside back mobe. So certainly stepping things up. He definitely laid down that first run, which got him currently into first place, and he's looking to hold on to it right there.
Managing that tension well to still get full pull on that rooftop step down rail, which is definitely tricky to do after adding those few extra air tricks in. Going rail to box to rail, backlip down the Trent rail at the end there. And coming in for his final kick here, is it going to be the KGB, or will he step it up again?
Let's go.
KGB 5, nearly holding on to it.
Absolutely awesome showing right there. Finley just sending everything into his second run there, and I tell you what, I loved it. That was a big chromo to start things off. He's stoked to it as well. Up onto your signature rail there, frontside 180 in, switch back tail, big KGB out of that bottom corner. He had that S-mobe after that. It was all kinds of 270s across that rooftop. front 270 into that one, hopping into the hallway, and then a switch back tail there, or a regular back tail, my apologies, and then KGB 540 to finish things off. So we saw the KGB in his first run that he started off with, and then a KGB 540. Still currently sitting in the lead. Still scores to drop on that second run, but there was definitely that bit of extra on that one, and it was great to see.
He was really going all out at the end there too with that KGB 5. The rest of his run was really solid, and I thought he might just cap it off with a KGB, but really went all out. We'll see how that affects the score.
So we have got down to the pointy end of this particular heat 1 of 2 of 14 to 15 boys. Jackson Brown currently sitting in 4th position with a 46.25. Still waiting on some scores to come through from our other riders in those second runs of theirs. So it's all or nothing right now for Jackson. He's definitely seen Finley just come through and step it up, and he knows what he's got to do. We're here. We're at the Wake Park World Championships. The vibes are high. The conditions are incredible. Front side, 720, off his heels, using every little bit of that wave kicker. Got all the ups. Nice and smooth way to start. Straight into the busty signature rail. He's going to keep it on his toes. A little front lip, 50-50, back 270, 270 out the other way. So using all of that rope tension to make it happen. Now keeping it same way, left foot approach, left foot forward, front side 180, front 270, front. This is a Windsor moment of maths that I need. Front 450, I think, out of that one.
Into the air trick section now. Getting that nice roll to blind again, same as his first run. Coming back inside for the left foot forward back mode. Nice and clean. And again, the toe side Rayleigh sneaking that in before tower 3. Showing a lot of control there, doing right foot and left foot air tricks as well as a toe side air trick.
Great to see that variety as well. Like it's not easy doing toe side air tricks, and yeah, it's cool to see it just dropped in the middle of the run. Back 3 over that kinked rooftop rail, using the outside, huge approach to that one. Stale fish, front roll, looking to drop into that front lip slide on that Stucky feature. That was a big old boot on that one. Very stoked to see that one. Hoping to catch that replay as well, because he went booted on that one. Got all of the ups. 270, 270. This one was a front 270, front 450. I did get that one right, but it was good to fact check myself. Front board over to a 50-50 down. Got so sent on that one. Unfortunately, just that tension pulling him out the front, but that was definitely creative use of that sucky feature and just looking for that little bit of extra there. That's going to wrap it up for our heat 1 of 2 in the 14 to 15 boys. We'll look to see those live scores drop in. Make sure you want to check out the WWA Rideline app to follow all the action and see these scores as they drop while you're here on the live feed. Right now we've got our sprayer out there who's going to wet down the obstacles, and I'm going to take this opportunity to bring in another one of our expert pro riders who's come all the way over from the UK, and he's going to join us here in the booth. Rudy Tallboys. I'm going to swap over to him and let you guys take it away for our second heat. Heat 2 of 2, 14 to 15 boys. I'll be back with you soon.
Thanks, Scotty.
So runs number two for heat number 1 of our 14 to 15 boys, which brings us to heat number 2, which has more riders than we've got 5 on this one. Ashley Davis, Will Schiller, Bentley Bland, Ashley Hutchinson, all of which again showcase their abilities.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill, since even a century of experience is only a start. Our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we build something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower.
Alrighty, so we got Ashton Davis
GM Marine.
making his way around
Keep
the table,
thunder
getting
at
a
the
couple
heart of
frames
all
the
you do.
Alrighty, we are back, and I'll welcome Rudy Tallboys here to the booth with me.
Hello, how are we?
Going good, Rudy? How are you going?
Yeah, I'm excited to watch some more really cool wakeboarding out here at the World Championships.
And we're straight into it. This is Heat 2 of the 14 to 15 boys, starting off with Ashton Davis.
So that was a nice big toe scarecrow off the kicker there to start his run, and a nice banana slide to get it going. I've been watching the boys outside whilst you guys were in here chatting it up, and it's been an absolute blast watching these guys, knowing that these guys are the future of the sport, knowing that these guys are going to be the guys taking it forward, and they're going to pretty much be in our shoes when we're washed up wakeboarders. You know how it goes. So
not too long way.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, I'm excited to see where this goes with all these guys here in the younger divisions.
Now Ashton getting a nice little roll to revert in down the back there. Coming onto the back stretch now. Toe side into this rooftop feature. Let's see what he's got. 180 on. 180 just coming off a little bit early on that one. It's tricky to get the line on that rooftop, as both you and myself have found out.
Yeah, we've definitely been first-hand knowledge of that. It's a long straight from that third corner to the rooftop, so you've got plenty of time to kind of worry about the cut that you're taking and whether it's the right one.
Definitely.
Unfortunately for Ashton, that wasn't the one this time around in this run. But
finishing up nicely with that hillside 540 off the wave kicker there, though.
Yeah, a nice front five to finish it off with a bit of a bang. He's obviously got his second run in the bank there as well, so he's going to have plenty of opportunity to step up that score, and I'm sure that even alone that score is going to be a good enough score to kind of set a benchmark for this heat, which we'd like to see.
And going off the dock first as well, it definitely can put a bit of pressure on the other competitors. And
yeah, 100%.
In competition, you never know what's going to happen. So
it's usually some people like it, some people don't like it. I'm a fan of heading off the dock first. I feel like it's fun to just kind of go out there, no pressure, just give it your all, and kind of try and put the pressure on everyone else, as opposed to the pressure being on you. But also, some people like to kind of scope it out, play it a bit more mentally, kind of figure out what their plan is going to be, watching other people prior to them. So it's a weird kind of mix between people, and that's just the way it is with these heats.
So Will Schiller starting off his first run with a nice elephant, that scarecrow, but pulling it back to front roll, and taking that option for the banana rail line as well. Banana slide, dropping down to the hallway, jumping back up to 50-50.
It takes some serious quick feet to be hopping back up. We've seen a lot of people been hitting your rail, but seeing them across on the banana rail, it gives us a nice little something different. It's cool. I like it.
Getting that swoop transfer up to back lip on the ledge. Now coming into the air trick section at the back. Let's see what he's got. Looks like he's lining something up to the outside of the cable. Big old back roll, landing nice and wide. Coming back inside with a left foot air trick. Blind judge, nice and clean there.
I thought he was digging in for another little air trick there before corner 3. It's actually very difficult to be fitting in multiple air tricks in these tiny little straights. So seeing these guys giving it a go is definitely cool to see.
And it can be tricky making it back to the corner sometimes as well when you sneak in an air trick to the inside of the lake. So here he is coming into the Stucky feature, going rail to box up to the front board on the second rail. Not quite getting full pull along there. But now he's set up left foot forward for the wave kicker, it looks like. Hillside edge, coming in nice and hot. Big, nice and clean KGB to finish his run. Solid start.
That is a solid start.
For Will.
After watching that, I'm sure that may end up above Ashton just because of his cleanliness on the rails, and also getting in a couple different foot air tricks. I feel like in this heat here. I feel like for the 14 to 15 boys, getting in right foot air tricks, left foot air tricks, in any category, to be honest, getting in right foot air tricks and left foot air tricks is definitely going to be boosting your score up, knowing that you can do those off the water maneuvers in both switch and regular stance.
Yeah, really nice KGB at the end to finish as well off that kicker. The judges are definitely looking for that variety, aren't they?
Yeah, 100%. I know the judges, we've got both the Stuckey brothers in there today, Joe Battleday, so they know the difficulty that it takes to be doing right foot and left foot air tricks, and also how quick that it's got to be to try and fit them all in those back corners over there. So I'm sure that they'll definitely be rewarding both switch and regular air tricks out there. And then next up we've got Mr. Bentley Bland in that red bib. I've been watching him in practice, I've known him for a while now, and he has been improving so well to a point where now he's definitely on that verge of breaking into the pro level scene. I'd say he's definitely one to watch out there. So starting off with a nice big right foot Moby Dick off that huge wall of a kicker here at Gold Coast Wake Park. And then onto Yorel Baz, he's gone for the backboard change up 50 front 2. Back to right foot and coming up to this curb kicker fun box hack here.
Taking the toe side approach. Backside 450 transfer up. Nice and locked in. Straight into an air trick, the S-bend before tower 1. Then toe side into the lake for the toe side Rayleigh. And then going for a third head trick already before tower 2. The outer lake crypt into another one into the lake.
Mate, he's absolutely storming some air tricks here. And another
That's
S-bend.
5 air tricks there.
5 air tricks, and my abs hurt just watching that. That's seriously putting in some work there from Bentley. Make sure that he's got as many tricks in there to kind of give the judges something to judge. Following it up on the rooftop, going early pass front 2, trying to hold it back lip, just coming off a bit early, but it shouldn't hurt him too much. Now onto the sucky feature, 50-50 creeper, step up, front 270 across. That going back from outside to in, back to outside from that big of a gap is definitely difficult, and he's pretty much done the same hit that I did yesterday. So
I was just about to say similar approach to you.
Yeah.
And finish off that run solid with the toe side backside 7. Great run.
And he
from
claims
Bentley,
it.
and
He
he's
claims it
stoked
with
on
the fist bump. That is what we like to see. But yeah, I mean, on especially the Stuckey rail, it's difficult. So we're just going to head down to Kristen on the sideline. How is that down there?
Hey guys, it's great. It is hot up here, but the competition is heating up as well. I checked in with Ashton Hopkinson, who should be up there shortly, and I kind of asked him about nerves and butterflies heading into this competition. You know, when you're only 15, battling for a world championship can seem overwhelming, I'm sure, but he said he's really not feeling it. He doesn't focus in too hard on trying to nail a certain trick at a certain time. He said he just lets it kind of come to him, but I asked him, how were you feeling? In his first response, granted he's 15, he said, I'm cold. I said, wait, what? You're cold? We're in Australia. It's like 1,000 degrees out here. And so cute. There is a little breeze coming off the dock. He said once he gets on the water, usually the adrenaline takes over, but it can exhaust you a little bit on the dock when you are shivering and you're not 100% comfortable. So those are the little things that we've got a lot of kids around here. Those are the little things that I think are kind of coming into play.
Perfect.
It can definitely be a big mental game when you're waiting on the dock for a while before you run.
It is, definitely. And obviously watching everyone else go out there before you, being there kind of strapped in, obviously people can fall, people can land up a run. You don't know exactly when you're going to go. So you kind of got to manage being ready and try and stay in the zone for the right amount of time, not kind of peak in that zone area in your mind too early, or kind of fall out of that. Yeah, or not be ready and fall out of that focus to a point where someone may fall and you may have to be quick and going into it, because that's just the way of the game. So it's hard to kind of stay in that mindset where you're ready, you're focused, but you're not too kind of in your own head, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but definitely. Yeah. And it's funny that Kristen mentioned about him being cold on the dock. There's a lot of the guys here from up further north in Australia where winter doesn't really get cold.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Even this is cold to them. They've been wearing some wetties or wetty tops, and yeah, that can play a factor as well.
Well, for me, especially, I'm from England. It doesn't get hot at all ever there, and I was out there wearing a wetsuit top earlier on. I went out there for a little ride over on the second cable here at Gold Coast, and I did definitely have to put a wetsuit top on, just because if you're in the water, if you're kind of waiting around, if there's cues on the dock, any kind of thing like that, even a bit of wind, obviously once you're out of the water's hot, but once you're out of the water, it's definitely difficult to keep yourself warm. But we are just waiting now for Ashton Hopkinson to get out there on the water. I'm sure after watching that run from Bentley, I'm sure the judges are deliberating as to what they kind of like about that run. What would you say out there is kind of where the judges are going to separate the most of the riders here in the 14 to 15 boys?
For this division especially, I think the air tricks would be a big part of it. This is usually the age where a lot of the guys will start learning their air tricks or bigger air tricks. It's tough to learn them from a young age. You need a bit more strength to get that height off the water. So we saw Bentley there. Not necessarily the most technical air tricks, but he managed to fit in a lot of them.
Yeah.
So he's showing that variety, taking a slightly simpler approach, but fitting in a lot of them. Where we may see some of the other riders do a few less air tricks, but up the difficulty a little bit as well. So I think that could be a big part.
That is definitely where I feel like the judges are going to kind of look into the repertoire of tricks that some of the riders are bringing to the table, and they're going to decide within themselves and within the other judges whether they feel like certain air tricks it's kind of a quality over quantity type basis. So I know that Bentley's put in a lot of work there, getting a bunch of air tricks in. Obviously, some of them aren't going to be the cleanest, some of them aren't going to be the most technical, just because you haven't got as much time and you haven't got as much time to focus on these certain air tricks. But whether that's what they want, the judges, or whether they want just clean, simple, bigger, more technical tricks, maybe that's what we're going to see. So obviously waiting for the judges' score here for Bentley's first run for this heat number 2 of the 14 to 15 boys. It will it's definitely the results of this and the results and the scores that come in for Bentley is definitely going to be what we think is the judges are going to start to like here. Okay, so we are back, and so the first one that we seen in this heat was meant to be Ashton Davis, but it was actually Ashton Hopkinson, so they have swapped over, and now we are looking at Ashton Davis out on the water. So Ashton Hopkinson was the one coming in with the 29.33. That's swapped over now, so if you are following on the Ride Line app, you should be able to see that clearly now. And Ashton Davis is now out on the water for you. So Bentley Bland's score has come in. He's gone for a 64.07. Unanimously 65 from 2 judges, 62.2 from the 3rd judge. So definitely, as we expect, he's put in a bit more effort there with the air tricks, and he's ended up getting a high score for it.
Yeah, very solid score there for the first round. That gives him a good base to really step it up in his second round and have a go, really. Maybe try something that he doesn't always land. Or
yeah, exactly. I mean, like, if going into the heat, some people like to put down a solid score, and that gives them the freedom and the opportunity in their second run to go out there and just give it a crack. And that's what I love about the sport, and that's what I love about having this 2-run format, means that you get the double chance to kind of give it your all. And if you lay down well on the first, you get to go hard on the second.
But we have 2 more riders for their first runs, with Ashton coming in now. Starting off with a Scarecrow. Nice and clean. Switching back around. Now remaining right foot forward. Coming into the busty feature. Full pull all the way along that. Getting a nice front board and then 270 out off the end. Switching back up to left foot forward. Coming into the swoop transfer. Olling onto the swoop. Nice back lip. Pretzel 270 out. Nice and clean. Landing right foot forward.
Yeah, big fan of that back lip there. Going from a lower transfer point to a higher ledge, getting that lip slide, the backside, the back leg of your board over the rail is definitely something technical that the judge is going to be looking for.
Hard edge down the back there, getting a little half load.
I like that, a little half load. Shifty out there. Any point in a run where, obviously if you haven't fallen, but at any point during a trick where the judges can see the bottom of your board, it's usually a sign of you going big or you adding a bit of spice to your run. So I like to see that.
That was nice and steezy, that
was
step down hit. Now coming in hard on his toe side edge into the Stucky feature, going outside box, step up to the rail, landing right foot forward, now setting up for what might be the wave kicker again.
So coming in left foot forward, what's he going to end his run with? Oh, a nice little whirly bird. Very nice run there from Mr. Ashton Davis. I love seeing a whirly bird on the kickers out here. It's usually something that you see on the boat side of things in wakeboarding, but seeing guys out here come out here and send them off the kicker on the cable is definitely something I enjoy seeing.
It's a scary trick to try. I've actually never tried it myself, so.
It is. I remember the first time I tried a whirly bird, it was with some serious, I say peer pressure, but sometimes peer pressure is what you need just to kind of get over that fear and send it. But it was some
friendly encouragement.
Yeah, friendly encouragement is what it is. But yeah, having something like that, someone push you, and that's what I love about the sport as well, is every one of these riders, I'm sure a lot of these riders here in this heat are friends and ride together. So they're kind of pushing each other and getting those tricks down, and it gives them a chance to improve a much faster rate. So we've got here coming in Mr. Caden Porter.
Local boy starting off solid with the toe side 720.
Yeah, that's massive.
That's a great start to the run. Now linking it up, coming in toe side to the busty feature. Front lip, unfortunately just popping off a little bit early, saving it a bit, going 270 out of that box. Coming in switch toe side. Swoop transfer up to front lip, backside 450 out. Straight into a hard edge on his heel side for the blind judge. Oh no, just landing a little too heel heavy on that one and going down. But that's right, he's got a second run.
He does have a second run.
That's the beauty of this format.
Yeah, that is the beauty of this format. And you will see on the replay that fall there. That's something we see quite regularly when people are doing air tricks. I do it myself. When you're pulling it to blind and landing with that handle behind your back, sometimes you see it where a rider pulls it to blind too early and the timing is just a bit off, and that can set your weight and balance a bit off, meaning that you either end up falling back over your heels or over your toes. So I'm sure he's going to be looking to kind of get that timing better next time on the blind judge there from Mr. Caden Porter. So the cable operator is just going to pick him up, bring him back to the dock. Going to speed things up for you viewers at home and here at Gold Coast Wake Park. And we're going to restart, head back to the first rider off the dock, which was Mr. Ashton Hopkinson.
Good on you. But in the meantime, Hayden is going to get picked up. I think because
we are here on our final heat of the 14 to 15 boys. After this, we've got the 30 plus men. This is by far one of my favourite categories to watch. Don't get me wrong, I love watching everyone ride, but watching the 30s, over 30s and over 40s, the girls and the guys, watching them ride is
it's exciting.
It's exciting. It's exciting. You never know what's going to happen.
Exactly.
Because usually the circumstance is they've all done the tricks that we're doing. They've been there. They've done it. They've landed all these tricks. We know that they've got them in the locker, but sometimes you haven't seen them do them for years.
They haven't been riding so much lately. They're a little bit loose on the water, not feeling as comfortable as they used to.
They are.
So
a special mention to Mr. Dean Smith in that heat number 2 of the Park 30 plus men. I was watching him ride earlier and he was absolutely storming the kicker. Watching him do that hurt my knees. So I can't imagine how it felt for him. And also in that heat we got Mr. Anthony Wright too. Anthony Wright, I know I spoke to him and he said that he wasn't too happy with his run in the features format of the event today, but I'm sure he's going to be looking for some sort of redemption in that second heat of the Park format.
So let's check in back now with our current heat going on, the 14 to 15 boys heat 2. This is the Park format where they have 2 runs. We've just completed their first run and we have the scores all in for their first runs. Bentley Bland still sitting on top with that 64.07. Will Schiller in second place with a 43.07. Ashton Davis in third with a 30.5. Ashton Hopkinson in fourth with a 29.33. And Caden Porter with a 16.05 after that fall we just saw on the blind judge early in his run. So he'll be looking to complete a run second time
will.
and step up and aim for a spot in that final.
And look, we're looking at a very peculiar circumstance here, with Bentley Bland, the leader, being the third person off the dock. If you're usually in that top spot going into your second runs, being at the end does help, because it tells you'll know whether you have hold on to that top spot or you need to step your things up. But Mr. Bentley Bland is going to be third off the dock, so him trying to decide whether he needs to step it up too much or too little, try and hold on to that spot, is going to be fun to see.
So Ashton Hopkinson on the water now, starting off with that front roll again, then taking the banana rail, going for a banana slide. Now following that up with a swoop transfer, board slide, front side 450 out, nice and clean. Good start to his run here. Let's see how he's been handling all that waiting around on the dock. And
yeah, I'm sure he's gonna have some sort of shivers going.
Nice roll to revert down the back there, nice and clean.
Now the long straight until this rooftop feature we got here on the right, coming in toe side. He's gonna do a front 180 to 50. Other way 270. Oh, a nice little fake out blind there. I love that little added spice.
He just came off that one a little early last time, so nice to get that one clean, and then getting fast feet on that.
Yeah, it's nice to see. I'm definitely, as long as he's don't, hopefully it's not the commentator's kiss of death, but this should be an improvement. Yeah, so finishes off
and
with
a much
the same
cleaner 540 finish.
Same 540,
so
cleaning it up. That's definitely going to be an improvement there from Mr. Ashton Hopkinson.
We'll see if that's enough to get him into one of the top few spots to potentially get him through to the final.
Perfect. And there we see on screen one of our later category blokes. That right there is peak male performance. That is what you're going to see on the water soon after this heat.
Great to see Jake Fowler out here. He's been around the sport in Australia for a long time now, and ever since I was a little kid running around, he's been ripping out there, so awesome to see.
Okay, in the green bib, we've got Mr. Will Schiller.
Currently sitting in second place, so definitely not safe with a few more riders to go.
Starting off with that nice big KGB there.
So he'll definitely be looking to improve in his second run here.
100%. And knowing that he's got Bentley Bland after him, got a second run as well, looking to improve, he's going to have to step it up somewhat. And nice, he does there. Oh, nearly going down there off the Baz feature. Left foot forward, up the curb. Backside board slide, pretzel 270 out. So that's a solid start. Solid start. Not as clean as his first run, but he knows that. So what he's probably going to do now is step up the air tricks and maybe the back straight and the kicker to end it off.
Nice big back roll, similar to his first run. Now just taking it easy through that second corner section down the back into this long lead up to the step down rails, taking that right rooftop option, as most people seem to be.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely the favoured obstacle there on the back straight. Unfortunately coming off early, but going into this stucky rail, left foot toe side. Say rail, drop corridor. Ooh, trying to hop up front board. Just coming off a bit early. That's obviously not what he's going to be wanting there from Mr. Will Schiller. But this is it. This is the moment he's been waiting for. The final kicker of his runs here. Nice big front 7, holding on. Wow, that is very, very, very nice ending to his run there. Mr. Will Schiller nearly catching a serious nose pick, but
managed to ride away relatively clean in the end as well.
Yeah, it's cool to see. Being able to escape a crash like that it takes skill, and hopefully the judges know that and reward that. So he's definitely ended his run there with a bang. There it is. We see it again. Ooh, just lucky to get that handle pass from blind to his right hand, and a nice big exit dock there in front of the crowd.
Will be interesting to see how that score compares to his first run.
different style.
So scores coming in. Scores are looking lower than his first run, so we suspect that maybe it doesn't step up from his first run. And on the water now, we've got Mr. Bentley Bland.
Very difficult to do, and very good to kick off with.
Hillside into the busty feature now. Big ollie up to that first ledge, 270 to the top ledge, rewind 270 out, controlling the line tension really nicely there. Then Hillside in around the fun box transfer, using that add-on rail and going hardway 180 across.
Back roll,
back lip, and then a back roll before the corner. Here we go again. Let's see if he's
back roll. He did a he did an
quite a
S
few
bend.
air tricks before. So
yeah, he did an S bend the first time, so he's gone back roll now into blind judge. Then left foot front to fakie, Vulcan. Love to see it. Is it Vulcan or front to fakie? What's your take?
a Vulcan is an S bend to fakie. So,
Okay.
So that one would be a front to fakie.
That's a front to fakie. See, learn something new every day. Now coming in. Front board. I think he knows that this may not improve his score.
He definitely looks like he's taking it a bit easier
Yeah.
on this one, doesn't he? He's happy with his first run score.
Oh.
Really sending that one there. Maybe just practicing. Practicing for when he hopefully gets through the next round.
Yeah.
So that's a big backside 450 from the wall.
That is, and it's a gap as well. It's not like you go from a wall to a rail at the same point.
And finishing off with the Moby Dick 540.
What an animal.
Really clean.
What an animal. So he's just gone off the wall, massive gap there, back lip, back four, back lip, and a Moby Dick 5.
That's an interesting line there on the Stucky feature as well. Not too many riders have been taking that option.
Yeah, we haven't really been seeing it much. I saw it from, the only person I've seen it from is Mr. Niels Ritzman in the pro main categories yesterday. So yeah, seeing him do that is really cool to see the level improve there from his second run. And maybe he's going to save those and use them in the next round.
That's
which
a big
he's
gap,
gonna
that
do.
one.
That is a massive gap. Wow. And stomping it, look, don't even care. He's like, what?
Bentley, he's from Bly, spends most of his time up there, but he's spent a lot of time down here the last few weeks getting some training in, so that seems to be really paying off there.
Yeah, he's been training hard. I got here and he said he'd been here for 3 months prior. That's serious training hard.
Now, I think this is Ashton Davis now. Starting off his run nicely. Coming into that swoop transfer now. On a hillside edge, popping up. Looking for that 270 by the look of it, but not quite getting out far enough. You got to edge quite hard into that swoop to get up to that ledge.
You do, but it's obviously scary because being a curb kicker up against the wall of the fun box, you're pretty much cutting towards a flat wall, which obviously, even if you don't wakeboard, you probably know that that's probably not where you want to be.
Close to that wall, that's for sure. We saw Jake Heatley clip that a little bit the other day and end up in a not less than ideal position.
Yeah, so we call that a reverse taco. So he tacoed it on his back, which obviously isn't going to be fun for your back. Lucky it was Jake and not one of the 40 or 30 plus pro men.
Take him out for
because that'll be that'll be either a week or month of recovery time. But Jake, I saw him out riding this morning, so he's chilling. So coming to the end of Ashton Davis's run here, smacking in toe side.
That's a hard edge. Going for
a double.
Flip.
Oh,
riding away.
Right
That's
away.
awesome.
What an animal. That was massive.
It's awesome to see a lot of these younger boys just sending double flips.
Just hacking double flips. It's really cool to see.
And it's a big kicker.
It is a massive
Scotty
kicker.
Before it's a big kicker, and it will definitely a good kicker to learn double flips on. That's for sure.
Yeah. If you're anywhere in Australia or in the world, if you want to learn a double flip, I recommend coming to this spot here because the tension's perfect for it. The kicker is like riding up a wall, so you got enough height. It's prime. This kicker is genuinely one of the best kickers I've hit.
And we've seen that this week at the WWA Wake Park World Championships. There's been people in all divisions from the under 13 boys upwards sending double flips, and yeah, it's cool to see.
Yeah, it's cool to see. So coming in now, Caden Porter, the fifth and that was the fifth and final rider of this semi-final, heat number 2 for the 14 to 50 boys, and unfortunately just going down there on the kicker. So he won't be best pleased with his performance out there, but I'm sure that he's had a fun time, and I'm sure that he's looking forward to hanging out with his friends out here at Gold Coast Wake Park.
Unfortunately, that's just how it goes sometimes.
It is.
You have those 2 runs to give it 2 cracks, but yeah, it's easy to fall. It's hard to put a complete run together, so there's every chance that you can go down, and sometimes that happens.
That's just the way of the game, and Caden knows that, and I'm sure he's not going to be he'll be annoyed with himself, but he knows his level and he knows what he's capable of, and I'm sure he's going to be
I'm sure he'll learn for next time.
Yeah, 100%. So that is it for heat number 2 of the 14 to 15 boys. So results were Mr. Bentley Bland topping off that heat there, making his way through to the final, and taking second place was in fact Mr. Will Schiller. So Bentley Bland with a 64.07, Will Schiller with a 43.07. They're going to be making their way into the final 4.
So,
and
yeah, interesting how all of their first run scores pretty much stood there.
Yeah, but that's what I like to see. I like to see the first run scores stand, because that means that they're going for it on the second runs. If you see their first run score stand, and you know they're laying down a run, they're landing it, and it's taking the first score, then maybe they're not really giving it their best shot on that second run. But if they lay down their first run and they're absolutely sending it, a lot of them have been falling on the second run, so it means they're trying to push themselves, and they're trying to push the scores in this heat, which is nice to see.
So we have our first rider out there now for the 30 plus men heat 1 semi-final. So we got 2 heats coming up. This is Mike Gowan, all the way from the United States of America.
Big Mike. He's been definitely a personality to be having out here at Gold Coast Wake Park. I met him for the first time here, Mr. Big Mike, and he's an absolute legend. And he's going to be laying down a solid run here for us.
Yeah, we'll see what he's got as he's coming around that back straight now. A lot of time to think. You basically ride a whole lap before you start your run. There's always a lot going through your head.
There is, but there's always people lining up both sides of the shore, so
yeah,
you can
lots
have a
of hype from the sidelines, which is cool.
Alrighty, Michael Gowan is about to kick us off.
Okay, here he is. He is spraying the kicker. So this is more than likely going to be a spray lap from Mr. Michael Gowan before he heads out, or oh no, so he's choosing to pass on the kicker, and he's coming in backside board side. Ooh, a nice little hop there to right foot.
Coming in toe side with that back handle grip. Hardway 270 onto the pipe, getting a little bit bucked by that kink there. It's a pretty aggressive kink in that pipe, so it can definitely take you down if you don't have your balance quite right.
Yeah, it's definitely it's one of them where it's hard to kind of make sure that you're making the kink at the right point. Sometimes you come in off that first pipe a bit too early, and you're left with a flat pipe to kind of ride on into, like we just seen there from Mr. Mike Gowan. Or sometimes you're going out to the outside and there's a bump there, so it's hard, definitely difficult to find yourself in that perfect spot where you're going to meet the kink at the right point.
Interesting line to take as well. We've seen nearly everyone taking that swoop transfer line or the add-on handrail on the outside as well, but no one's really been hitting that bump to pipe feature, so that might be the reason why. Everyone's struggling to really lock it in and get it consistent.
Yeah, it's difficult to get some consistency on it. So yeah, that was Mike Gowan's first run. Now on the walk we've got Mr. Matt Larson in that green bib, number 2 baby.
In the green bib down at corner number 2 currently will be next up. So once again, a 2-heat semi-final here from the fellas.
So Matt Larson choosing not to spray the features. Sometimes you just can't be bothered, and I'm usually like that as well. Sometimes you just think, you know what, can't be bothered to spray the features, trying to save all my energy for that first kick hit.
Often they've been staying pretty wet as well. Mike was just out there, so they've been running through the order pretty quick. So here we go, heel side into that wave kicker.
Massive cut.
Nice heel side 540.
Stomping the landing.
Now taking that banana rail option on the inside of the lake here.
50-50, front lip, bagel 270. Nice seeing a rail to rail there from one of our 30-plus men. That's a very technical manoeuvre to be producing out there in your run.
Then swoop transfer up, board slide on the ledge, backside 450 out. Nice and clean, switching back around to that right foot forward stance. Let's see if he's going to throw some air tricks down the back now. Opting out of that first corner. Now looking like he's coming inside for the crypt. That's the Rayleigh with the frontside 180. Edging back out to that third corner and then lining up for the back straight now.
So definitely leaving some room there to improve on his second run. I'm sure he's got some more air tricks to add to this run. But coming in now to the kick and transfer for that rooftop. A nice big front lip. That was locked. That was locked. There was no way he was coming off either side of that rail. And outside in, step up from 180, back 180, leaving himself left foot. Psych, 180 to right foot. Now coming into the kicker. What's he got for us to finish his run, Mr. Matt Larson? He's gone right foot. Oh, going for that right foot front five to match the left foot front five. Starting his run off, unfortunately missing the handle, and that will be the end of his first run.
Looking for that variety there with the two hillside frontside 540s. While they are the same trick, they're spinning opposite directions, so shows the judges that you can do switch and regular tricks, spinning opposite directions. It's a good variety there.
Yeah, it's good to kind of, sometimes, people think, oh, it's the same trick. It's not the same trick.
It's very different.
It's very different, and that's the reason why he's doing it, and he knows that the judge is going to realise that if he does that, he's hitting the rails, switch, regular, spinning different ways, and that's what's going to score him highly. So that was an IQ plays from Mr. Matt Larson.
Now we have Mr. Jake Fowler out on the water coming into the kicker section now.
You know what? You're friends with Jake. This is all you. This is all you. I want to see some hope there from you.
I have no idea what we're going to see here. Toe side, backside 360. Nice and clean off that wave kicker.
Bolts.
Coming around the motor tower now. He's been complaining to me a little bit this week about the design of my feature. He doesn't like it so much. He reckons he's been struggling to make full pull, but he's done it there with a nice 180 off the end. Nice and clean transfer up to the step up. Then coming in left foot forward, linking it up, getting very close to that edge there,
God.
but making it clean.
What an animal.
Straight into the air tricks. This is where Jake excels. He's one of those old school riders that loves the air tricks. Rayleigh followed that up by the S-bend. Now looking like he's loading up for something else here. Nice blind judge. That handle getting a little bit away from him, but making it clean.
That was a very long cut.
It can be tricky after that floating tower.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of regain the tension and know where it's at.
The tension moves around a bit. You can easily, the handle can easily get away from you there, but he managed it well. Frontside 180 transfer onto the rooftop, step down. Backside 180, nice and clean. Going that rail box.
Oh my God.
Just clipping that Trent rail and going down.
Going down. We've seen the thumbs up from Jake. He's out.
Good to see. This is what we love about this division. You
this
you
is
never
what we
know
love.
What's going to happen.
You never know, mate. He's just absolutely laced one of the runs of his lifetime. Come up to the final rail of the run and straight nose clip, but it should have happened there. So maybe he's grateful with it.
I think I'd definitely rather it happen on that Trent rail than the
100%
than the high ledge.
100%.
You usually come down from a lot of height to that high ledge, so he might have got away with one, but then it came back to bite him.
Yeah. So Jake putting in a run there. Matt Larson, the only one to kind of make the kicker here. So 3 non-completed runs. So bear in mind that when you're looking at the scores on the WWA Ride Line app. We're going to see Mr. Mike Gowan, the legend. Big Mike. Unfortunately going down on the pipe rail off the dock in his first run, so he's going to be looking to step up and maybe make a full run and be the first of this heat to land a full run.
We'll see if he takes the kicker this time. I
chose to skip it.
I heard he's had a bit of a sore leg or something, so he might be just opting out of that.
Yeah.
For that reason. So yeah, once again, skipping the kicker. Coming in on that hillside approach to the banana rail, the new unit banana rail, going into that hallway unintentionally, I think.
Backboard change up 50 in the hallway.
Making it out alive though. and then taking a hard approach, getting bucked once again
What
on
an
that kink
animal.
rail. Came in really hard at that pipe that time.
Yeah, he was seriously macking. He knew that he went to the inside last time, so he's trying to go to the outside. Ollied on a bit too late, hit the kink, boom, he's gone flying. But hopefully he's all right. And I'm sure he's going to be proud of himself for going out there and lacing down a few rail hits there to kind of keep his scores up.
I think he's been, from talking to him as well, he's been loving the experience of just spending time in Australia as well.
I think he's definitely one where it's been like, yeah, obviously you want to do well in the event, but mate, we're in Australia. It's sunny, it's hot, it's lovely, and he's been having a good time, and we all have. So Matt Larson, is he going to make a full lap? We've got.
So he's currently sitting in second place with a 35.08, with Jake Fowler just ahead of him on 36.73. Now, I believe both top two are locked in now and make it through to the final, but I'm sure he'll be looking to get that top spot. That'll get him a better seeding for the final.
So yes, Matt Larson is going to be making it through, and Mr. Jake Fowler is going to be making it through. So he is riding past the final rail there before his run starts. We saw the left foot heel side at front side. 540 off the dot first in his run. So are we going to see the same thing? Looks like it. Left foot forward, coming in hillside to this nice big wave kicker. He's gone left foot forward. Oh, he's gone left foot half cab roll.
Lovely. Mixing it up this time.
Here he goes,
Toe side edge into the busty rail. Ollieing over that first safety, going front lip, nearly full pulling the whole rail on that one. Now coming in heel side to the swoop transfer. Hard edge.
Ooh.
Going close to that high ledge as
Very
well, but
close.
making it nice and clean. Not quite as close as Jake before.
It's a battle of who can get as close to the wall without getting ruined.
Now opting out of that first air trick section again. Loading up a left foot heel side edge to the inside of the lake. Nice crypt.
Same again. So he knows that he's through. Maybe he's just trying to reserve himself, or maybe he's just trying to
I think he'll be
put a run
trying to
down.
complete a run because he fell in that final kick hit last time.
Just put a run down so he's got a full run score, and that gives him enough.
Hard way 270
opportunity.
there. Very nice.
Enough opportunity to put pressure on Mr. Jake Fowler after him.
Getting that extra 180 this time out of that Trent rail at the end.
So is he going
Now-
to be the first to land a full run in this heat here with the 30 plus men? Is he going to do the front five now? He is. So that's a full run there. That's definitely going to step up his first score for Xiao. And yeah, Matt Larson's going to be very happy with that. And obviously, we know that Matt Larson and Jake Fowler are guaranteed going to be through to the next round. But you want to be finishing first in your heat. That gives you a better seeding going into final. Better seeding is where you will start off the dock. So if you win your heat, you're going to be one of the last to go off the dock, knowing that you are going to be able to see everyone else ride before you. That's going to give you better insight on what you want to do and what you need to do in your finals runs. So Jake Fowler is going to probably be sitting in second place after that. I'm not a judge, so I don't know, but that's what I'd look at it.
Just for completing a run, really.
Yeah, just for completing a run. I feel like
that will bring his score up quite a lot there.
He was 1 point behind in the first run, so
yeah,
for completing the run, he's definitely going to improve on his score.
And the scores are coming through now around that 49 mark, so that will be a big step up.
That's a boost.
But Jake Fowler's still got one more run here.
He does.
So we'll see what Jake can do.
And good. Also, massive shout out to whoever's been flying the drone. Dave? Maybe Dave? Flipping out.
So Jake Fowler on the water, giving the drone a little wagwan. He's going to be looking forward to putting down a nice solid run here to try and get him the final seed, that #1 seed in the final of the 30 plus men park.
Seems to be a consistent theme in this 30 plus men's division. conserving energy on that outlap.
Yeah, it's a classic. It is a classic. Look, they're at a point now where they don't want to do what they don't need to do.
No, exactly.
You know what? The rails will probably be wet, so there's no need to wet them anymore. So why waste your energy doing so? So coming up to the kicker, starting his run off, Mr. Jake Fowler. He's gone right foot forward, toe side, backside, 360. Same as before? Same as before? That was
Same as before, yeah.
So he's just probably going to maybe not look to step up too many of his rails, just land a full run.
Going for that transfer up onto the step up again. Nice and clean. Looking like he was potentially thinking about a backside 180 out there, but
a little spin.
Opting out of it. Might have been the safe option there. Getting close to that high ledge again.
If he doesn't win the heat, he's definitely won the competition of who's got close to the wall without getting rid of it.
He has, you're right. Rayleigh before that first tower. Hard edge, nice and long. Esther blind.
Esther Blizzy.
There we go. Good to see Jake. He's still doing those air tricks. And another blind judge. Nice and clean.
So he stepped up the air trick. So I feel like even if he doesn't land his full run, he's definitely going to be improving his final scores.
Yeah,
unless he falls here.
It's interesting in this division. A lot of the riders like Jake have been riding for a long time, but back when they were learning and in their prime, he would there weren't many features around.
Yeah.
So they were very focused on air tricks and kickers, and they don't get to ride as much anymore, but still love it and have a go at all those rails. A nice method 180 there.
Oh, that was a beaut.
I think that will be a good improvement on his score. It'll be interesting to see how it compares to Matt Larson's score.
I'm excited to see the comparison where the judges kind of put either rider. Matt Larson sitting at 50.08, sorry, and Jake Fowler at 36.73 from his first run. So completing a run, maybe stepping up one or two things in his run. Maybe it could be more, it could not be more. We're going to see from the judges, and if you guys at home want to also see what's happening with the scores, make sure you download the WWA Rideline app on the App Store and Google Play Store. That's going to give you the best insight as to the scores for each rider in each heat here at the WWA World Championships.
So we're on to Heat 2 of the 30-plus men in the semi-final round of the Nautique WWA Wake Park World Championships presented by GM Marine.
Here we are.
Dean Smith.
I mentioned his name earlier on, Dean Smith. Absolute legend. I'm definitely sure we're going to be seeing some serious heat from this brother right now.
What we know is he will be going large off that kicker. You don't know what it will be.
In life, there are certainties. There's death, there's taxes, and Dean Smith's going to go massive off the kicker.
Yep. Getting a little practice in there.
Oh, you see, look, if I'm his competitors there, I would be putting in a little file complaint. He's been hitting rails prior to his run starting, so
I think it might slide in this division, maybe not in that.
No,
maybe not in the pro divisions.
There he is.
Go. Huge heel side edge, mute front side 540, landing heavy, but clean. He looks like he might be in a little bit of pain after that one.
That was a negative bend in the knees. Took it straight to the back, but still manages to lace on the busty rail.
Spinning 540 up over that rail. Now coming into the high ledge. Not going for the swoop, just going for that backlip to nose press. Backside 180 off the
naughty. End. He's gone backlit, full pull nose press, back one. That is serious steez there from Dean Smith.
Now let's see what he's got in the air trick section. Huge tail front roll, getting a solid tail grab on that. That's what we love to see. Now loading up for. There's the Vulcan for you.
There's the Vulcan. See, look, I'm still at the level where I can't really tell the difference between the front and the S bend, and I'm glad that you're here with me, Baz. You're going to tell me what's what, and what's not what. So yeah, coming in there with a nice big Vulcan, and coming into the pyramid here, he's gone right foot front 270, not quite getting the full pull that he'd wished for, but he started off well in comparison to our other heat. So
looks like he's having a look at all the cheer squad on the sidelines there as he's in between features. But now once again loading up at this big kicker on a hard hillside edge for the huge stale glide. You can hear the crowd outside loving that one.
They love it, and we do too. Dean Smith, legend.
Now, solid first run there for Dean Smith, putting the pressure on the two other boys in this heat. We have Thomas Nautique and Anthony Wright coming up next.
Do you know what I'm excited to see? Whether Anthony Wright does a toe side roll to rivet or a toe side Pete. Because I've seen him do them before, I've seen him lace them, but I have also seen him get absolutely ruined on them. So, if you are watching now, you best stay tuned, because I would love to see him lace it up and ride. But Thomas Nautique's on the dock, and we've also got Kristen down there ready to speak with you and give you some more insight. So, Kristen.
Yeah, thank you so much. I caught up with Dean Smith before his run, and you noticed off his first kicker run and landing, his body kind of collapsed into itself. He said he is in a little bit of pain out there. You guys noticed it in the booth as well. I asked him, have you tried to tone it down at all? And he said, no. I built a career off of going big. There is no toning it down. That's what you can expect from me. But in his later years, he said it's certainly starting to affect him a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. Going big off those kickers like that is definitely going to take a toll on your body.
He spoke about this on the Grab Matters podcast recently, that how he made himself a lot of money just going big on a back seven behind the boat.
Yeah.
Now we have Thomas Nautique on the water, getting that swoop transfer, backlip, frontside 450 out.
That was
solid rail riding going on here.
Some serious rail riding. We see he's got the weight pants on.
Not quite what we're used to seeing in this division, but awesome to see. Getting a nice little crip down the back there. Looking like he's aiming up inside, a late cut. Interesting spot for a rolled revo. Now, a hard edge to make it back out to the corner, but making it work nice and clean.
So, coming into the rails, I assume that the rails are his most preferred area of the park format. So
we can see that here, getting nice 270 on. Switching up to front lip, frontside 270 out, coming in late onto that Stucky feature, going front lip, dropping down into the hallway, jumping up onto the Trent rail and going frontside 360 out off the end, nice and clean.
Oh, we've got a bird on the kicker.
Edging in on his heel side edge.
Bird off the kicker, bird in the air, you'd say. Tom going out for a nice little half cab roll, landing left foot forward. That is a nice solid run to start. I'm surprised he didn't. Look, if I'm in that situation,
it's got to put you off there for sure.
It's got to be putting me off, but his head's locked in, he's focused, and he's put down a solid run there, Mr. Thomas Nautique. This here, naughty backlit Pretz 4. That's some serious rail riding there from Tom. Here 2, and here 3. So it's going to be interesting to see whether judges put these air tricks or rails as the most predominant thing they're looking for in this event, in this category.
And we saw that backlit pretzel 450 out. For those of you guys out there that might not know what that is, a pretzel is when you spin one way onto a rail and then spin the opposite way out, where a bagel is when you continue the same way, spinning out of the rail.
Yeah, so usually it is easier to spin certain ways depending on what trick you're doing, so it's going to be difficult to follow through. And now we've got Anthony Wright off the kicker. Oh, going for that toe roll to rever and just goes way too big, over rotating it and catching a face full of water.
That can happen on that kicker.
It can. We've seen it plenty of time today and plenty of time in the past.
It's got just a bit extra size than you realise sometimes, and you have a bit of extra height in the air and can easily just over rotate.
So that was his first run there, final rider of this heat 2 of 2. We've got another run left here from our 30 plus men.
So Dean Smith's score has come in now, a huge 61.33 to start. It'll be interesting to see how Thomas's score compares to that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thomas's scores are coming in, so he's got a 60.5, 61 and a 62.25, so that looks like it is potentially going to be pretty close to Dean Smith's score.
Very close. We'll see what that average comes through as. Dean once again, taking a few practice hits on those features on the front straight.
You know what? I'm not going to tell him off. I'm sure the judges aren't going to disqualify him for it. As Dean Smith we're talking about, a legend in the sport. So,
as we said before, I think it'll slide in this division.
We got Dean, Tom.
Hey guys, Kristen Beat joining you in the booth now. I know we're getting to the end of the day, so we figured we might as well come up to the booth, talk to a few of the riders down there. The vibes are high. How has your booth experience been thus far?
it's been fun. It's been a good time. Obviously getting to spend some time up here with my mate Baz, Busty Dan, and watch some good wakeboarding has been definitely a good time, especially this right here. Dean Smith absolutely macking the kicker. A nice big wrapped toe bag one.
You know, when I talked to him, he was so approachable, so fun, and he kind of was making fun of himself a little bit. He said, I couldn't get away from it. And when I asked him, you know, have you tried to tone it down a bit? He's like, no, absolutely not, but it hurts. That's how much you guys love this sport. Y'all are crazy.
That's definitely a Dean Smith thing. There's a lot of riders that I know that if they're hurt, they won't ride for a certain amount of time after, but Dean is one of the anomalies to a point where he'll go out and put on a show for the crowd, whether he's hurting or whether he's not hurting. So that's what we love about Dean Smith.
Dean's been around for a long time, and a lot of us grew up looking up to him, especially in Australia. He's been a legend of the sport in Australia for a very long time, so it's so cool to see him still out there ripping and sending it the way he is, and being a bit good sport and just putting on a show for the crowd.
A huge sense of admiration from the entire paddock when it comes to Dean Smith.
Here he goes, 270 on, lovely, hold that down.
There we are. Nice rail hit there on the pyramid, front 270, getting a nice little press on there too, so that's going to definitely be stepping up his score from his first run.
When you say a nice press, describe what that means.
So obviously on your rail hits, you're going to be all over different sort of points of your board, but the judges and also everyone on the crowd, they like it when you're over the nose of the tail. Well, first of all, when you do that, when you go massive, add a little grab on there, but also during your rail hits, when you're over the nose of the tail of your board and you're leaning into it, you're getting your full weight behind a certain trick, and it looks like you're going to come off, but you're not going to come off. And a good friend of mine, Joe Battleday, he's a signature of that. He knows when to kind of put all his weight in a certain area, just like that. See how he's all over the nose? That's what we like to see. It's difficult to hold that position, and that's what gets scored more.
It shows a lot of control.
Yeah, it does.
Board control as well, and adds style to the trick as well, and that's what the judges are looking for.
Yeah, well, obviously the judge is going to be looking for certain technical tricks and difficulty on tricks, but if you're not making it look good, then nobody's going to want to watch it. So
exactly.
Right here, we've got a beautiful shot of Thomas Nautique. Am I saying that right, guys?
I don't know.
Good to know.
Well, I've been going Nautique, Busy's been going Nautique, so Nautique could be the right answer. I apologise, Thomas, if we are, none of us are getting it wrong, or a few of us are, but his first run, solid rail hits, and by solid I mean his rail hits were outstanding. It's definitely a step up from what we've usually seen, what we've seen in the 30 plus men group. But
and it was rewarded.
It was
in his first score. He's sitting 0.5 ahead of Dean Smith right now. So very tight battle between those two. Anthony Wright going down on his first run, still got a second one though. So here we have Thomas starting off with the big hillside 5, was it?
Yeah, a nice massive left foot hill front 5, landing pretty bolts, as we like to call it in wakeboarding and other sports as well, where you're landing perfectly.
Thomas, the only rider from the USA in this heat, coming a long way out here to Australia to compete. What is the travel like on a tour like this, especially for the World Championships, with all the travel you guys do throughout the season? But how does that maybe take a toll on your riding? Does it help it in some ways that you get a change of scenery? How does it affect y'all?
In my position, traveling here was a long way. I've come from London to this event, so definitely the body felt okay, but it's mostly the jet lag. The jet lag. Sometimes you have to plan your trips and plan the flights and when you're going to arrive to certain competitions to make sure you give yourself enough time to get into that local time zone and kind of get used to waking up at certain times and make sure you're ready for it.
And Busty, you're obviously from here. You've got a signature feature out there. Is it nice to be able to kind of put on for the home crowd?
It's really nice, yeah, and it's nice being able to sleep in my own bed and not have to travel far to get to the event. And for us being from Australia, with most of the events being based in Europe or America, it's usually always a long way to travel for us, so it's a nice change.
How Did he land that?
What an absolute animal. So what we just seen there from Tom is a pinball. So that's a half cab roll with a late frontside 360. And that was definitely a step up from his first run. I think he just went half cab roll in his first run. And the rest of his run looked like it was a pretty big step up. And ending it there with a pinball is, I think that's probably the first pinball we've seen all competition. I know I haven't seen a pinball just yet, so it's really cool to see a pinball.
And if the Stuckey brothers are judging, they will reward that.
They will. Absolutely. They will.
Yeah.
They will.
Earlier in the day, they said they like to see tricks that no one else is doing. So seeing that kind of creative spin on some of these obstacles. He's speaking to his audience.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing, and it's good to see. Obviously, finishing your run off with a bang like that is good as well, because it leaves a good taste for the judges as to what you want a higher score for your run. So that was second run for Thomas Knotek, and Anthony Wright falling on his first run. He's going to be looking to step that up and maybe put himself into contention for making it through to the next round here at the 30+ men park.
So we saw Dean Smith's second run. His score didn't improve on that one. So Thomas Knotek is still sitting in first place. His second run score coming through now, looking like it will be close, but not quite improve either. Just Anthony Wright left to see what he can put down in this second run and see if he can find himself a spot in the finals.
This is pressure. This is pressure, but
this is clutch time.
This is where you want to. There we are, landing that first trick that he fell on in the first run. A nice toe side roll to revert. This is where you're going to want to be head in the zone, locked in, and getting your rails and air tricks locked.
I saw him fall on that hit a couple times in features earlier, but nailing it nice and clean this time. Taking a hillside edge now into that swoop transfer. Backside 270.
Back 350. Wow.
Getting a backside 180 out at the end as well. Now into the air trick section. Crypt before the first tower. Into a toe side edge. There's the toe side back on river you were talking about earlier. Awesome to see. Lots of heart on that one as well this time. Front roll into the lake down the back, just holding on to that one.
Is he going to do an air trick here? No. Choosing to stay out of the air tricks for this run up to the first feature on that back straight, the pyramid A-frame feature. With a left foot toe side. Wow, early pass front board, change up backboard, holding it. Maybe looking like he wanted something different off the end there, but he's ended up right foot forward there for a really, really cool Stuckey combo hit. Getting a bit loose there on the landing, but he's still up, he's still ready to go, and he's still able to hit the kicker.
Looking to finish off his run in a good way and hopefully find himself a spot in finals. There's the KGB. Very nice from Anthony.
And considering he fell on his first hit of his first run, being able to lace down a full second run there, he's going to be definitely happy with that performance there on his second run.
The pressure was really on there, as you said. Going down on his first run, but managing to put it down in his second run when it really mattered.
Yeah, obviously when you're riding with no pressure, it's easy to go out there and do what you want to do, but when the pressure's on, it's going to be hard to go out there and lace a full run. So to see Anthony go out there and lace a full run like that with the pressure on is definitely cool to see it, and the judges are going to also understand that. So that was it, final heat of the 30+ men, and we are going to be waiting for Anthony Wright's second run score to come in and let us know whether he will be making it through to the final or not of this 30+ men's park.
And that will also conclude our runs for the day. Thank you guys so much for joining us up here in the booth. Tell me one thing, what has been your favorite moment of the competition thus far? We're already 3 days in.
For me, obviously riding yesterday, just being on the dock there in that features final. Eight guys, a new format to what we usually see, that slope style kind of run format. Being able to kind of be on the dock there with eight guys, seven of your friends, and ride and have a good time for that whole time limit is fun to see. So you're getting to kind of go out there and give it your all.
Yeah, I agree. That format was completely new to all of us. Really fun. So it was a nice way to finish the weekend for us.
A great cap off to an awesome weekend, and again, we'll be back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. local time, and the competition will continue next week as well as we look to actually this week at this point to the boat division. So
If you're tuned in, make sure you stay with us tomorrow and also again on Thursday as we move out to the marina for the boat divisions. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and that's it for today, guys. We will see you tomorrow from the WWA Wake Park World Championships from Gold Coast Wake Park.
Rock,